going on? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, go ahead and thumbs up that video, honey. We've been working down to the bone, so my notifications are shot, okay? But we can make up for that by thumbing up the video. Thumbing up not only helps the YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member and telling them to get their arses into the sanctuary. This is also why you have to keep your notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king shall in fact be king. And baby, I don't know when the Holy Spirit, when the Holy Daughter is going to give me a download. Oh, so make sure that you guys always have your notification bell set to all. Shout out to all the new subbies. Love you guys long time. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your MySpace, your Facebook, your Snapchat, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. Oh, all right, let me speak to my people in the building. What's going on, Sexy Nessa? What's going on, Tasmania? Hey, Gabriella. What's going on, TST? Hey, Shauna. You guys are more than welcome to hit the link and sound off. Intersect is supposed to be joining me. She's having some trouble actually getting into the stream. I don't know if that's because StreamYard is doing the most, kicking people out and doing all that good jazz, honey. But I may have to call her via tele. Okay, here she is, honey, the wonderful. And for one night only, the beautiful Intersect. Hey, boo.
Hey.
I'm so glad that StreamYard stopped playing in your top and let you get up in her.
I think it wouldn't let me hit it through Instagram. That was the issue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it does act a fool through that Instagram DM. It does do that sometimes. Well, I'm glad you can have me. I'm glad I can have you here. I love talking with the community about things that pertain to the community, and there's no better person to respond to this. There's a lot of things I want to ask you as it relates to what we are about to talk about. But before we even get there, let me just do a mental health check-in. How are you doing?
I'm fair.
Okay.
I just started dating, so
what?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that mean? Just started dating, like does that mean that you're just like you're mingling? Or are you dating someone in particular, or are you
I'm talking to someone in particular?
You're talking to someone. Okay, I got questions. So first and foremost, how long y'all been talking? Hello? Uh-oh, I think that Intersect's audio don't went out. If you can hear me, Intersect, I can't hear you. Okay, I can hear you now, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm saying he's been trying to talk to me for 2 years, but we've been talking for like 2 weeks.
Okay, so he's been pursuing you for 2 years. You just gave him some attention the past 2 weeks. So what led to that? What made you finally give in? Was it pressure?
I feel like I'm a little bit more healed and like ready to get my feet wet.
Okay, now when you talk about healed, like, do you mean like just kind of overcoming some of your fears about dating, some past experiences that kind of hurt you, or you're talking about overcoming other things?
All above.
Okay.
More so it's just loving myself more, appreciate who I am before I, get with someone.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Like, are you feeling nervous?
I'm feeling nervous because I haven't told them I was born Intersect yet. So
wait, so y'all been communicating for years and it never came? How? Because you've been pretty vocal like for a minute now. He's still clueless. He still don't get it.
I'm not sure. I don't see. I was gonna tell him yesterday, but the
Mm-hmm.
conversation slipped, and it's like you got to get me when I'm comfortable. If I'm not
Yeah,
comfortable, I'm not gonna say
you ain't
it.
shaking that part. That part. Okay. Okay. See, I got so many questions, child. This one turned into an intersex. This turned into an intersex exclusive, child. Hey, Shauna.
Hello, hello.
Hey,
Hey,
boo. I'm just
Shauna.
minding my business and intersex is too, honey, since you done came and spilled all the tea. So this gonna be a little,
Understood.
little
Have
prelude
it.
before we get into the things tonight. Okay. I got a few more questions. Okay, because I was listening to what was I listening to? I was listening the other day to I think I was on Jubilee. I don't know if any of you guys follow the Jubilee YouTube channel. I love Jubilee and love Vice because they hold like these really off the chain ass panels, and I love panel discussions. I love hearing what the hell is going on in people's minds. Hold on, was it Jubilee? I was listening to something. Oh no, I was listening to this ratchet ass
Oh,
panel that I had never seen before. It just came up in my news feed like a few days ago, and it was like a panel of like three guys, this natural born black woman, and then there was this pansexual black woman and her best friend who was a trans woman, and they were having basically a discussion that centered around the transness. Now of course I felt like, as always, the panel, aside from her friend, like her friend was holding her down. I was like, oh my god, I love
okay. I seen this one.
you saw that one. Because the trans woman was sitting like on a stool, and then her friend was kind of like sitting down below her in a chair, and then
Mm-hmm.
it was like two men in the middle, and then it was the host who was like sitting on the other side, and then there was a natural born black woman who was sitting beside him, and they were just
Mm-hmm.
having this discussion about like, coming out, and when should you tell a guy. I felt like the panel was going out of their way to like really like not want to understand trans people, and the trans woman was
Mm-hmm.
so adorable. Like her answers had me screaming and hollering, and I was just keying at the camaraderie between her and her natural born homegirl. Like, to see how the homegirl was like with all the shits, it was just so cute. Like, they were so adorable in their friendship. I live for it, but they were like, the men really felt the way about the questions around when should a trans woman tell, like when to tell. Like, of course, they felt like, girl, you need to be wearing a goddamn side effect label, a general warning label on your forehead. It should come out the first minute a nigga look at you, or the first time a nigga wink. Like, they wanted it up front. They just, went all about this, and the trans woman was just like, girl, no, like, I don't owe a nigga nothing. Just because he's having a casual conversation with me, like, I don't owe him all my business. I don't owe him da da da. They was like, yes, you do, because you know that the only reason that a man is even gonna be talking to you is because he wanna fucking lay it low. Da 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 da. You already know that. Like, niggas only trying to spark up a conversation because they're trying to get to the pussy. Da 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 da. Like, you should tell him right off the rip. And she was like, no, because just because he want the pussy don't mean I'm about to give him the pussy. I know who I want to fuck and who I don't want to fuck, and I would tell him as like, based upon my own discretion. So with you saying like, okay, this guy been pursuing you for 2 years, you now giving him the time of day. Like, what do you think? Because I think I've asked you this before, but I'll ask you this because we got a lot of new subscribers here. What do you think about the whole coming out to a guy? Like, what do you think about trans women and when they should or should not, tell a person, even a intersex person, like when they should tell about their identity?
I feel like when that person is comfortable, because it takes you through a lot of emotions. It takes you through a lot of
Mm-hmm.
maybe trauma. It takes you through a lot. Like, you don't know what questions the person's gonna ask. You have to be ready to have that conversation and be ready to answer the terrible questions, the good questions, and even get the reaction if the person's not gonna want to talk to you no more or cuss you out or however the situation's gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like you have to be prepared. It's so crazy. 2 days ago, I was prepared. but today I'm not prepared.
Mhm. Wow.
And it's like you got to get me when I'm in that moment, like when I want
Yeah.
to be, because you have to be vulnerable to see this. Like you
Yeah.
have to be ready to. You got to be ready, and if
Yeah.
you're not ready, you could get off this phone and really take yourself in a depressing,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
state.
Because niggas and their ideas around masculinity be having them in a chokehold. It be having them in a
Hmm.
chokehold. So my question to you is like, is it, because I've always wondered, is it harder to tell once you have feelings? Because sometimes I think, well, maybe it would be easier to tell before you get to having feelings, because once you get to having feelings, like now it's like the stakes are high because you want this guy, you want the relationship to work, but now you got to divulge this, and then this might, derail the situation or hinder the situation from moving forward. Like, do you feel like, where's your attitude about that? Like, have you found it harder to tell guys before you get your heart fully in it, or is it harder to tell them
I think it's just hard in general
in general?
because I, I, I'm a woman. Like I consider
Mm-hmm.
myself as a woman. So having these conversations just take me back into
Yeah.
growing up and being comfortable with who I am now. You get what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? You
Mm-hmm.
gotta open yourself for to stuff that you may even not want to hear that is going to traumatize you. So I feel like I just an example. Okay, say if I have 8,000 friends on Instagram, say 4,000 of them are men that tried to ask me for my number. How would I feel if I told 4,000 people as soon as they started a conversation with me?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is giving me hot flashes right now.
Well, how do you feel
Like
about a lot of the trans women and the intersex individuals who are living out loud, like T.S. Madison and
I
Hope
love it.
Giselle, and
I feel like I love it for them, but
mm,
it's just not me.
just not you. And why do you think that is? Is it because of trauma, or is it like a
Uh,
preference to have a low discretion?
it's because of trauma. It's
Trauma.
because you know, I feel like I pictured a different life for myself. Like I
Mm-hmm.
wanted something different for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and even though I may not be normal to the naked eye, I feel like I'm normal.
Yeah, because
So
you
I
are.
feel like, it's just normal.
Yeah.
I don't know if I explained that right.
I totally understand. Did everybody else understand that on the panel? Like, or would y'all like her to expound a little bit more?
No, she's 100% normal, and it's disgusting that first of all people want to know, what do you do? When do you disclose? It's none of your business. It's between that person and the other person when they feel comfortable to disclose anything. It's not just even being transgender. It's private, and just like on a first date, I can't imagine telling your whole life story. I don't think on a first date, you, I think on a first date you should exercise some discretion
Mm,
and feel it out.
yeah, for sure. For
But
sure.
I have a quick question for you, Conscious. I
Mm-hmm.
sent you a video a while ago. It was about it's there's a channel on YouTube called Crash Course, and it talks about sex and gender, and it was perfect. It perfectly explained of how this is
Oh yeah, I had
just
checked
as
that
natural.
video out. I had checked that video
Yeah,
out.
yeah. It's as natural as
Mm-hmm.
heterosexuality,
Mm-hmm.
and that the fact that in nature what we consider being transgender exists, and that there's some species. This is what's in my mind right now. That as a youngster, it's one way, and then as it matures, it's a different way. And then and how some species of animals, I can't remember which because I haven't seen it in a minute, prefer the community of their own sex and basically get together when they're trying to procreate, and then that's it. And that's very much how I think humans should be. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's because all the signs and symptoms are that men like the company of men and women
Yep.
like the company of
Mm-hmm.
women. So why fight that? Why push these opposing forces together in order to make it look presentable to society? And I think that's where the real issue is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's an interesting talking point, and I remember mentioning something like that probably about a year or two on my panel. I said it's interesting, that it's just been this challenge between femininity and masculinity on the planet, and these issues of power and dominance and oppression and patriarchy and matriarchy, and there's just been all of this conflict, and it is because we are talking about a polarity here. They are opposites, which doesn't necessarily have to equate to a negative thing, but they are opposites, and it's kind of in the natural state of the polarity to be on two extreme ends of the spectrum. But because we are a higher will species and we get to reason with our reality and question our reality, we even get to have an ego that can override our natural impulses, etc. We do get to come to the middle if we so desire to. But yeah, there is something to be said about the polarity, and as you just said, you can still see that show up. Whereas you have men who have relationships to the opposite sex and to the opposite gender, and yet still spend very much so a lot of their own time amongst other men, and the same thing with women. So maybe this society can experiment someday and maybe take it easy on each other, and maybe just see how coming together for the purpose of sex and a casual intercourse and intermingling goes for them, and just continue to stay in their assigned communities. Because we definitely see that play out. Now, back to you, Intersects. I'm curious to know if just based upon what you're reading, what you're feeling, what your intuition is giving you, how do you feel the new boo is going to take the information, and what is typically the ratio when you have to drop the dime? Do you take more L's than wins when it comes to dropping the dime? Like, what's the ratio in the situation?
I'm laughing because okay, it's funny, but
Mm.
I'm laughing because I went a whole year straight just being butt naked and then telling the person.
What you mean?
Leg spread. Okay. I'm
What
about
you
to
What you mean?
all right. So
Mm.
like just being normal, just being naked on camera, but making sure everything is seen.
Everything was concealed.
And
Mm-hmm.
then the next day have the conversation. And that went well.
Oh yeah, I'm sure, honey. After you done put that man that far to the edge and showed his ass how green the grass indeed is on the other side, that he found it very hard to fully walk away.
And I feel like I started doing it that way because it's a thin line of explaining a guy who don't
Mm-hmm.
have a lot of information the difference between an
Mm-hmm.
intersex.
Uh-oh, your audio went out. Boo. If you can hear me, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. So I was saying it's hard to explain like a person,
Yeah.
the difference between an intersex person and a trans
Yes.
person. So, I'd rather
Mm-hmm.
just show you uh for a year straight. I did it that way.
Wow.
But I feel like um I really don't have issues like, and as much as I don't know. I'm so private.
Yeah,
You don't want to know the longest I went without telling.
I do because I know you're gonna say years.
It has been.
Uh-huh. Years. Mm-hmm.
Um.
Mm-hmm. I ain't mad
So,
at it.
I don't know. Uh, I would say, I would say 35, 65, 65. Um,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
65
Okay.
that it's not gonna go well.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so that's why you have to gear yourself up.
Yeah.
Now, what's funny is that I was holding a panel probably the year before last, and I was calling cap on straight men who claim that they're not trans attracted, and I was really hammering at them that, you know, the blocking your head is a social ideal. Like you're intellectually blocked, but you really are not any less trans attracted than any other man who is full blown trans attracted. And it's funny because I came across this other video in my live stream of this trans woman who was on this app called Monkey. And what
Mm-hmm.
she was doing was she was just like, the whole gag was, I'm gonna tell these men, like, I'm gonna let y'all watch them react to me telling them that I'm trans. But what he would do, I mean, not what he would do, what she would do, because I was going to talk about what the men would do. Like they would kind of automatically see her because she would pull up like with her titties out, so they would automatically already start going in like. But what she would do is she would get them to salivate over her, drool all over her, like compliment her, do all this straight shit, and then she would bust out. And, and some of them was spooked and motherfucking nervous, baby. Some of them didn't know what the hell to do, and it was funny to me because I'm like, here it is, more proof that this is more of like a of an intellectual and social block for straight men. They're really not. It's not that they're really not trans attracted. Really, a lot of them don't give a fuck and would hit it and quit it anyway, like they would any other piece of ass. Their biggest concern really is what the social ramifications is around
Mm-hmm.
being with a trans woman. But if you set aside the social shit, if you set aside all that shit, they with all the shits, as trans women know, because trans women largely attract straight men and largely attract masculine oriented men. You know, trans women are laying down, intersex women are laying down with the same men that natural born women are laying down with. So we know what the facts are, but I want to show y'all a little smidget piece um, of this interaction, and then we can get back to the conversation at hand. This is fair use. This is courtesy of the Naomi Winter show. I don't know if Naomi is the trans woman who's on screen, or if this is a content creator who is just sharing out this trans woman's content from another app. I don't know which one it is, but shout out to Naomi Winter, the YouTube holder. And this is once again going to be covered by fair use. Let me put up my fair use banner for research purposes, parody, etc. Check out this interaction. Let me switch over. Well, I ain't gonna switch my microphone over. Appreciate that. God bless you, though. You know what I'm saying? Wait. You better not steal. You better not. And if I do, what the f are you gonna do about it? I ain't gonna lie. What's up with you, though? Like, I know you got some mans and everything. Rate me on a scale of 1 to 10. Rate you? A 10. Do you want to? Yeah, I want you. Me, though. You playing games, you know. I didn't even get to say it yet. Hold on. Somebody called me real quick. What you said? Sorry, baby. I'm a transsexual. But you got me on TV. I know you. This is a joke. No, I'm really trans. Huh? I'm really trans.
You got me on YouTube?
No.
Hey guys, YouTube. Yo. Hey. Yeah, I'm a. Hey, wait. I'm not playing. Hold on. Don't go anywhere.
I'm really trans. I'm not sitting here alone.
Hey, every time that happens,
that girlfriend is calling that phone.
Don't go nowhere. Every time that happens, people.
I am actually trans. I'm not lying to you.
You're lying, but am I attracted to you though?
What?
Am I attracted to you?
Yes, but I'm trans. I'm trying to warn you.
Rate me 1 to 10.
10.
And then all right, if you really trans, stand up.
No.
That voice changer don't work on me.
This
is not
a
voice
changer.
You don't even know how to talk. You
don't tell me I don't know how to talk.
Stand up. Stand up, there.
You don't want to believe it. I love men, and you know what? You know what's so sexy about that? Can I tell you something? The men that are in denial, I don't know, it's my fetish, like the ones that are in denial. I love that because I just want to
stand up. Stand up. Stand up. I'm lying to me. You still
lying to me.
How tall are you?
5'11".
Show me.
I am trans.
Can you prove it?
I am trans.
Well, I'm not going to your.
Oh my God!
Like, you're a damn
boy.
lie. What is that?
Hormone.
Stand up.
Oh wow! Oh wow! The hormones been doing wow.
Because I've been having a good conversation with you.
No, you were so cute. I wouldn't skip you. I just want you to believe it.
Stand up.
Oh, I'm gonna look so. If I do my hair like this on an airplane, girl.
Stand up.
I ain't standing up.
Stand up real quick.
You don't care that I'm trans?
You ain't trans,
bro.
Stand up.
I'm asking you don't care?
Stand up.
You don't care that I'm trans?
Stand up. You're not, though.
Brody, I'm not standing up.
You don't sound like you're not playing. Who that dude next to you?
Brody, I am not standing up.
Yeah, I know you playing games.
Oh, wow. Oh, get back.
What's your number?
You like me.
What's your number?
You my number?
Mm-hmm.
I give you my Instagram.
Okay, so I want to show y'all a little bit of that, baby. She had that nigga spiraling, and as you can see, honey, he ain't want to believe it. He was real. It's some feedback in your mic, Intersect.
Oh, can you mute me?
She had that nigga in a chokehold, baby. He was still willing to risk it all. He was choosing to forfeit what she was telling him, and I need the heterosexual community to see this girl when y'all be out here talking about all these trans women. I'm not telling these niggas don't give a fuck if it look like a duck, smell like a duck, talk like a duck, quack like a duck. They gonna fuck it like it's a motherfucking duck, baby. Okay, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it, honey. These niggas know what time it is. These trans women know that these niggas don't give a fuck. They don't have to not tell these niggas because niggas gonna get with it long as they're attracted to it. Because what I'm now coming to understand as a result of the influx of men who have been coming out as trans attracted and the influx of men who have been caught up secretly being with trans women is that a lot of men are actually, how can I put this? A lot of men are genophilia. They are attracted to femininity. That's why a lot of men who will still identify as heterosexual can and end up attracted and sexually and or romantically with very effeminate men, cross-dressers, effeminate same-gender loving men, trans women, biological women, and still consider themselves straight because what they really are fixated and attracted to is femininity, even more than they are like biology. They are attracted to femininity. So even if it's a drag queen or just a gay man who's impersonating a woman for the day, like, men can find themselves aroused, etc., honey. And this is why this man was with the shits. And he would totally hook up with Miss Girl here and still consider himself heterosexual because it's that femininity and that assimilation. It doesn't really matter if it is or it ain't, or if it's trans or biological. Like, men will say that shit in front of us, the community, in order to save space. But once again, just like Bobby Valentino, just like what's the old boy from G Unit? Is it not Young Thug? What's the dude from G Unit? The dark skinned one who also got
Young Buck? Is it Young Buck?
Young Buck, Malik Yoba, Bobby Valentino, like all these men who either came out as trans attracted or were getting caught up in being exposed by trans folk girl. Like, all these men still identify as heterosexual. So I'm learning that a lot of heterosexual identifying men are actually genophilic men. They just don't know it. They don't know that that's their T, but that's clearly their T, because that's why they move how they move sexually and still consider themselves straight. And then if you look at what they are laying down with, whether it be biological women, whether it be intersex, whether it be trans, whether it be effeminate men, is there's one common theme: femininity. Even all of my trades throughout my life, girl, all of them was like, love the femininity. And the more feminine I was, the more feminine I looked, honey, it turned them up even more. Like, some of them even wanted, to have threesomes and shit. It was like, look, let's bring a trans girl in, let's do it this, let's do it that. I don't want no heartbreak ass nigga. I ain't attracted to no rough and tough ass nigga. Like, they want soft energy. So these niggas are largely into femininity. Now, what do you think about that, intersex? And I want to get the rest of the panel's attitude about that too. Like, do you feel like a lot of men are genophilic? Oh, I think, let me unmute you. Okay, there you go. Can you hear me, boo?
Yes, I agree. I agree with everything you just said.
Okay, short and straight to the point, child. Shauna.
Yes, once I understood that. Well, I was exposed to the idea that men are attracted to the feminine. It's like, well, they need to start understanding that also. But I just wonder why. I was thinking through that whole video, what is so offensive to straight men about penises? Like, I mean, if you even mention, I think I know the answer. It's just the fear of being called a homosexual. But it's like, what is so scary about a dick that you can't even look at it or be near it because you'll be called, like, how that's what homophobia, or irrational fear. So it's like, so you're attracted to this woman and she may or may not have a penis, and I don't know what the percentages are of.
And here's the gag about that, Shauna. A lot of them ain't scared. All that shit is social. A lot of my trade was also sucking my dick, on their knees and knees.
Come on,
like all of that.
Testify.
Like, they ain't even scared of the dick either. Like, that
they
all
know
that
what
shit
to do with it.
Fear mongering about is literally social, but it ain't giving none of that in reality.
Yeah.
Ain't giving none of that.
I would say, what's that? And then I'm sorry, Shauna, will you finish?
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Okay, I didn't want to cut you off, dog. Yeah, what's happening? I do agree, but I do see a nuance in that, right? Because there are also people who are the opposite of, androphiliac, and that's where I would see you having homosexual men that would be androphiliac, that are attracted. So with heterosexual women, they would also be considered androphiliac. So I think that is true because even, however, to your point, conscious, within the homosexual community, there is variations where feminine men are attracted to other feminine, and there's also the archetype where they kind of follow more of the traditional or archetypal gender roles. So I do see, even for me, I present as a male, but it's because of the natural feminine energy that I have in my expression that this gonna sound weird for me, and conscious might be able to testify to this. The part of me that is feminine makes it easier for men to want me to penetrate them. And that might sound confusing to you, but it's it's a thing because even with heterosexual couples, there is a thing there to where they don't want a male or man to do it because they want the feminine touch of that type of simulation. So I can see where, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's the part where it's kind of crazy. Most heterosexual men, though, are also very androphiliac
Mm-hmm.
emotionally. That's when I said that they are same sex attractive. I'm sorry, they're opposite sex attractive, but they are not opposite gender loving. But at the same time, they are so masculinely attracted, even to where it's almost downright homoerotic, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But so I would say there is some nuance, but yes, I can testify from my anecdotal experience and seeing, yes, it's always the most masculine. Now there is that very masculine, the no fats, no flims, butch queens who are they're completely androphilic. Those are the ones that I will say there to say that remind me of the Greco-Roman homosexuals because those are androphiliacs to the point where they're homosexual but they're misogynistic and they're not attracted or respect femininity. That's different. So I would say that a lot of men, yes, they will, but then I question, is it an archetype of femininity? When we live in a patriarchal society, one must have to ask the question, is your attraction or your gauge of femininity and what that means based off of your nature or based off of the social constructs of what males have presented you in patriarchy? That's a good one. I'll land.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I particularly, it's something else that I'm learning too, is that a lot of men are genophilia and don't know that, which is why they can swing it between effeminate males, trans women, natural born women, etc. But a lot of people, and we don't hear a lot of this conversation, are also, I just coined the term genitalia attracted. Whereas in you have, like, you can have same gender loving women who are attracted to the dick but not attracted to males. You can have men, straight men, who are attracted to penis, attracted to penetration, but not attracted to males. This is where my peggers, the recipient of my peggers, would come into play, where they like to be penetrated. They enjoy that prostate massaging. They
Hmm.
enjoy even gagging and sucking and deep throating, and
Come
they
on, and conscious
enjoy all
on
of
the
that.
gay man and on the gay man side. What there was, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut question. I just wanted to say, notice how you see how many gay men are into trans men, right? So it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
interesting because a lot of the very masculine presenting males, gay men, are with the very passable and gorgeous trans men. Like, so
Yes,
I kind of do see that. Okay,
androphilia. Mm-hmm.
androphilia. So even there is a vagina there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
attracted
you
to the
know,
masculinity.
yeah, and that's scary. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad I discovered I liked the vagina without androphilia. But then when you live in a world where there's so many expressions of that, if people who can have a vagina, well, damn, that kind of opens up the door for completely different possibilities I wasn't ever thinking about. You see what I'm saying? That opens up
Yes.
the door to where I was like, wow, okay, I see why niggas be going crazy off of pussy that have a penis. I understand how it feels. I get it. Now I see why Helen of
Mm-hmm.
Troy had these niggas over ships and shit. I
Mm-hmm.
get it. I get it. I get it.
Even me, I
So,
feel like I live the whole damn. I feel like I'm the whole damn rainbow. I feel like I'm pan. I feel like I'm non-binary. I feel like I'm changing to love it. I feel like I'm bisexual. I feel like I'm everything because even on the androphilia tip, there was a trans man that I had started casually dating like a year or two ago, and oh my god, I was so turned on by this motherfucking nigga. Like I did not give a fuck that he had pussy. Like I was in that shit. Like, and the crazy part
okay.
about it is I'm not even like I'm not really bisexual, even though I've also had my first experience with woman as well, and I really enjoyed that. But I still consider myself generally and for the most part, same gender loving. But it was interesting how that puss was not a hindrance as it related to that trans man. Like I didn't give
Correct.
a fuck.
The
Like
power of trans
I
people.
was just concerned. Now, I ain't gonna hold you. I was just concerned if everything else, the fallopian tubes, was working. Cause baby, I don't have a pull-out game. I've been fucking men all my life.
that
So
part.
it's like I'm just concerned. Okay, is it clear, baby? Cause I'm gonna shoot the club up. Like I'm just
Mm-hmm.
telling you now. Is it good? Can we? You know what I'm saying? That just be my
Mm-hmm.
when I do have those experiences. Trans man or cisgender female. That's just be my concern. I swear for God, that just be the only concern.
Mm-hmm. And so when you said that about the androphilia, I'm like, I'm totally attracted to trans men. Um, and I don't have a problem with them being trans. I don't have a problem with them having whatever genitalia that they have is irrelevant to me, whether they've had surgery or not had the surgery, etc. So I guess I'm attracted to masculinity too, which can allow it to transcend um genitalia. But once again, that still haven't largely bled over to women, even though I'm attracted to femininity too. Like I'm attracted to effeminate men, sexually, etc. I've been tops in relationships. I've been versatile in relationships. So there's all of that interesting variation. That's why I ended up experimenting with my sexuality like a year or two ago, and was like, well, if I can get with all of this, then there must be some space for biological women in this. Yeah, I probably can do this. I just gotta really sort and sift through this thing because I'm sure they up in this rainbow of attraction for me somewhere, and then I was able to find that. Intersect. What is so? Do things become complicated as an intersex trans woman when it comes to the whole dating thing? Because do you also then like, are there two conversations that have to be had? Like, I have like, it's the coming out part, and then is it the sexual positioning part? Because we know that we have like trans women who are tops. So if you are courting a man, you find yourself interested in a man, and then you have to come out to him as an intersex woman, as an intersex female, as a trans woman, and you also happen to be like versatile. Or you happen to be a top. Like, does that? And I don't know if you are a top or a bottom, etc. And you can disclose, at your own leisure and around like whatever makes you comfortable. But like, is that does that also muddy the water, or not so much for you because you more so lean toward the submissive when it comes to the bedroom?
So it will be an issue.
Oh, you sound so far away, boo.
Can you hear me? Can you
Okay,
hear
yes,
me?
I can hear you now. Yes, you're loud in color.
Okay, I said it becomes difficult if it's
Mm-hmm.
a trans attractive man because he's expecting me to still have those parts, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
then it will become difficult. It can become difficult if a guy never even had these type of conversations before.
Yeah. Wow. Because I'm thinking about it now, intersect, that it's so many, it can get, there's so
This
many
is getting
layers to
so
peel back
good.
when it comes to
Can I put
talking
something out
to these
there?
guys. Mm-hmm.
Um, I want to hear people's response, but I'll let you know now. I don't care about your response. I'm gonna live my life how I live it.
That part.
But when I do have this conversation, is it
Mm-hmm.
selfish for me to tell them you have this one opportunity to ask me any questions you want to ask, and this is the only time we're gonna have this conversation?
So you're asking, is it like, what is our opinion of you telling a guy that he pretty much has this one opportunity to get it all out, ask everything you want to ask, and then it's done, it's over with?
Yes, is
I
that
want to hit us again.
Can I buy a context clue? Is this pertaining to sexuality and acts, or the total being of the relationship? Because that's, you can't expect that. But is it nuanced? Is it pertaining to sexual acts in this form of question? I'm just asking you as it pertains to you asking the question.
okay? It's for me to explain. Uh, me being intersex, like the questions of containing all of that, like any questions you have containing of me being a woman of intersex
Gotcha.
experience. Yeah. So, yeah, that's, I don't know.
I mean, the only thing is, I'ma just say, because even with intersex, I don't think I can expect a cisgender person to do that. I can't expect a cisgender on any side to, like, if you have any questions about my sexual history, nah, because it's gonna change. Stuff like that, experiences, emotions, and reactions will vary. That's why you should be with people in seasons, to get the reaction. Because here's the thing. Oh, and I mean, I'm a very liberal sexual bitch, so I, from, and this is just my reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's wrong. I just don't think it's realistic,
Yeah, I would agree.
because I don't think it's realistic. Because regardless if you're intersex, you're asking for something that cisgender people have not figured out for thousands of years, darling. Thousands
They
of years.
their
They
whole life
haven't.
they've never had to. Yeah.
They haven't. Yeah, they really haven't even got that. So I don't really see how it's kind of like that thing I say, like, okay, we want men to be honest about their sexual attractions with men, but they're not being honest, completely honest in their nature of how their sexual fluidity is with women. So you kind of can't have that without having, I believe, that same thing with biological women and females and trans women alike. If you kind of do this thing where you can't be honest how your sexuality is, even if it is heteronormative, I don't see how we gonna get people to be completely honest and transparent past what is considered the norm. So that's the reason why I would say I don't think it has nothing to do with you being intersex. Why it's unrealistic for you asking that question. I just think you're asking that question for, but here's the thing, because sexuality gonna change, baby. Sometimes, regardless of how it is, somebody dick might not work the same no more. Somebody diet might change and they can't bottom as much no more. Less we talking about. I'm just saying there are things that are going to vary. You're not going to have this thing if an attraction flows in a way. I think you would probably have to ask a very nuanced and have that person be like, hey, because here's the thing, gay men do it even with just kink, right? So I think people who have meaningful relationships, it sounds kind of crazy, but just like hookup cultures, like we can know what the do's and don'ts. Oh, I don't do this, blah 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 blah. I think that should definitely be a very transparent conversation, especially if you're gonna try to do this monogamy shit where you expect one person to help you bust all the nuts for the rest of your life. Yeah, I think you might want to be able to have that fluidity and straight up, this is what it is that I don't. And if that's a no go for you, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm not enough dick, cool. Not enough ass, cool. I don't like to do this, but y'all like to do this, okay, cool. But then sometimes let's compromise. Because again, on how you might feel and what you might like to do among those acts and that feeling or at that time will determine that. So I don't think asking any sex person that to come up with that in one answer is reasonable. That's just my answer. I'm gonna shut the fuck up and smoke my cigarette and go to work.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to us, it we I don't think we have the luxury of having like a one and done Q&A session, because I think there's obviously going to be a lot of nuance, especially when it comes to situations that have more of a romantic edge, because our partners who may be coming from a discrete life, or maybe, like they're coming from another world, they have to also, in terms of like us merging our families and dealing with family and just integrating as a couple and showing up as a couple openly, showing up as a couple in front of our peers, in front of our loved ones. There's so much to unpack. I more so just practice just like, let's just keep the lines of communication just open. Like, let's just communicate about everything, because life just gets weird and society puts you in weird situations. And like IG said, also, like, people change, people grow, people become more comfortable as they explore themselves. This could be the first time a person is giving themselves the green light to explore themselves by being with you as a person, and more things. They may discover some very interesting things as they move into that experience. So the conversation may need to have more than once, because this stuff has really been jam-packed into people's head. These like sexual biases, these erroneous sexual narratives, these erroneous sexual assumptions we've made about ourselves and made about other people, as it relates to orientation, as it relates to how gender can be expressed in the body, as the body. It's kind of like a really, really, really deep thing. I mean, even queer people can't even have a one-off with themselves about this. We are peeling back layers as it relates to ourselves. So I just believe in meeting people where they at and just keeping like whatever we need to talk about, whenever we need to talk about it, let's talk about it. How often we need to talk about it, let's talk about it. Because people are wrestling up against years and decades and generations worth of ignorance and prejudice and shame, judgment, misinformation about this whole world of gender and orientation. How about you, Shauna? What do you think? Shauna may have stepped away.
Oh no, I'm here.
Okay.
I just love being on here with Intersect. That's all I want to say. I just love that. I mean, it's been a while since we were on the
And we
panel
love it when she
together.
pulls up.
Yes, I said, and I caught her fresh off the grease. You heard, but the bitch was still sizzling. Y'all like 5 minutes in. I said, "Ooh, she fresh tonight, girl. Yeah, I got her fresh."
Intersect is a whole fan favorite over here, child. They live for the Intersect door.
Oh, thank you.
Shauna, well, first of all, are we answering to what you are trying to ask? I don't even know if we're answering.
I don't think
what
that
I
don't have a problem having conversations about like, the sexual part. I just like questions about how you
Uh-oh, your audio went out again, Intersect.
Yeah, my question would be, what part?
It'd be great.
Okay, she back. We can hear her.
Okay.
You could go ahead.
Oh no, my question is, what part you were answering it? What part of the
Yes.
conversation did you want to limit?
Okay, so the one conversation is uh, how you was born intersex, what type of intersex person you are. I see it's different types. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
how was your childhood? What was you born with? Do
Mm-hmm.
you still have it? Da-da-da-da-da. Those type of questions. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not talking about like the sexual experience. We can have those conversations anytime. But I'm just saying that like that part of it, it's just like, okay, I want to be one and done. This is the opportunity. You can ask me
Have
anytime.
you asked yourself like what
Right.
where that comes from? Like, are you
Hmm.
frustrated? Like, if they can't get like does it annoy you? Like, what
I
shows up in you?
So while y'all was talking about it, I feel like I just don't want to talk about my childhood. Like it's a one and done
Yeah.
situation for me. Like I don't want to talk about my childhood. I don't. And I
Mm-hmm.
definitely don't want to talk about my childhood with somebody that's going to say, I don't want to talk to you anymore because then
Right.
I just went through all that trouble
For nothing. Yeah.
explaining my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And now you know all my personal business.
Mm-hmm.
But
And I
I
had
think
to
that
go into a whole bunch of shit that I ain't even that I just
right.
don't even didn't know that's a soft spot for me for.
But I
Right.
think that comes with establishing intimacy. I definitely wouldn't uh, e- e- expect to ask those type of questions on the first date, but as things progress and you're becoming a more having an intimate relationship, I and still there's some things that can remain private. I don't think you have to expose yourself 100% to anybody, whether
Hmm.
it's your partner, your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. I think you should talk about what's comfortable for you, but I think for me, asking questions and this I'm just talking about with friends, asking questions about their life and how they grew up. Establishes a certain type of intimacy for me. So there's some people
Mm-hmm.
like I asked my mom and I are obviously we're two different people, but I said, "Don't you ask people questions?" She's like, "No. If they want to tell me, then they'll let me know. If they want me to know something, they'll expose it." And I'm the type of person I'm so interested in people that and their experiences because I learn from other people's experience. I don't. You can't have every experience in the world, and the more you get to know people in general, I find people interesting, and the only way I could do that is by asking questions. But I understand of not want to revisit pain, especially very painful, triggering parts of your childhood. But I also think there's a part of um healing, which is so corny. Healing gets on my nerves, the word, but of progressing and evolving is not being triggered by some of the things that occurred to you, that happened to you in childhood. But that's a lifelong process. It's not something you're just like, how I grew up and how I was treated, and now everything's cool. But no, I mean, at 50 years old, I'm still resolving things, how I felt, how I was treated, and things you can't change in your childhood. You just have to quote unquote make peace with it and not allow it to affect you to the point where you're reacting. My goal in life right now is stop being so reactionary. And the only way I could do that is making peace with the childhood baby Shauna, who felt this and this when she was younger, but there's circumstances around that beyond her control. So it's up to adult Shauna. It's called reparenting. I'm all into the, psychobabble, if you will, reparenting yourself to saying, you know what, I did learn this in therapy. Let me be the adult that baby Shauna needed and comfort her. So when she feels like she's going to explode, I need to adult Shauna to say, it's cool and it's okay. And there was a reason why this occurred and had nothing to do with you, but you're okay. Period.
I want to add to that now that I also better understand the question is I think that if it comes to like a nigga you just fucking off on, it's like no, like all that information and intel is not fucking necessary. All I need to know, all I'm gonna allow you to do is to tell me like what it is you're looking for, what it is you like, so I can tell you whether I can accommodate or not in order for us to do whatever it is we come in for the night to do. As it relates to partnership, I still don't think I don't think there's anything wrong with having a one and done conversation. I would just ask my partner, like, bring your notepad for this conversation, because that's what you're going to be referring to. After I allow you to, get all up in this and get all up into my origin story. And so, you can just have your notes to reference in case you forget, so that I don't just have to keep, going into certain things, etc., honey, because, like Shauna said, a part of establishing intimacy is about vulnerability, transparency, but it also doesn't mean that we have to continue to like open up things that bruise us and things that are hard for us to really sit in, just for the sake of conversation or the sake of understanding. Somebody who really loves you and really is interested and who's really asking for the sake of understanding would need you to only say it once. They wouldn't even forget information this significant. So yeah, I would just say bring your notepad, boo. Bring your notepad. I'm gonna let you get up in it, and then that's it, honey. It'll be you and your notepad from here on out. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong like with the one and done. I totally understand, like having major trauma around a situation, and a partner, being respectful of that. And I think that that's a nice middle. Like, the fact that you're even willing to do it one time, I think, is more than enough. And it's more than meeting in the middle. After that, the partner should be able to be well informed and do as they will from there once you afford them that. Welcome to the platform, China.
Hey boo, I'm
Hi.
listening. I'm listening. You know I love these conversations.
Yes, had to come up and get up into the mix.
Of course.
Yes,
Hello,
okay.
Intersect. It's about you tonight. Seems like.
Yes. I wanted her here because I'm glad we're all here, actually, because we all represent various aspects of the rainbow. Shauna, are you on the spectrum, or are you rainbow spicy?
No, not really, but I'm also not.
Okay.
I've always known that if I've been attracted to women, not sexually, but it wouldn't be shocking if I was.
Okay. In other
That's
words,
where I
Shauna
am.
is a closeted lesbian, y'all.
No, like no, but it's funny what you're going back to the conversation you were saying earlier about trans men. I could totally see the attraction of a man with a vagina. I think there's a corn star. His name is Buck Angel,
Yeah,
and there was do you know who he is? Buck Angel.
I do, and
Yes.
I have a thing for older men in general. So
Yes,
yeah,
yeah.
he's up
Buck
there. Yeah.
Angel is really attractive to me. Maybe not so much now. He has a podcast. I subscribe to it, and maybe we can get into that.
I listen to him sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, his podcast. He really bothered me about his views, and he's not even though he forged a lot of pathways for trans men. His viewpoint really bothered me, and he was really hell bent on showing trans men and women who have been harmed by their transition, and how he thinks it's a mental illness. And I was like, what? I was just like, oh, it made me physically ill to watch his channel. But anyway, back to Buck Angel. He has somebody made a statue of him and as a trans man, and then I don't know who the person was, but it was a trans woman, and it was like this gold bust of both of them, and it was so erotic to me. I'm like, I'm not sure, like, I like to just look at things, period. But it was so sexy, this buff man, and these are statues with a pussy, and then I wasn't even so much attracted to the trans woman, and then she had a penis, of course. But it was I go wherever the wind takes me,
Wherever
and
the
right now
attraction takes you.
yeah, and it really hasn't taken me anywhere, but I'm definitely open to it.
Okay,
So
so
that's
you
where
seem
I
like
am.
you on the subtle curious
Yeah,
side.
yeah. I had an opportunity to make out with woman, and I was just like, nah. And it wasn't even just. It was like some weirdo. It was back in my 20s, but I went to like an after work party, and then one of my coworkers ended up butt ass naked on all fours, and her boyfriend was like, "Stick your finger," and I was like, no, like that would have been the opportunity, I think, to do that. That's why I think there might be a soft line. But
Oh,
I
that
was
was
just
a
like,
raunchy first time.
girl,
Yeah, that take a special kind of person. That person would have already had to been ready. She would
right?
have had, you know what I'm saying? You would have already had to know.
Yeah,
Yeah. You would have
straight
already had
up.
to know, you know what I'm saying? Because yeah, and that's what I say because I'm sorry because you speaking on the point of when I be talking about attraction and curiosity are two different things, right? You
They
can wrap
are.
your mind.
Oh, your audio went out,
Oh
IG.
no, come back.
Your audio went out, IG. If you can hear us, we can't hear you.
I can hear y'all. Can you hear me now?
Okay, we can
Yeah,
hear you now.
I was saying that, yeah, you can think about certain things because, yeah, that's why I tell people all the time when it comes to females and women, I already have the emotional, spiritual, natural connection. So I was
yeah,
just like, well, hold on, baby, these kibbles and bits ain't bitten or moving or nothing down here. Ain't nothing going on in the body. Like, I could find her very physically beautiful. I can enjoy her smell. If that's not what it
right,
do, it's not what it do. So
right.
there's a difference. Now that's different now, and it's not like with every female. No, I'm not like
The
there
audio went out
there's a
again.
spectrum. Yeah, there's a spectrum. Even I believe even within people. So what you
Yeah,
sounds like to me, you were not you were curious but you were attraction. So yeah, baby, you would have had to been like Ronnie from Players Club when that white man said he want to see you go down for 600. You would have had to approach that bitch like 600, no problem.
right. I
No
think
problem.
maybe I could think of right now one woman that I was attracted to that it could have been sexual, and she was more masculine presenting. So I could see where this girl was just like a raunchy after work party. So that right there sets the whole scenario up to be not real in general. But yeah, that was crazy. But anyway,
I don't.
he's like, and her boyfriend's like, stick your fingers. I'm like, nah. I don't
I,
want to.
I don't know if this. I don't know if this like can like be interjected into like one into the conversation as far as the stories here, but in the little lesbian circles that I run into, a lot of the interesting conversations as of late is just the conversations about stud on stud. And I know it's not like the same as far as like what we're talking about, but as far as like, um, just the question of why don't we come after each other? Like, why isn't that like a more open thing?
Why don't we fall in love?
Yeah, like why isn't it
But
just an
like
open
that's actually
conversation?
becoming a trend in the same gender loving male community, China, where a lot of the tops are making it do what they do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I know I done had.
So now
Let me
that's
shut
becoming a
up.
thing, even in the same gender loving a woman's community. Is like the tops are like,
Yeah. And see, it's kind of weird because I've never been approached, and I've never been approached by another masculine woman in the way that I've ever, had the same interaction with feminine women. And same thing, I've never done it openly or anything like that. But I did have an interaction in high school with my stud best friend that I kind of held secret for a long time until I was just like, I told my partner, like, a week ago, like, technically, I guess this would count as my only stud experience, but like literally, we was fucking on each other. I mean, in the locker rooms. I mean, and we both
Oh,
had
wow.
2 whole girlfriends. I mean, 2 whole full feminine girlfriends, and we never talked about it. We never wanted to be in a relationship with each other. But like shit, when we would argue, it was just weird. It was just a weird sexual dynamic, and it just died off. Like we just stopped, but we never.
Yeah.
Still to this day, like, follow each other on Instagram, but we never have had a legit conversation. Like, what the fuck was that about? And that was it.
Wow. Okay, so I was gonna ask you, like, if your current boo went through like a masculine phase, would that like be a struggle for you? Or if she even wanted to just even have moments where she could just operate in like her full-on masculinity, if that's just what she was feeling at the moment. Like she want to come out, like she want to be duded down, like she want to be like, she want to lean all the way into that energy aesthetically, etc. Like, would that be a turn off for you? Would that be like too much for you? Or
dude, I'm so in love with this girl. It definitely would be a turn on. And I don't know if it's a mixture of the love and then, you know, all that mixed in, but I mean, because it's not something that is not an attractive thing for me.
Yeah.
I think like when like we be like, you know, what kind of studs do I find attractive? And it's kind of like similar to my own aesthetic, like I would say like the tempers of the world, you know. You know, you know, you gotta have a nice little, but I don't mind, you know, thickness, and I don't mind. It still ends up being a feminine, still aesthetic. I think just a pretty boy, masculine energy thing that I would be attracted to. But
okay,
but like the same, like when it's come to like my interactions with transgender women, whether they're passing or not, the energy just being so strong in that. But it's never translated into anything. But I've enjoyed that feeling in that interaction, and like wondering and having that curiosity of what could have been or what could be. But nothing ever transpires.
It seems like everybody on the panel need to continue to take a walk on the wild side. Need to continue to tiptoe, honey.
The question is, do you want to come with me? The question is, do you want to come with me? I mean, I'm already going. I mean, do you want to watch? Do you want to come with me? Because I'm taking some shit you just can't watch. I'm just gonna be honest with you. But it's
baby,
like
I be tiptoeing. I'm a tiptoer, baby. I'm a voyager. I'm an explorer, honey. You know, I'm already out there in the odyssey of the things, honey.
Yeah. Y'all be like, oh, IG, oh no, such degeneracy. Let me stop.
Oh, baby, it definitely gets buckety wild. Okay, let me welcome One Love to the channel, honey. One Love all over in damn Brazil, shaking her ass in front of the goddamn deli child. This is my favorite panel, gaslighter and troublemaker, because she gonna come and put everybody else in a chokehold. Hey, Sasha, One Love. I think you're on mute, boo. If you can hear me, you probably gotta unmute yourself. And I think StreamYard is like kicking people out too, so I might have to keep putting y'all back up here. Oh, One Love, can you hear me, boo? Let me see if I could unmute One Love. Okay, yeah, she getting disconnected. Something going on. StreamYard acting a damn fool.
You know, I want to say something.
Now it done put you in the, hold on, boo. It done put you in the background, love. I'm gonna drop the link again, One Love, so you can come back in, because StreamYard acting a donkey. Okay, go ahead, IG.
To try to love, you know, that's so interesting hearing you say, like, you know, like describing your energy with the other stud, because I find it interesting that, because even when I meet guys within my masculine energy, it's that same type of thing. Could be married, could have a girlfriend or a husband, but it's this thing when it's that.
Hey.
I do your audio. Hey, out again. Hey, One Love. Hey, boo.
Hey, y'all. What's the topic? What's good?
Well, we about to transition into this Candace Owens piece. IG, I had dropped the link again, while StreamYard acting really acting a fool, Candace Owens apparently is just something has really happened to Candace Owens. I mean, I know she's always been a weirdo, but it seems like lately she has had a particular thorn in her ass and a particular niched obsession with the trans community. I noticed this when I had reviewed her conversation with Don Lemon a few weeks ago, and she was the one who had inserted trans folk. She was the one who went into all of that. Nobody had asked her. Nobody had posed the question. She just made it a point of conversation. You know, it reminds me of them old school pastors who, when their sermons get dry and they run all out of junkie stunts, they have to rely on the classic, iconic, transphobic or homophobic sermon in order to get a round of applause. I find it pretty embarrassing and cringy. But I want you all to listen to the sound bites courtesy of Jasmine Brand, and let's talk about it, because I think more so than what Candace had to say, I found the comment section to be really what I really wanted to get into. So courtesy of fair use, Jasmine Brand, let's hear from the RNC reject herself.
If a trans person said, I accept this is actually a mental disorder. I don't want to say to people, because by the way, people have other mental disorders. Bipolar. I've got people have this.
That's why we
schizophrenia.
Is there another word? Is there another word? Besides mental disorder.
But because it is okay, because this is, I don't think this is triggering. I don't know why suddenly people are so triggered by this. It's your mental and something is out of order.
But it's because it's not real, Kat. But some people don't like to eat food because they want to be.
Just give me 1 second. Let me just get through this. Okay. It is, right? So there could be people, that's right, who have body dysmorphia. That is a mental disorder. You have people who are anorexic. I used to have anorexia. I had a mental disorder, okay? I was tiny, okay, and I was doing it as a control mechanism. I was very happy. In fact, the only way to actually get better was to accept that this is a mental disorder, okay? I don't have an issue with that term. I don't think it's a problem, because at varying points in people's lives, your mental can get out of order. The issue when you don't acknowledge that it is a mental disorder and you instead just insist that like this is a normal thing and people are born this way, means it becomes impossible to attack that person. Ideologically speaking, if you start making laws and saying this is real, then that guy who says I'm 63 years old and I believe that I am 12 on the inside, I never grew up, this is who I am, Peter Pan, send me to Neverland, and he molests another girl and he goes into court and he says, no, I'm 13. Objective reality is what Neverland, I feel, right? It's how I feel on the inside. And I actually, Your Honor, feel that I'm actually 16.
That's against the law. Now, here's the question. Here's the question.
But this is why we have to be a guard. And I'm speaking now on behalf of conservatives. We have to be a guard and we have to say objective reality exists, okay? Objectively speaking, bipolar, it's a disorder. Anorexia, it's a mental disorder. Transgenderism, dysmorphia is mental disorder. These are mental disorders, right? And
anorexia is a mental disorder. Being trans is not a mental disorder. So we have to stick to the facts. It is not anorexia. So if someone believes
they're fat and actually they're skinny, you say you have a mental disorder.
I got a good question.
But you're saying that you are a male, you believe you're a woman, and that's not a mental disorder.
I'm just being specific. Trans and anorexia, mental disorder and not mental disorder. The APA, you only have to ask the APA. These are trained psychiatrists. And I understand that conservatives all want to say that's to fill an objective, but at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Well, they just updated that manual in the last couple of years. Like
yes, exactly,
because it was literally a mental disorder.
But it was misinformation, and conservatives in the past.
And someday they'll update that same manual and they will say that minor attracted people, which is a term that they're tossing around now because they're saying it's offensive to call them pedophiles, and we should instead call them minor attracted people. Someday they're going to push to update the manual then, which is why it'd be better if a trans person.
Okay. So that was a mouthful there. One Love, I see StreamYard has disconnected you again. Wow. Welcome to the platform, Retro. I'm going to drop the link again. One Love. StreamYard got it going on. Hey, Retro. So you guys just heard what Candace Owens had to say, and she was talking to Ray J, and also talking to a trans woman as well. Anybody want to jump in here because I definitely know what the hell it is that I want to say.
I do. I want to say
Go
something.
ahead, Shauna.
Okay, so my first, I put the question in the comment. Has Candace always been hyper religious? Because I feel like, I mean, I don't follow her or know what she talks about, but has she always been this hyper religious?
She's never been just one thing. The bitch is an actress. She's never
Okay.
been one thing
Hey,
for more
I'm
than a
back.
season.
Okay, so she's clinging to whatever, and I think I think her being fired from The Wire has got her clinging on to whatever will get her out in the media, because I've never seen her so much. I mean, we saw her, little excerpts here and there, but it seems like she's being more extreme. So since she doesn't have that platform in order to platform herself. But going back to what she was saying about trans being a mental disorder, at some point in my life, I because I listened to whatever I was exposed to without doing actual research or being exposed to anything else, I thought it was a mental disorder. I was on board. I was like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. But then it's all about exposure and having an open mind to accept different realities. But once I realized that in biology, and I will go to science every day to prove a point, that transness or a version of it exists in nature, that it only makes sense. It's the only logical explanation of why it exists in human being, because it exists everywhere else. That's how I was quote unquote convinced that it's not a mental disorder. It's just reality, period.
Can I ask a quick question? Hey, everybody. I just want to ask a quick question and then drop back down.
Go ahead, boo.
So, is it not a fact that when you're going through your transitional phase, right, do you not have to have a psychiatric evaluation done before you can be prescribed hormones and things?
I'll let the trans woman on the panel answer that.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Hey.
Hey, love.
Hey, Conjures. Hey, everybody in the panel.
Hey.
Hope you guys doing really awesome. I just came back from vacation. I'm living the best life. So there's a lot of things that's with that clip. First of all, everybody knows once you speak about trans on a level, you're gonna get tons of views because right now it's a clickbait thing, and everybody wants to talk about trans women. Nobody else in the community but trans women, right? According to them, biologically men. That's the word that they use. These are what these transphobes use all the time. So you have these three people in that room. The reason why the three people are in that room because Ray J is about to launch the first trans reality kind of show with like a baddies club. Yes, baddies club.
Yeah.
And
With Sydney Starr.
Right. I remember. And Ray J right now is voting for Trump, right? Right. Right.
Wow.
Right. I always have the backstory. Candace Owens does not like trans. She does not like gay LGBT, period. Right? She just had Amber Rose on her show, and Amber Rose who linked those two to Candace Owens. And that's why you have this show right now. Candace Owens knows how to rev up the Black community because the Black community is transphobic, and she knows the talking points that's gonna trigger these Black folks who is anti-trans, anti-LGBT. She knows that's the best way to rev them up, right?
Yeah.
But every other topic, they all hate her. But this one particular topic, the Black community is on board. What Candace Owens does to her viewers, she mixed the truth with a little lies and make it sound very professional.
Yeah.
Because she's very intellectual
and articulate.
Right. She mixed up the truth. And if a local person who does not really understand what trans is about, they would take her word as the Bible and be like, okay, that's what it is. And these people are pedo or whatever you want to call it, right? So you have to understand, some humans are not going to do research. Some humans do not know trans people because the trans community is so small. It's rare you run into a trans woman if you're not living in New York City, if you're not living in LA, if you're not living in a big city, you're not gonna run into a trans woman because the hype is around trans woman. It's not around trans man. It's not around non-binary people. It's around trans man. The boogeyman right now is trans women. So let me first by saying, yes, what she's saying, it was a mental disorder because one, they did not know how to address or how to handle what is a trans person in the early 90s, right? The medical trans people been around for a very long time, but medically transition is a new thing. It started like 1920s when the first sex change happened, right? So medically transition is a brand new concept, meaning like it's almost 100 years now that they're physically seeing a medical transition person. And if your viewers watching, medically transition is totally different from someone who's saying that they're trans, right? Those are two different things. Like T.S. Madison always say transsexual, meaning someone who physically went to the doctor, they get evaluated, and basically you sit down with a therapist and you say, you know what, I have gender dysphoria, meaning you're triggered by your genitals, or you're triggered by when you get up in the morning. It's like, it's always in the back of your mind, like, oh my God, something is going on. Why am I not connecting as how I'm supposed to be? Meaning, if you are assigned birth as female or male, why am I not feeling like I'm supposed to be in the world as a man or a woman? Because in the trans community, man and female, or man and female is two different things. Gender and sex is two different things. So a lot of people mix up the two, and it's like when you see people having conversation around gender, they mixed up sex and gender. Sex is two different things and gender is two different things. But some people are going to put it together because that's how they want to live their life, and that's fine. You can do whatever you want. But as a woman who's in society, who every single day live as a woman, I'm not going to explain my womanhood to people who are transphobes, because transphobe is always going to be transphobic, whether you like it or not. Until they come to a realization that trans people are not the boogeyman, then it's going to happen. But until then, no one knows what woman is, because in the World Olympic, y'all don't even know what woman is. Y'all is telling biological females that they're not women, but then you said, oh, if you have a period, you're a woman. This woman in the Olympic has a period, and they still say she's a man. So again, if you're going to be transphobe, you're going to be transphobe. Candace is always going to be a transphobe, and it's never going to go away.
I have a question for all of y'all, but I want to get everybody else to sign off about their initial points first, because you just reminded me of something, One Love. So thank you for that. And I have a question for all of y'all after y'all sound off to the Candace Owens. Is there anybody else who has any initial thoughts right now about...
Well, she definitely answered my question, because my point was that I understand that it once was like a mental disorder.
It
But
was.
if and as you stated, you basically answered and spoke to what I was.
I just want to clear that part up too, because she's also very disingenuous. Even Don Lemon had to check her about this, like, and remind her that, girl, that was changed. And to be clear, the change in the DSM-5 had to do with only classifying it as a disorder for those people who were suffering from
gender
dysphoria. But all trans folk don't suffer from gender dysphoria. They only classified it as a disorder for those who are experiencing distress and agony as it relates to their secondary sex characteristics and etc. So, you know, she didn't want to deal with the whole context of that. You know, she wanted to remove that because she knows that most people are not even educated on the DSM-5, and they're not educated on, you know, everything that One Sex just explained about how they're even evaluating trans folk and medical transitions and all of that. And she does that intentionally because she wants to, once again, she wants to capitalize off of that brewing homophobia and transphobia and queerphobia that's in the underbelly of the Black community, in order for her to have to be resurrected as a cultural leader, the way that the Black community has resurrected an entire pedophile known as Lil Boosie as a cultural hero, simply because he's willing to be viciously and maliciously transphobic and homophobic and stand on that square until he dies, because that's really the only thing he gets a round of applause over. But go ahead, Rumazenti.
Yeah, no, that was my point. It is impossible to slap a label, a medical term that she is not licensed for, when there are licensed physicians that are clearing, because I'm pretty sure they would not clear a person to move forward in their transition if they were medically imbalanced. I'm mentally imbalanced. So that just shoots like, and a lot of times you do hear people, they swear that it is a mental issue. And I'm like, it can't be, because the doctor gives clearance
Right.
for that person to proceed. So that whole argument is definitely ignorant, but beyond just ignorant, it's a blatant lie. Like, so no matter how you try to dress it up, it's still a lie. No matter how many like big words she used, how elegant she speaks in her delivery, it's still a lie. So that's just what I wanted to come up, because a lot of people don't know that you have to have, literally, even though you can do it the illegal way, but staying within a legal realm, a lot of people that transition, they have to get a medical evaluation. And that's just the bottom line.
But
Can
you
I
have to
add something?
understand. Hold on, before we move on. When you go get evaluated, and you actually, the medicine, that the reason why they say it's a gender dysphoria, because remember, you're messing with your hormones. Your hormone, you can be imbalanced. So if your hormones are off, that can trigger mental illness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why when you see trans people who medically transitioned, right, they have to go to the doctor, and they have to get checked every 3 months. They're check their kidneys, their livers, and all these other stuff that comes with it. But the basic person is not going to understand that, yes, there's two things can be true. You can be taking hormones and it triggers your mental disorder and you go crazy, right? That's why it's called hormone imbalancement. So she is telling some truth, but mixing up the lies and entangling it with transphobia. So it's incorrect and it's correct at the same time. But at the same time, the way she's doing it is just rooted from transphobia. That's what I wanted to make everyone knows.
And she's
Because the
claiming,
reality is that is not exclusive to just trans individuals. It's not.
Exactly.
yeah,
Right.
and she's like using buzzwords, like she's making sure that you conflate pedophilia or someone who is, I'm sorry, edophilia, I'm sorry, and who is who would try to use that to say they identify through age and gender. So she made sure that she drove that point home, so that way you can have a false equivalency at the same time. So I noticed that she did that, so that way her listeners, because I'm in politics, so I'm not surprised how she is doing this. She's obviously pandering to the most conservative hard right of the party, because she's out in a certain way. So right now she might be trying to get with, like, the trans sister said, like the good Black America is going to be with the trans homophobic and the good old
They also,
Christian
IG,
beliefs.
are intentional about the type of trans folk that they choose to sit across from. Like, I noticed that they will put trans women and men who don't necessarily know how to defend their transness and who don't know how to articulate their transness. Like, they won't put a One Love up there. They won't put a Hope Giselle up there. They won't put a Madison up there. They won't put, like, a Janice Mock up there. Like, they won't put the trans women who they know could contend on an intellectual level, who can talk about history, who can talk about the facts around trans diversity and transgenderism, they put like trans people who are just living their lives, who haven't, they're not necessarily advocates. They're just ordinary trans folk living their life. But if you put them in a conversation with the Umar Johnson and put them in a conversation with a Candace Owens, they could probably get chewed up because these are not the trans people who have educated themselves in this way about transness. And it's really annoying because it's just like, y'all really will not give trans folk an opportunity to intellectually spar with y'all and to make a fool of y'all. And it's because that is what would happen, but it's also misleading because it creates this general conception that trans people are just as clueless and are just as uneducated and just as boneheaded and confused as everybody already believes that they are.
Right. And I always want to encourage a lot of trans people to understand, like, when you are going to speak about any civil rights movements or whatever, and you don't understand, get out the way. In like, if Candace Owens calls me and she's like, I want to speak about transness, I'm gonna locate her to someone who's a scholar. I'm gonna move out of the way so someone who is more a scholar in every debate. You have to understand, Candace is a debate professional. She went up against Marc, Lamont, and she asked this Negro, can a woman give birth? Can a man give birth? And he gagged, right? And that's a clip that always surfaces every Pride Month. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, trans people, I understand you want to be famous. Like, the trans woman that was sitting on the panel, she was the one that was linked to Lamar Odom when he disbarred her, right? So it's like everybody wants to be famous, right? Not everybody, sorry, I shouldn't say everybody. Most trans women, because it's so hype and we're not making money from being trans, but other people are making money from being trans, it's like one call we get, we want to just rush to the camera. You're not going to make money. You have to literally sit down. T.S. Madison went over it before. If you're not making money when you're in your sleep being trans, it doesn't make sense. Trans women are not making a lot of money being trans, right? Other people are making money on what's the word trans, right? Candace Owens makes millions of dollars of talking about trans people, right? Trans, there's only one person that I could think, and it's Blair White, and she's the only one that's actually talking about trans and making money. Hope Giselle, and it's a few in between. So what I'm saying to you, like, if you're a trans person and you have to understand, there's different types of trans people. There's conservative trans people, and then there's people that's on the left. So you have to be careful which one you run into.
Precisely, girl.
Right.
Precisely,
not
girl.
everybody's on the same
It's not a monolith.
Right, because there's some trans people that says, I'm not a woman, I'm trans woman, which is T.S. Madison says, I'm not a woman, I'm trans woman. Then there's some trans woman that says, I'm a woman and trans women are women. And then there's some trans people who don't even want to transition, who it's like it's all over the place. And that's where a lot of people who's like, why can't you guys just uniform your community? We can't, because we're not monolith. We cannot, because we don't see each other the way we see each other. Like, just like how you're talking about sexuality, and there's some lesbian that's into trans, and then there's some lesbians who are not. Sexuality is fluid. It's always a black and a white and everything in between. Gender is the same thing. It's a man, woman, and everybody in between. Trans is trans man, trans woman, and everybody in between. It's always a gray area, and I need people to understand it's always going to be a gray area when it comes to biology, when it comes to sex, preference, everything that you can think of. There's always going to be a gray area. And I just wish that trans people who don't have education, I'm not saying that's not educated, but who don't have knowledge, just get out the way. Call up someone who is a scholar and say, hey, Candace Owens just called me. Do you guys want to go on our panel? And just like, that would be a great debate. If Hope Giselle was in front of her, she would be like, okay, let's go toe to toe.
Me and Retro watch stuff, and we say that all the time. I be like, girl, they make sure they get, and I mean, no shade, but especially with the Black American trans, I mean, they get the ditziest bitch up there, and I be sitting up there like, girl, like, I know some black trans women in the hood that would have represented more articulately,
Yeah.
more intellectually, who are actually living this life. And even though that's where they are from and their surroundings, that's not all of who they are. Who would have given you the data and given you a real, more like base anecdotal experience? I love how people want to hear and accept the adult anecdotal experience of the exception, but never the rule. So
Mm-hmm.
baby Blair
Right.
White is the exception. Her name, I mean, and she's Blair White because guess what? She doesn't say she's Republican, but honey, you more centered to the right. Your views are more centered to the right. So if Blair White is going to make so much more money than other trans women, not just because of her race, no, it's also her affiliation with the Republican Party. It's also her platform being able to be used for the conservative agenda. And that's a thing where, just like you hear me talk about on the left, yes, on the right, Babu, they have their um, doppelgangers of people of color and minorities and sexuality and all of that that will sit there and cause obvious harm to the overall collective of this community. The only difference is you're expecting it from the people on the right. You're taught not to think that from the people on the left in our land.
And Blair, she gets on my nerves sometimes too, but overall she alright. I
They
want.
both they both they both did a panel together, Blair White and Candace Owens back in the days.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
check
and
that
she
out.
basically said, Blair White, you're a man, you will never be a woman. And that's why they don't really do shit together, but
Hmm.
they still wanna preach the same sentiment of
Yeah.
transphobia.
Uh huh.
So that's
Hmm.
why you never see them back in the room again, because Blair White actually said, like, no, Candace Owen actually said to Blair White, like, you're a man, you will never be a woman, da 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 da. And it's like, girl, man and woman is social construct. But I think Blair White was saying that to her, but then I guess now Blair White is like trying not to go in the same room with Candace, because Blair White knows which trans people she wants to peddle to, because
Right.
she wants to peddle to like women like me, where it's like we're
Hmm.
medically transitioned, we're living
Yep.
our life as cis people,
Has
and we're
it's total
happily
passability.
right, and it's like, oh my god, I don't want to like deal with these non-binary people and
Hmm.
these people who are clocky, because it's not
Hmm.
fair, because it's just we want to
Did
just
you
be
hear what she said? One Love in the Jubilee debate when she was like when they had debated the restroom situation, and she was like, she thinks it's irresponsible for trans women to not work on
right,
passing because it causes a big stir. And then other trans women had to remind her, like, first of all, not every trans woman is trying to assimilate, for one, and then for
right.
two, like, you're talking about something that is subjective and something that is more nuanced, because you know that trans women also struggle to like get funding in order for them to transition as much as they can transition. And even if you have all the coin to transition fully, it does not still necessarily guarantee that you so-called will pass. So this idea of having to pass just to make natural born woman comfortable, like, it was interesting because when they
Right,
caught her on it, she acted like that's what she was not saying. But I'm like, girl,
right.
that's exactly what you were arguing, is that like
Yeah, but
trans women.
there are a couple of there are a couple of trans women who believes that in order to become a trans woman, you have to be SRS surgery. You have to get
Yeah.
your SRS surgery. You have to pass. You have to go through these things. These are politics that's in the trans community that people don't talk about. These are the underbelly conversation. So
Mm-hmm.
when you see T.S. Madison having conversation about um what's that with Miss Netta situation,
Yeah.
it's not that T.S. Madison is transphobic. She knows that there's trans women who do not like Netta because Netta is not a passable trans or not a passable person who pretends to be trans, right? So it's not that T.S. Madison is transphobic, right? Or these women are transphobic. They just want to just say, okay, you know what? We're different. And we're not these people. That's what there's a thing in the trans community called medical transitioners, and people who are medically transitioned. They want to separate themselves from the trans community, and now you have non-binary people who are just like, no, we're part of the trans community too, and then it's like a pushback and a fight. But non-binary been around before medically trans people.
Yeah.
Like there was, and I always say there was people like who were gender fluid, been around before
And they're all
transgender
around the
people.
culture. Yeah, they go back to
Right.
the
Medical
Mayans. Yeah, all that.
Right. Medical transition people are brand new. And that's
Yeah.
where I always like look and just laugh and be like, you know that this is like a new thing, right? Before there was ever SRS surgery, before there was ever medically transition, people were just gender fluid people and they're just existing life. But because of white supremacists, you're gonna find the white trans woman like her who says, let me just do this. Let me get my money up and do my feminization, because she looked like a boy before. If you guys know Bray White before, Bray White was very not a passable
And
person.
that's the thing, and it's class based. That's why I focus on the politics of lineage and closing the racial wealth gap. Because regardless of sexuality and gender, because what she's catering to, and yes, because of what she's classified in this race, in this country through the United States as race, plays a role in the difference in what is funded for her, plays a complete role. So yes, she's speaking from a place of class, not just white privilege. She's
Right.
speaking from a place of class, so that's why her politics are more to the right. Because the key word in a conservative is to conserve. You have to have assets or something to lose to conserve. So it is something that I kind of from being in politics, that's selfish regardless of race for you to say, because from your positionality, right, that's easy for you to have that look. It's easy for you to say medical. All that's just another word is for another way of institutionalized racism that benefits one group of class through lineage,
Right.
regardless if they're trans or not, honey. You know what I'm saying? So the writing's on the wall with her. And let's not forget, as my sister Retro says, she has the European beauty standard. So
No, but
you're
she never had the European beauty standard.
no, I
She
mean
was very
now.
clocky.
I
Now,
mean
because she had
now, but
money,
but
she profit off the trans people. She
yeah.
profit off non-binary folks
Yeah, no,
and
I'm saying
made
she has the
videos.
European Venus because how she phenotypically presents. You see what I'm saying? She has the European beauty standard. She does not look like a woman of color, like regardless she's trans or not. So that's another added layer of
Right.
class protection that
Privilege.
she and privilege
Mm-hmm.
that she has institutionally now. This is a perception. She didn't just create this perception, but she understands how within her own perspective how to navigate that, and that's very very political. I saw,
Right.
I mean, I agree with some of the things she say from a certain degree, and I could look from that, but I also understand politically what you're saying as well.
I don't agree with nothing what she says. She's a white supremacist. She is a person who judged trans women for being passable. She wants to in line with intersex people, right? Like you
Yeah.
see when people are intersex and it's like, oh, a lot of trans women who are very passable, they'd be like, oh, I have a little intersex in me and I was born this way. No, you're born trans and it's fine. It actually is a real thing. Like gender dysphoria is a real thing. Like it don't deny the fact just because people
No.
accept people who are intersex and it's like, oh, I'm a trans woman and I'm so passable that I want to become intersex. And it's like, no, intersex people have their own
Yeah.
struggles. Yes, some of them are trans, but you have to understand, like, if you're not in communities with intersex people, please do not talk about their experience, trans folks. And I feel like that's why I love that's why I love you, because you always make space for voices who is not being heard, and people who represent their own communities and not and move out the way. If you don't have language, move out the way so other people who have
Whew.
language can
Every
just
time you say that,
educate
I
the
want to shout.
mass. And it's like, I hate when people do that. It's like you just sit in a room and take up so much space.
Yeah.
A lot of
Yes, girl.
trans women do that. I'm not sure if it's because we transitioned from male to female and we had like a little bit of privilege as a male. And it's like, girl, if you do not have language, just get up, give the person a space. like be quiet sometimes. Like let trans man speak for trans man issues. Like we need to stop jumping
I think
on
you touched
every
on it though,
single
One
thing.
Love, like when you said that it's an underbelly of a desire to also be seen. Like human beings in general just want to be seen. Everybody kind of want to clout chase, but people are not realizing that there are some conversations that should not have nothing to do with clout. Like some of these conversations are too important to make it just about yourself if you're not qualified to be in that space. And so please understand the assignment.
My God, today, girl, you just you just saying stuff because I'm telling you, I've had conversations. I ain't gonna go into it, but that is exactly my. You see how how this is an experienced, intelligent trans woman, and she's even saying for her specific community, I don't want the bitch who's green. I don't want the bitch who don't have the language. Now y'all see how she can specifically say that, and girl, I'm with you. But when it comes to us having conversations about Black Americans, I'm wrong for saying I don't go to Charlemagne, the fucking God's perspective, who's someone who jumped out of night school, who got 2 classes of history from my view on politics. It is the same thing. So, girl, you on my spirit. Thank you for saying that. Get out the room. That's the problem y'all didn't hear about ADOS. That's everybody who's been sucking the air out of the room, who don't have the language, who don't have the expertise. So thank you. And even for her, this thing when I be talking about with the left, this is now she's dealing with somebody on the right. But the reason why the wrong bitch gets up there to represent it has to do with the administration and the perspective who's connected to proximity, whiteness, and power on the left.
And the thing is, one thing I wanted to say about the whole Miss Netta situation, I feel like Miss Netta is tone deaf, and I understand that there's some sort of gender fluidity that's going on with Miss Netta, and she's like an older LGBT person where they just want to put on their nails and live their life and just have their partners and just live their life and do their thing. But she has to understand that when you are a gender fluid person, just like Conscious, you guys are walking protesters. Like, it doesn't matter if you say I don't want to be trans. No, people are going as long if you put on a wig and some lashes today as a male, you are a walking protest, and you need to understand once you step outside of your house. You bashing and say, "Oh, trans people, I'm not trans." No, they're looking at you like you're a fool.
Like these bitches are really confused.
Thank you.
So that's where I'm like, when you see Miss Netta says, "Oh, this is a costume." No, bitch, it's not a costume. It's really you. You really like to sit down in the salon and do your nails and literally put on your wigs and make you put on your lash. You feel beautiful. And then every time you put on your lash and your makeup and you step out and you feel beautiful, niggas are reminding you, bitch, you ugly. Right? And that's what triggers her, and that's where she backlash on the trans community. And that's where I'm like saying to her, like, you can tell she doesn't have real trans women around her to be like, girl, you don't have to be transitioning to know that you're going through something that's called gender fluidity right now. Like, I don't need to call you a woman to know that, bitch, you enjoy putting on feminine shits. You enjoy taking a bubble bath. You enjoy getting fucked by your men. Those are all femininity qualities, right? So it's like, girl, we get it. But it's like, I feel like that's what Miss Netta is missing. And she's
a
missing
shit
that
show. It's a lot of
and she's like not seeing that. She's not seeing that because she wants to profit. She wants to profit financially. But girl, you have to understand, in order to profit financially as that person, you have to understand who you are as a person within the community and within the world, right? Yes, Black women, yes, some cis women are just like, oh my God, like Miss Netta is disgusting. She's trying to be us. No, because most of her viewers are transphobic. So she knows, Miss Netta knows by saying, I'm not trans, right? I'm a man who dressed up like a woman. But she knows, like, she's peddling to these audience because once you tell some cis woman, like, hey, I'm not really a woman. I am a trans woman, or I'm not really a woman. I'm a man who likes to just, and then these women feel comfortable with you. That's when you have this conversation. It's like, are you real or are you not? Because you're not gonna go in front of a real trans. I shouldn't say real. You're not going to go into trans woman. You're not going to go in front of a trans woman who's educated and be like, you're not a woman, because you don't affect me in my everyday life. Like, when I go to navigate the world, you're not there. You're never there.
Yeah. No, she's definitely pandering. Like, she's doing her fair share of pandering to the hetero natural born community. And
natural born.
Yeah, because I told my audience.
Oh my God!
I said,
is that a new thing? Wait, is that a new thing?
Huh?
Is that a new thing? Natural born community?
Yes, because we was over here swinging and banging the past 2 years when it came to the cisgender thing, and so I made an agreement with my audience. I said, look, okay, I got a majority audience of women. For whatever reason, y'all keep having this adverse reaction to the term cis, even though I know that cis is not slang, it's not a slur, it's not a dig to female. I said, so I will use every other word. I'll use female, I'll just use woman, I'll use natural born. So, because y'all not about to run my blood pressure up over the word cis. I cannot do it.
Wow.
So, ever since then, I've just been natural born, female, woman, and just using all of that interchangeable language because
that's
women just I don't get it, but I'm just like, whatever. We got bigger fish to fry, okay?
That's true.
So I feel like natural born, but
true.
She definitely does her fair share of pandering, and she does come from that generation where there wasn't any representation, there wasn't any language really around transness and gender, etc. So Miss Netta come from that community, like that same kind of generation that Flame and Roe does, where it's just like we was just doing us, we didn't, we was just living it. We didn't have to articulate it really. We didn't have to really go out of our way to defend it verbally. We just were what we were, and so Miss Netta pushes back against the language largely because that's her way of admitting, I'm not educated, and I kind of don't want to be educated because it seemed too much to be educated about. So all I know is that I'm Jonetta. I'm just Miss Netta. If you want to call me Joe, call me Joe. You want to call me Netta, call me Netta. I'm not trans. I'm not none of that. I'm just me. But I have to remind people, yes, but we got to also remind y'all of what she said. She said she lived her whole life effeminate, that she pretty much was well received in her community, well received in her family, in her femininity. She never disclosed to people that she was actually male until she felt comfortable and she felt safe to do so. So she allowed herself to be misgendered. She allowed herself to be referred to as Miss Ma'am, her, and she did not correct people until she felt comfortable. And then when she did her interview with the Shade Room, she literally said she got a double BBL and she was getting a breast lift. What man is getting a breast lift and getting a BBL, boo? Like, come on.
Can I throw in just a couple cents about Miss Netta? I'm very confused by her. I was totally into. I can get the age difference, and like when she was on TGIF and T.S. Madison was asking her, I was like, I was totally buying that, or getting it, or understanding. But then now I'm to the point where I think, to be honest with you, unless someone produced, and I believe her story, I'll believe your story about you saying you grew up, yada yada. But I'm almost to the point, because she's so contradictory, that she's actually just a pathological liar, because I think there's a manipulation. No, not in who she is. I'm not saying, but what kind of game she's playing, because I don't think, I don't deny her experience. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going, but just the the inconsistencies of what her relationship with Charles is,
Right.
and if it's really, and then him being, I'm not questioning her sexuality by any means. I'm not saying that at all. I would never do that. My point is of what she's presenting, that I can't really believe anything she says, because I don't think they are married. I don't think they're even in a relationship. And the fact that the story of how they met has been changed, and then he was on, it was exposed at some point in time that
Who is he?
Charles
Okay.
was I don't misgender people, by the way.
Okay.
That Charles
No,
had
Charles they go by both pronouns.
Right. But I'm just making that clear that Charles had a relationship, like he was online with some white woman, which is not, there's nothing wrong with that. But then all of a sudden there's this great love story. There's this whole story. I just don't believe it's real. Like it's all, I don't know what parts are real or not real. So I'm just going to say it's 100% not real. Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Okay. You see, okay.
Here's my explanation behind it too, because the thing that confuses people about Miss Netta is that she's terrible with articulating cohesively her experience as a whole, because she also has said, I am playing a character, Miss Netta, that happens to be a woman. So what I put together was that Miss Netta, unbeknownst to her, is actually a trans woman, unbeknownst to her. And she's a trans woman who happens to be playing the role of a woman, aka Miss Netta. And people get that confused when they hear that, because they're like, oh, but she says she's playing a character, so she's not really trans. I'm like, no, she can be trans and still playing a character, just like Halle Berry is a woman who can play a woman character. She can play as Storm, she can play as Catwoman, she can play a personality. Joe Netta has said that Netta is a persona, and this whole thing with Charles being a working class welder who is getting fed by his, homegrown Southern wife, that this is a skit. But two things can still be true at the same time. She could be trans and be playing a female.
Honestly, Conscious, I'm gonna push back on your situation. Okay, we have to come to understand, right? We have to understand there's always gray in society, and people need to live in that. Just like how there's gay and there's straight and everybody in between, right? Miss Net, two things can be true. Netta cannot be trans, but she can also be going through some sort of identity crisis, some sort of like figuring out who she is. She can be doing those things at the same time, right? She cannot be the thing, right? So I think we need to be careful. Just like what we do to bisexual men, we always say they're gay, and then they end up having 6 kids with 6 random people and not living their truth because we're putting them in a box and they don't fit in that box. Like Miss Netta does not fit.
But remember, she's in the box with the BBL and a breast lift.
I get it, but in Miss Netta's brain, right? I personally believe that Miss Netta, the whole idea of saying I am a trans woman is gonna take work for her to say.
Oh, for
She's
sure.
not just like the DL man is never gonna say I am a gay man, because that's not how he lives his life. He doesn't show up in the world like that. And we have to
Except Miss Netta does. She allows herself.
Hold on.
But she allows herself to be identified as she, her.
And they also said, you can call me he, you can call me him, you can call me Joe, you can call me those things.
But Flaming Rose said the same thing.
I have a question.
Flaming Rose is loose on pronouns and still identifies as a trans woman.
What do you think?
But what I'm saying is that we have to allow people to be different. We have to allow them to be different. If she does not want to identify as trans, that's fine. Right? Yeah. She will still get her protection from the trans community, and no doubt about it. But what I'm saying is, if she doesn't want to be trans, she don't have to be trans.
I'm used to people like Miss Nella in New Orleans, though. I ain't even gonna hold you. Like, I'm used to people before we had the language for that. That was who they were, like all in between.
The big
so
Fritas.
Yeah, so it's like
Right.
that don't be tripping. Like that's why for me, baby, it don't even really be that much. I'm not putting any press. Like I'm used to people being all in between and all through the middle. But honestly,
But this
before
Frida also ain't had any gender affirming surgeries either.
right, but at the same time, but you got men out here who are gay men who having BBLs, you know.
Right.
Right,
So I'm
right,
But a
just saying,
right,
BBL is not a
right.
gender,
it's not a
You
gender,
have
but a
stud wearing
BBL
strap-ons.
but
is a
I will,
genderless surgery. Like that's
but I will,
not a
Touche.
but
that's
it
not
is,
gender based.
but it is to
It's
assimilate,
gender based in the context of Bisnetta, but it ain't gender based in general. Like
But
if
But
you
wait a minute,
conscious.
but
planny,
hold on,
if
but
you
hold
want
on,
a
conscious.
planny and
What? Quick question.
you want a proportion body, you can get a BBL because you want some plump in your bum.
No,
Man,
But what
there's
gender rear? Quick question. What gender resurgent surgery did Miss Netta have? Because
Titties.
she
Did,
already
did
had
she
titties.
really have breasts? Did
Yes,
she get breast?
No,
because
she
she was
did because
overweight, so she already had
I know she
titties.
already
So
had
then
breasts,
she
but did
went
she
in.
actually get
Yes.
breasts?
So then she went in for the breast lift because she wanted them lifted and perky and beautiful.
right.
But a breast? Oh, okay.
But conscious,
Can I say real
conscious.
quick?
Listen,
Okay.
there's studs who walks around with a fucking dildo in their pants, right? But they still want to be a woman. So,
Ah.
so yes, there are studs who walks around with strap on in their thing, and they strap their breasts down, and they walk around as a woman, but they still do these gender
But
norm things with their
Hmm.
bodies. So it's not, people are fluid.
strapping your breasts
Humans
down
are
though, one
Yeah,
complex.
love,
and then
and
with a
wearing a
dildo,
Yes,
I don't
strap
think you'd
yes.
want to
on
be a
is
woman.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Conscious,
Can I
conscious,
ask
This
one
is
conscious.
question?
confusing.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Can I
Rewind,
say something?
rewind,
maybe because
rewind.
Rose.
the breast
Conscious,
reduction.
I have walked through the world, and I have been, I don't know if something is on me, but a lot of studs always find me attractive. And when I tell
Well,
you,
that makes sense.
studs will tell me,
yeah.
Sash, I want to
You
bend you
woman.
over.
They
Yeah,
posted
that's
it
what
on
I'm
you.
saying. That's
But what I'm
You
saying
woman.
is, what I'm
yeah.
saying is, so when I say to them, oh, what's your pronouns? I'm she, her, I'm a woman. I still bleed. And I'm like, okay. So humans are complex.
Well, yeah.
Facts.
Miss Netta is a complex human. Just like the lady in the Olympics
But
is a
I do
complex.
Can I say
understand.
something real
One
quick?
love. I do
Yeah, girl.
But
understand.
Hold
I
on,
have a
y'all.
Let you
question
know.
though. If
Intersect
it's
and
a
China
gender,
trying to get in here too, y'all. Hold on for a minute.
Okay.
Intersect trying to get in here,
Um,
and then China, who actually is a stud. So I'm interested to hear what China got to say about the strap down breast
It's
and
true.
the dildos and all this
Strap
stuff.
on the breast.
I want to get Intersect in here too. Intersect. Go ahead, boo.
I feel like she was saying that two things can be right at the same time. And this is the two things that I'm getting. It depends on where you're from. Like y'all named Frida, y'all named the three people, and most of them are from down south. But it's trans women that are the same age as them that's up north, but they had access to different things. And then
Right.
also the second thing is a lot of uh I say women of trans experience know that that's what they want, but it's a holdback and pushback because of their family. Like I feel like maybe, and I'm only talking about Netta and Frida, is because they accepted all what they are right now. And maybe if they would have transitioned, they are afraid to lose the relationship of their family.
Right.
So they choose to stick with
Frida has talked about
call
that.
me
Yep, you're
she,
right.
call me
Mm-hmm.
he. I don't want to be trans because I don't want
Right.
to lose the relationship.
Even though Miss Netta
Clock
gets
it.
referred to that anyway and has talked about her family is very accepting of her queerness in its entirety, her assimilating
Yeah,
to
but
woman,
being a trans woman,
etc. Yeah, yeah,
that's
because
different.
even they refer to her as Miss
Yeah,
and
but what I'm
Netta,
No,
saying
Right,
is
no,
right.
like
no.
she.
medically transition,
She's
that's
gone.
different.
No. She's gone. Miss Netta has gone live. She's been at her family's presence on live, and they've all
Right.
referred to her as Joe.
Right.
But they also accept her in her queerness. She has said that my family. She literally said that like y'all gotta look
Two
at
things
the
can be
room
true.
interview, and
But
she
no,
goes
no. But
around
that's
them
it.
as
Right.
Netta. She goes around them
But
with
no.
all. She goes around them with the BBL, the titties, the whole nine. Like she just don't care about the pronouns. But see, it was Flamin' Rowe who broke me in on the fact that okay, there are trans women who also are comfortable with their masculinity who don't care about
It's
the
not
male and the
right.
him and the he. Like they're trans
Right.
women who are okay with that. Even T.S. Madison was okay with that before she got into a larger advocacy space and she started narrowing it
Right on her
around the
show.
pronouns.
Right.
But even prior to that, she didn't care
But
either. She was like, "You can call me whatever. Like I know who I am. I'm cool on who I am."
But that's back to what I was just saying. T.S. Madison still wanted the acceptance of her mother, so that came in with that. And I'm sure. Well, I heard some things that Big Frida the same way. As long as I'm not going to tell you I'm trans, I can show up as a woman, or I can show up as
clock it
effeminately.
But as long as I don't say don't call me no he. Don't say. I'm not a gay man. I'm trans. As long as I don't say that, we're not going to have an issue. But I can parade around. I can switch. I can do march time march. I can fall into a dip.
And that's what I think about Miss Netta is she's coming from the, like, if you are one, like, because she's in a super privileged position to have her community and her family okay with whatever she is and her femininity and her queerness. And I think she is coming from the perspective of, like, if it ain't broke, I'm not trying to fix it. So why I got to go the whole nine and start labeling myself and getting into terms, regardless of if I am or not these things, when at the end of the day, it don't matter. I'm getting the community that I need. I'm getting the support that I need. I'm able to move about how I need to move about without no hiccup. So why fix something that I don't feel is broken for me?
Right.
I think that's really why she don't want to lean into it, because you're like, I have what I want, basically. Like, I have what I want. I'm where I want to be. I have the acceptance. I don't need all the extra stuff. I already have all that stuff. Like all these other, like everybody else feel like they have to assimilate and all of this. I already have the benefits of that, just how I'm existing. So I don't feel the need to go, the ABC extra route. But as far as I'm concerned, I still feel like these people, I understand that they're like, just like we sat in here and had a whole conversation about how not all trans folks cannot defend and articulate their existence. Somebody is scraping the bowl, baby. Get it, baby. Get all of it, baby.
It's me. Sorry.
Use the big spoon, mama. Like, get in there, honey. But just like we were talking about how, like, all trans folk cannot articulate and defend their experience, I believe that there's a lot of trans people who they don't know. Like, they don't know. They doing all this mishmash stuff, but it still don't mean that you're not trans, even if you don't use that terminology. It don't mean that there's not language for you, even if you don't assign the language, even if you don't personally employ the language, even if you don't personally like, I'm still considered an African American, even if I don't identify as African American. Like, I may use alternative language, but it don't mean that there's not language. So I'm just saying, like, for me, I consider Miss Netta trans based upon everything she said. I'm also okay with her not identifying it. But if somebody was to ask me what I think about Miss Netta, I would say she's trans.
But the thing is, too, you have to understand, I think the word trans, we need to, like, stop using it and just say gender fluid people. Because gender fluid mean that you're not in between cis, trans, or non-binary. You're just a fluid person, and that's
but Miss Netta would tell you she's not fluid either.
I'm saying what I'm saying is, instead of using the word trans, gender fluid would be better.
I agree. I think trans is a hard expectation.
I would tell you why I could not. Why? Because I was.
You use the word biological community.
I was going to leave there at first, but I would tell you why I can't, because Miss Netta don't went getting gender affirming surgeries. So,
yes, but what I'm saying, that's not
you have now kind of chosen a binary.
No.
Conscious. Can I blow
even
your
though
mind?
you're verbally okay with
do you know most females who identify as non-binary remove their breasts? but they don't want to be identified as a transsexual or a trans person. They still want to identify as a woman who's gender fluid, and they don't have any breasts. They just have a vagina, and that's it.
But
They have
see,
a
like
chest.
that's the thing about it, right?
I think
See, like,
gender
on
fluid
the
is
surface,
appropriate.
though, no, on the surface that seems to work, but really, the less parts a female has, the more androgynous they're actually able to look. When you actually are putting on the titties, you're putting on the ass, you are actually strengthening the binary assimilation instead of deconstructing it. So I can see why a female would remove those parts.
But men get BDL, so that's not.
more
let's use you
gender
for example.
ambiguous.
Let's use you for example.
Mm-hmm.
My approach to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've always said you are a gender fluid person,
Mm-hmm.
meaning in my mind, I want to say non-binary, but I'm not gonna label you. I'm gonna say, oh, you're a gender fluid person, meaning you could show up as masculine or as feminine as you want. Any day we ran into each other, you're gonna be something different. You're not gonna be the same thing because same does not recognize with your being. So what I'm trying to say to you is that yes, Miss Netta does not, the trans word triggers her. So if gender fluid triggers her, then it triggers her. But what I'm saying is most people are gender fluid people. They're not trans people.
Right. It seems trans is a hard stop. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think. I agree with you. I don't think.
It's not a hard stop,
and that's the only thing.
It's not a hard stop when you're getting gender affirming.
But she's not. Those aren't gender
But that's the one, and that's the one thing where I say I agree with Blair.
What man don't know getting a fucking breast lift?
But she was also 400, 500 pounds and had saggy boobs. So when she wait, no.
So stop right there, Shadow. So what 400, 500 pound man wants to lose weight and get his Ozempic shape on and then keep his residual fat cells in his titties and get them lifted? What man want to do that? What self-identified?
But we're not saying she's a man. We're saying she's gender fluid.
We're not saying since we're being so clear about definitions and we're being so clear about words and language.
Stop fighting it. Stop fighting it.
Gender fluid triggers.
I agree with gender fluid.
I was calling her gender fluid.
Gender fluid triggers conscious.
She got breast implants. No, wait a minute. If she got breast implants, then yes.
Gender fluid too, but
breast implants. Yes.
My issue with Miss Netta is that Miss Netta has pushed against all of this language. She won't even identify as a gender fluid person. She won't even identify as a non-gender conforming person. She won't accept that either.
Well, here's the thing. Is she trying to politically move in a way that's gender? Okay, then that's what I would say. Then is she trying to say that I am recognized and I'm going to use the woman restroom and I'm going to use the female restroom at any whim? Because here's the thing, there's a very difference. There's a nuance here. Miss Netta is not she's not political in her sociology. She's had a social transition from her birth, from her neighborhood.
So and she's a Trump supporter.
Right, you know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things to where I think that she is not viewing, or he, that's why it doesn't matter, because I'm used to people like that from New Orleans. Bitch, I'm gonna do what I do. You can call it, you can call me Miss What for all I care, you heard me? People like that in New Orleans, baby, say I'm just gonna do what I do. It ain't like what you call it. So that's why I could kind of see, like, from her swag and everything, or him, depends on what energy she or he give at the moment. It ain't gonna trip that bitch out if I say that, because that's not why I'm doing this for. It's like, who is this for? It's for me. So I really feel that from her. So she's not being political and asking for any of those things. So as long as she's not doing that, then okay, from my personal opinion, let the bitch be. I would just let her be.
I have a question.
I let her be, but that don't mean that I don't have my own perception.
Right.
I don't get in her. I don't get in her face narrative. But as far as my personal perception of her, I can now that we're having this conversation, I can with non-gender hold on. What's the term that y'all use for her? Is it
Gender fluid.
Gender fluid.
Gender fluid.
Yeah, I can get with gender fluid as well.
Yeah, because I think
fluid.
she goes in and out of it. So, and I think if you're trans, it's either one or the other. I mean,
So
you know what I'm saying?
I'm so happy that I educate y'all about gender fluid things.
Well, I have a question,
So
One Love. I have a question. I have a question for One Love, real quick. Oh,
yeah.
Well, One Love, this is a genuine question about Flame Monroe. Would you consider Flame trans or gender fluid?
Again, two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
You can be trans and be gender fluid. You can be intersex and be trans. You can be
a
straight man. You can be a straight man and be gender fluid. Like Ting's boyfriend. What's that rapper's name again? The one that does the voguing. He's a straight rapper. Little Von or Voss or something.
Oh,
Little Uzi.
JT's boyfriend?
Little Uzi.
Yeah,
Little Uzi.
Yeah.
So gender fluid is not just for LGBT people. It's for humans.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can be gender fluid if you're a human being. You can just show up one way. Your sexuality has nothing to do with it. The way you're born has nothing to do with it. It's just the way you present yourself as a social construct.
Right. So where's the hard line for I am a trans person versus like we were saying
it's like a rehab. You know, like when you're alcoholic and you have to say to yourself, I am alcoholic. Basically, being trans is literally you have to talk to yourself, oh my God, I am trans. Oh my God, I'm trans. I'm trans. You have to tell yourself you're trans, and then you go to medical transition or whatever. You have to tell everybody, I am a trans woman. So Miss Netta is not there. So she can't, so we shouldn't label her that. She's just a gender fluid person who enjoy putting on makeup, enjoy putting on nails, enjoy femininity, enjoy navigating the world as feminine as possible. But she may not be trans. She's just a gender fluid person.
Do you think the hard line, I guess, quote unquote, I mean, just educate me. Do you think the hard line would be hormones? The
word is the hard line.
Y'all are open to her being a gender fluid. Y'all also need to accept she can be trans as well.
Yes, we are acknowledging it. But as what this person said right here, I can't remember who's that, Shannon or
Shauna? Shauna.
Shauna said it's when you say the word trans,
that's
a full stop. And people don't want to be stopped. Just like conscious, you don't want to be stopped in your gender fluidity.
I mean, but I also don't have no I don't have no hang-ups around
you're
the way other people perceive me, though. Like, people perceive me as just a gay man, or they perceive me as non-binary. I don't push back against nothing. I
think Intersect wanted to say something.
I'm like, whatever I am, I'm on my Slim Shady shit. I am whatever y'all say I am. It's about y'all perception. I mean, I'm existing as me. What it means to y'all is what it means to y'all. Oh, go ahead, Intersect.
So I
your
had
phone
two questions. I wanted to stop y'all earlier when she. Okay, so the first question.
I got a question for y'all too.
So the first question is for One Love, and the second question is for the panelist that thinks that she's fluid, right? Okay, so the first question, One Love, you were speaking about medically transition is something new. Just for the people who's listening, how new you would say it is?
Well, the first transitions, right? It happened in Germany when they were doing sex change, right? Those are medically transitioned trans people. So it had to be in the 1920s, so about 100 years ago. That's why I say medically transition is a new thing, because remember, they didn't have the tools and the research to actually go into the human's body and figure out if we're dealing with gender dysphoria and why is there some people are just cutting off their penis and just feeling better once they cut their penis off and they bled to death, right? So that's where you have gender dysphoria. And that was actually that's why they did all that investigation in the 60s to remove it from the DSM, because they were saying this person not crazy. They just have gender dysphoric about their body, right? But in the 1800s, they didn't have language for it. So that's why they were saying you're crazy. That's why they were using these language. So it's about 100 years old. So yes, medically transitioned trans people are 100 years, and that is new. that is definitely new. But trans and non-binary people been around before time, right? It was in the Bible. It was just long before that. So that's what I meant by that, if anybody's confused.
Okay, and then the second question is, if we where we're at here now for like the trans community, if this was possible back then, would you have thought Miss Netta would transition?
Well, Miss Netta did not transition. She just basically had cosmetic surgeries. That's it. Cosmetic surgeries does not belong to trans people or cis women or cis men. It belongs to every human being who has the money and the financial.
Oh, One Love trying it right now. She's trying it right now.
Okay, hold on. So the question is, if she would have been able to live a great life, not great life, live the life that like have rights, get hormones, and be able to work as Miss Netta at a 9 to 5, and family get to decide to transition.
To be honest, this is what I will say. I've learned. I'm not sure if you guys are connected with any Indigenous people or Indigenous people. Indigenous people explain gender so better, and it's like it's so nuanced. So there were people that was actually living like Miss Netta in those times when they're gender fluid, and they will find partners, and they will help raise kids, and they will be a part of the communities. So yes, there were people that actually was living before medical transition. There was people that was living just like Miss Netta in their communities, and there were prosperous people in the indigenous communities. If you go to Thailand, there were trans people who actually, not trans people, sorry, they were gender fluid people who actually were just living normal lives with normal things to do. So it's not a new concept what Miss Netta is doing. Miss Netta is not new, right? People have been living like that for centuries. There was a story in the 1800s when there was a slave, there was a lady, there was a person, they don't know if she's trans or not, but she's gender fluid. She was living as a cis woman, and then she got found out, and then they arrested her because for cross-playing, because back then you will get charged for cross-playing, and she would go to jail time and time and time again. It's in the 1800s. If I find a story, I'll send it to Conscious and you can post it. But they're gender fluid people. Before the word trans, they were called gender fluid people, right? And they were living their life just like a cis person, and they were doing the opposite genders, and they were doing everything what Miss Netta is doing. What Miss Netta is doing is not new. There are male people who present feminine, who have a masculine partner, who actually wear feminine garments and was actually living like a cis woman. So yes, the blueprint is cis woman, right? But we also have to understand that under the blueprint, which is cis woman, there's gender fluid people who wants to be, who wants to identify or look or present or show up as feminine as possible, as a cis feminine person, right? So it doesn't belong to the blueprint, but at the same time, we are still understand that the blueprint is first because that's where they were born into, right? And so what Miss Netta is doing is not new. She doesn't need to take any pills to become feminine or whatever. She doesn't need that because that's not her dysphoric. Her dysphoric is just not to show up masculine. Her dysphoric is just to show up, doing her nails, putting on fake lashes. That's her dysphoric. But that's just, she doesn't have the language. And that's the problem that I always say is we can't just jump to trans. As what Shauna says, we have to just say, okay, you know what? This person is gender fluid. They're going through a gender fluid experience. And whatever they want to show up as, I'm going to just respect it. As long as you're not harming anybody, I'm good with it.
When people used to ask me like why I just won't transition, I used to tell them it's because I'm not assimilating to female or woman. I am attracted to femininity, which I don't necessarily make exclusive to female per se. Like I'm into feminine things. Like I can be attracted to feminine garments. I can be attracted to so-called feminine hairstyles or to feminine hobbies or have so-called feminine mannerisms, but to conflate that with me wanting to be female would be disingenuous because I don't have an interest or I don't feel compelled to be woman or to live as woman, but I am nonetheless attracted to and drawn to femininity and to expressions of femininity as well as
and then when you uses me as an example, as on the other end of the spectrum, is that I suffered with dysphoric, I suffer with gender dysphoric, I suffer with genital dysphoric, which I didn't want to see my private part, I didn't want to see my body show up as masculine, I didn't want to wear masculine clothing, or you know what I mean. My parents, my mom and my cousins and everybody will remind you like, oh my God, like I remember when they used to be like, I want to be this, I want to be that, or I want to show up this way, I want to show up that way. So you see how me and you are totally opposites. So that's what I'm trying to say. We are both experiencing gender fluidity, but the thing is, I'm more gender dysphoric, I'm more dysphoric, and you are more in between of like, okay, I don't see it as a dysphoric. It's more so as a gender expression. Do you know what I mean? Because if you decide to move to a different country and they said, okay, you know what, you're not gonna wear wigs, you won't feel uncomfortable, but you just be like, oh, okay, fine, I won't wear it then. It's fine. But for me, I'm like, I'll go crazy because I don't want to be a man. I don't want to show up in the world as a man. I don't want to have a man's body. Like when you take my clothes off, I have a female's body. I have a vagina and I have a breast. So therefore, if you're gonna strip search a whole bunch of females and I'm there, you're gonna be like, okay, Sasha's a female because she has female, she's a pussy and she has a breast. That's my dysphoric. Most trans people don't have that dysphoric. Most gender fluid people don't have that dysphoric.
So I'm curious to know then, One Love, what did you think about that Jubilee conversation between Blair and the non-binary person who was like basically saying you could be trans and non-binary?
I think what happened is a lot of trans women, they want to assimilate with white supremacist ideology, and with white supremacists, we are not women. You cannot twist it, you cannot turn it. With white supremacists, I am a man. I'm gonna be a man. I'm a black man at that. So there's no way around it. And I think most trans women who are passable, they try to be like, okay, I'm intersex, or I'm closer to intersex, or you know what I mean? They try to find avenues where it's closer for acceptance. And that's where Blair White and that non-binary person is the same goddamn thing, but they're experiencing it in a different way. Do you get what I'm saying? Like me and you, it's like me and you is in a room. We're experiencing gender in totally different way, but we from the same navigate. We were both born males. You know what I'm saying? We both assigned birth males. So what I was going through at 5 years old, you may not were going through at 5 years old, but we both show up the same way. Like I cannot understand how it is to be a 5-year-old female, right? But I can understand what it is to be a gender fluid 5-year-old. But maybe a straight man who was born male, he's never going to understand how it feels to be a non-binary person at 5 or 6. He's not going to understand it. So that's what I'm saying, is that gender fluid language is so nuanced, and I feel like people need to start just understanding that we are humans. We're complex. Like you have an intersex person on your panel.
StreamYard probably kicked One Love out. I'm about to drop the link again for you. One Love. I had a question.
Oh, wow, this was worse. Wait.
Huh? Go ahead, Bo.
I said this was worth standing.
Oh, you know, we get lit, baby. You know, we get into the things, baby. So, because I had a question for you and a question for One Love in the panel too, especially since we have a natural born women here, etc. So my question is, because I think this was asked on the panel I was referring to earlier, like that I had seen for the first time with the trans girl and her homegirl, and then the rest of the cast was like natural born men, women, heterosexual folk. They had asked the room basically like, so what's y'all definition of woman? And I know that my girl Neo X she loves posing this question as a gotcha moment. I'm curious to know, like, because we've already distinguished the difference between female and woman. Like, female is obviously sex, it's biology, etc. And then we have established woman as the social construct. So man is the social construct, male is the sex, is the biology.
Sorry,
What?
I was gone.
Yeah, I think it was StreamYard. So my question to y'all is, like, what would y'all define as woman? Because I keep hearing this conversation come up. You will have females on one end say, you know, they definitely make woman and female synonymous. They kind of really won't accept woman as a social construct. Like, for them, it's synonymous. Female and woman are the same thing. It's biology. It comes down to menstruals and wounds and chromosomes, etc. When I was listening to the panel, I was referring to the natural born female was saying her definition of, like, woman is like, obviously it was the obvious stuff, like, I can bear kids, I have cycles, I have hormonal fluctuations, I just have things as a female that I know trans women cannot relate to. Like, it's things that I go through as a female that is just only something that generally other females can relate to. And then she was like, you know, it's the way that my pussy gets wet for my man. And I mean, she was going into all that. So then when they had swapped the question to the trans woman and was like, okay, so what's your definition of woman? She was like, basically, like, it's just a confidence. Like, it's a state of mind. It's a essence. It's etc. And so, kind of with everybody having their own definition of how do you define woman, especially if you remove the genetics, if you remove the sex, if you remove the biology, what would woman be? What really is what is that we're talking about? So I'm gonna start with you, Intersect. So, like, what's your definition of woman? Like, how, like, what makes you feel like a woman? What makes you claim woman? What compels you to woman? What does that mean for you?
I'm about to have your laugh. My definition of woman would be, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You know what? God damn it.
Oh my God.
It's giving pussy energy, baby. Okay, is that it? Is that all? It's giving kitty cat. It's giving purr.
Yeah,
it's purr energy. Okay. It's purr energy, baby. What love? What is woman? What is that to you? What compels you to that?
For me, two things can be true at the same time. I never live my life as one thing, and I never live a life as a black and white. Two things can be true. You can be a woman with ovaries and all that, and I think that's awesome and beautiful. And woman is a social construct, and I always will go back to it because that's where the white man started it from. It's just where it is. It's the definition in the book. Adult woman, female is a woman. So woman is all these different things. It's not just one answer, right? But for me, right, woman is how you show up in the world, right? It's how you present yourself in the world. Because again, you can be a female and show up as masculine, or you can be a trans guy. So, you know what I mean? So I think once you understand the difference between sex and gender, you can understand what woman is. And there's some people who don't want to separate gender and sex. So that's why the woman conversation is so complicated. So for me, woman is just how I show up in the world and how I navigate in the world. I can literally just say, you know what? I don't want to be a woman tomorrow, right? and
Mm-hmm.
if my gender dysphoria just erase itself, right? And I just, okay, I'm going to show up as a man. And that's fine. I could show up as a man, just like with a female who was assigned birth female. If she doesn't want to show up in the world as a female, as a woman, she don't have to. Just like you have studs, you have.
Uh-oh, I think your audio went out, One Love. If you can hear us, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you now.
No, what I'm saying is woman is a social construct, and it's just basically how you show up in the world. There are lesbians who show up masculine and they still want to identify as a woman. The problem is people just don't like trans women saying that they're women. That's the only thing. That's the only time gender comes up. The only time gender comes up is when trans women enter the room. Period.
Okay, because that's also what had made me curious about that question. I was like, well, you got a lot of self-identified women who also present masculine and present in androgynous ways and present in all these ways, but still claim woman. So I'm curious to know, like, what does that label and that title really mean? But like you said, One Love, it's going to mean a lot of things depending on the woman. So Retro, I think you're on mute. What is your definition of man and woman?
One Love is right. It's social constructs or socially constructed. I do believe part of it is kind of accentuating your masculinity or femininity, as we're speaking of in a binary sense or heteronormative. Men accentuate their masculinity and women accentuate their femininity. It is a way of life. It's a set of standards. I feel like cis women are taught from being a little girl to growing up to be a woman, if they accept that and want to be a woman, right? Because they could be a trans man. But for instance, in that example, if they want to be a trans man, they learn how to live as a man. They show up as a man. They're perceived as a man. This is what makes them a man, their way of life, manhood. So it is subjective, but I think there are a couple of things in there that are true for both cis and trans women.
Okay. China, how would you define the term woman? If China, okay, yeah, she's still there. But we can't hear you, China. If you can hear us, we can't hear you. Yeah, still can't hear you. I can see you muting and unmuting, but we can't hear you coming through the mic. You might have to drop out and come back in. StreamYard is acting a fool tonight, so maybe it fucked with the audio. I'll drop the link for you in the chat. IG, what is your definition of man and woman?
Oh, that's such a loaded question.
That's why I asked.
I don't have okay. I can say I have a perception based off of regionality, meaning that for some people, I mean, yeah, I can disaggregate it by biology. The difference between females, well, yeah, for them, womanhood is also linked to biology, and from their experience, um, they are linking biology to womanhood, a gender construct. And from their point of view, the gender construct was created and navigating because of, their sex. So I also see that side of it too. But I also see this other side of womanhood and mind frame. So these two things can definitely be true. So when it comes to what makes the manhood, now the womanhood is completely different. Like, I'm glad that One Love brought up the boxer because it's so funny. It's like they don't have no idea that Algeria is a Middle Eastern North African country that is heavily Islamic. And there is absolutely no way that they would have even a cisgendered queer or expressing person representing them in any capacity, especially on the world stage. So, womanhood is to be expected subjectively, even though she might be to us from our American standards and everyone else who has these European, standards of what a woman is or female is. She might not be woman or questioned to be intersex, but to a very Islamic, religious, very traditionalist country, that's one thing I love about the Olympics. It's not Crayola, it's fucking nationality and culture. So it's like she is seen as a woman. She is seen as a woman, but not just her biology, but in her practices. So I would say that manhood and woman and how that is constructed with the society will be subjective. So for me, I accept it based off of the perception. I have my own perspective of what that means. And yes, for me, some of that is going to be biological, some of that is going to be spiritual, and you damn right, some of it's going to be physical.
Okay. China, I think you're back, boo. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we can hear you now. What is your, like, how do you, like, outside of sex, what you like, what does it mean? Like, what does woman mean? If you didn't have the parts, how would you know you were even woman? Is there something else that is there without the physicality? Like, would you still know you were a woman if you
Absolutely.
didn't? Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, but I just it is so hard to take that away, to be
Exactly.
honest.
Yeah.
Because men are not creators. Women, although not all women may give birth because of a health issue or a possible genetic birth defect, woman and women are naturally or typically going to produce life. And there's a process to this shit. And I'm sorry, but I do have to say that I do take it personal. And there is an essence to it. It's called femininity, and it's called a mixture of also masculinity, because woman also carries the ability to the duality of doing both. I just it, there is a very sexy sensuality that comes with woman. That how would I know? I've dealt with and I've been with women and surrounded with women, and a woman was my first kiss. There is an essence, a smell, a femininity, a softness, a nurturing, a natural essence that a woman has, that women carry naturally, that is just innately them, us. um Speaking from experience, because I also am and I identify as a woman, masculine or not, and speaking from stud perspective or not, 9 times out of 10, most masculine women, we don't want to become men. We don't want to be men. We want to be women. We get comfortable in that shit. Very much so. I am in pain right now on my fucking cycle, bro. Like, and still wouldn't change my fucking parts no matter what happens here. Like, and there is the difference. And to me, no disrespect, because I love women and I love the essence that comes, that gay men and that transgender women. I love the strong feminine energy and womanly and woman energy that they carry and that they bring when I am around them or when I have encountered being around them. But the piece that we cannot take away from is the transition into what is, for those who do. And for those who don't, that's fine. Who still identify as just being trans or what, however. But I can't, there's a transitioning into having certain things that also come with the essence of women, and yes, some women have breasts, some women have ass, big, small. Speaking to what I think the other what One Love said about wrapping up, some studs wrapping up their breast, and that's not something that is to say that they're trying to become a man or want to be a man or to even transition. Sometimes there's sometimes a phase in which we go through as masculine presenting folks when our body starts to go through puberty and going from not having no boobs, fit in certain clothes and being free to starting to develop and wanting to, and then depending if you grow up in a religious background or family, what I'm saying, Baptist church, all the shit that might come with it, what I'm saying, you may have done things to try to hold back the development of those things, or even having access to proper bras that would make your boobs sit up in a way that would make you even feel comfortable in your body when you don't even have the proper clothes to fit your identity as a masculine person. It gets deeper for us. Like I understand what you were saying when you said that, but it even like you speak from your own perspective when it comes to your trans shit, but even when it comes from masculine perspective for lesbians, that shit gets even deeper when they come that's a sensitive fucking topic. I went through that shit. I understand where that comes from. I love women. I really do. And I learn so much every time we have these panels. Because I do like the fact that, just the stressing of I like the idea of just even within the trans own sector of shit, they have their own shit that they deal with in between their own people that they got to figure out, and it's layers to their own shit, like how it's layers to being a lesbian masculine woman, and sometimes you in between, sometimes you a STEM, what I'm saying, you a little soft stud, you a little AG. You know what I'm saying? You could be a little. There's layers to this shit on our end as well, so I can respect it and let y'all handle that and figure that out and give y'all grace on y'all's end. So I land my plane.
Because see, I look at the binary, the trans, and the non-binary as like spiritual realities. Like the binary is the physical personification and symbolism of the spiritual yin and yang that exists. And sex has to be and exist spiritually because everything in the physical comes from the immaterial. That immaterial is what, in my opinion, trans people are aware of. Like they have the software, they just don't have the hardware. The binary has the hardware. Trans folk have the software without the hardware, but are still very much so a part of the binary too. But their understanding of themselves is more psychic and awareness. And then the non-binary is just the total transcendence or the full emergence, the full circleness of mask, feminine, male, female, all merging as the great I am, as the great us. I mean, hell, even Jehovah was non-binary, honey. He said, let us make man in our own image. So the he, she, and the we always existed, even back to the genesis of it all, baby. It's all there, it's all ancient, it's all divine, and these are all spiritual things, if you ask me. I think one of the things that fucked the West up about conversations around gender and sexuality is that we have such a scientific, so-called left-brained way of thinking about these things, when, as One Love was saying, none of us are new. The queer people not new, same gender loving people not new, non-binary, non-gender conforming people are not new, trans people are not new. None of us are new. We are just as old as everything else here. We ain't nothing new under the damn sun. You can trace us back to the earliest of human history. And I find that to be so intriguing and interesting. Rumors and tea. What would you define as woman beyond physicality?
You know, that's interesting. Because I've been listening to everyone, and I've been sitting with myself as a cisgender female. So I I was thinking about the woman king, honestly. Especially when One Love was talking. And I don't know what is, to me, it's such a broad question. Is no one particular like answer. I know I was raised and taught that the word woman came from females having the womb. But in total reality, it really is, as I've learned, thank God for this platform, I've learned that, that is, a gender, is based upon gender. It has nothing to do with the functionality of the female body. Is really about, like what society says, the gender roles. But for me, it's interesting because I've been kind of mute a lot in this conversation. And I've been listening. I'm like, well, damn, like, I guess I'm gender fluid, right? If you're gonna slap a label on it, because I've always felt, even throughout my childhood, I will always tell my mom, my brother should have been the females and me and my sister should have been the males. Because I think I operated more in my masculinity, even though there was the feminine energy there too. But I just always felt, I didn't dress like, well, women do that. Like, we do dress like men without wearing men clothing. But I didn't conform to, dress in a certain way or anything. It was just the energy. It was just more the masculine energy. But I knew that the feminine energy within me, like the nurturing, compassion and things of that nature, like that was just as strong, and it resonated just as much as my masculinity of what they quote unquote say, being a provider, all that, whatever. But for me, I just think that it's such a broad thing because it has different meanings for everyone. So I don't even like to even slap an opinion on what I think, because what it's gonna mean to me is gonna be something totally different to somebody else.
Yeah.
But One Love, you just educate. Like, I guess I can label myself, even though I really don't care for labels, because I feel like they're just here to make us to bring division. But if I had to slap a label on, I guess I'm what did you say? I'm gender
fluid.
Gender fluid.
Fluid.
Gender fluid. Yeah, that's basically, it just depends. You can show up any way you want to show up.
And that's more. But is that more about the, not to get off of the what is woman and what is man, but is that more or less about how you show up and present yourself as far as appearance, aesthetics, or is that more about energies?
It's just more so both. It again, whenever you're gender fluid, two things can be true. It can be both things. It can be spirituality, or it can be just your aesthetic. It can be whatever you want it to be, but it's just that you don't align with either you're a man, woman, or you're gonna show up as a trans person. You just basically a fluid person, meaning fluid is like a liquid that runs. Like, it's just a lot. So,
because I identify strongly with the character from the Woman King. Well, she's not a character, but the person from the Woman King. Like, I identify strongly
right
with those females.
Right. You're very alpha, but you still want to be a woman. Your gender just show up very fluid, but you still identify as a woman. I get it. I totally get it.
So to me, it
Yeah.
sounds a little bit like presentation versus identity.
It
Your
could be both.
identity could be trans or whatever the case might be, but your presentation could be gender fluid. So you could be a
Right.
transgender. I got it. I got it. But
You
they
could
can
be,
intertwine one
right,
without the other, or
right.
both.
You could be straight, gay, bisexual, trans. You can be whatever. You can be anything under the spectrum of gender or sexuality and still be fluid. You can. It's just that it's just that you're not nailing to the cross that I am just a trans woman. Like I'm just a gay man, so I'm gonna show up
You're
this way.
basically open. Yeah, you're open to expression, whatever way you want to
Right.
express yourself. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's what I think. Well, for me, that's, I don't want to even speak on what is a woman or whatever, because I personally don't identify for everything they say, because even down to the gender roles, I do the things that society says is for a man to do. I do things they say
Right.
that's for a woman to do. I do. So
Fluid.
I'm just fucking fluid. I'm fluid.
Definitely.
And
Welcome.
I
Oh
think
my
that
God. I'm so proud.
most people are fluid and don't even realize that they are fluid.
I told Conscious this.
Just like Miss Netta, don't know that she might not be trans or might not know that she's gender fluid.
Right.
Right.
Right,
One
because
love got y'all up it.
a lot of straight people, if you sit down and go to the straight community and sit down and see how these Black women are, most Black women are gender fluid. They're very gender fluid, and it's like because they want to still adapt with the social norm of a woman and a wife. It's like, no, you can still have those two as well and still be fluid with your gender or your sexuality. You can do these things. Two things can be true at the same time.
And they do. Beyonce's "If I Were a Boy."
Right. Beyonce can still fantasizing of being a boy and like, oh my God, I wonder how it feels to have a dick stroking into a vagina. Like, oh my God. Like a lot of straight people fantasize these things.
Or when she was imitating Jay-Z in the Upgrade You video.
Right. And you know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? I think the problem is the reason why the whole debate and stuff, this is my honest opinion. I think people do not like trans women. Because if you erase trans women out of the equation, I'm telling you, we will stop talking about trans people completely.
Yeah.
It's because the world do not like the idea of a man turn into a woman and want to be treated like a woman, because we don't like men. Men don't like men. We send men to war to die for no reason. We tell men you have no emotion. So how you understand gender? No, you're a man. So that's why.
Also because society is anti-woman.
Exactly. And that's what it's like, I'm saying, like, I feel like with trans women, it's like, the problem is not about gender. The problem is not about transition. The problem is they don't like trans women.
Ideology.
They don't like
trans
women. They do not like the idea that you want to sit amongst, and I'm going to be attracted to you now. Like, oh my God, I'm going to open doors for a trans woman. That's crazy. So I think that's the reason. That's the whole preface of the whole conversation.
And I want to say this too. I think that why Black women in particularly struggle with the trans thing, because you don't see a lot of the the level of tension that's in the building that, like, for other women dealing with this issue or other communities of women. But I think for Black women who sit at the bottom of the hierarchy, I think for them, they get triggered up by the trans reality because of space, because of an issue of space. Black women already feeling like there ain't enough space already. Like, there's not enough space. I'm barely seen as a Black woman in this space. And now I have to share space, make space, create space that I don't even feel like even exists. I don't even feel like we got enough memory on the hard drive to store anything else on this motherfucker. And now here come trans women, because when I think about like the bathroom issue and all of this, I'm like, the underbelly of these conversations is space. Like, y'all are feeling like there's a space issue. There's not enough space. It's an invasion of space. It's a giving up of space. It's a sharing of space that y'all already screaming about y'all not having under a patriarchy.
Right. And I wanted to go back to what Cynthia C Love or Cynthia J Love. I'm not sure what's their name.
China.
Is it China? Right. So she was saying like, oh, I'm going through my period right now, and that's just her womanhood and stuff like that. And I wanted to remind people like, two things can be true. You can be going through all these shit because you're a woman, right? And still say, okay, you know what? I don't understand trans. That's fine. Trans women understand that plight. We literally are going through menopause at the same time as going through transitioning when we take hormones, right? We're going through these stuff. And because a lot of people do not know about the human body, and because they fail biology, and because they just ignorant as fuck, they don't understand that the same side effects, right, that you're going through as a female with your hormones, that's what they're inducing in the trans woman, right? So we're going through hot flashes. We're going through, we're lactose. When your breast leak milk, basically. Lactating. Trans women who are medically transitioned, not all, but most of us, our breast hurt and it leaks water, liquid. A couple weeks ago, T.S. Madison was going through that. So what I'm trying to say to you is that, yes, everybody goes through their struggles. Shit happens, right? Where we're going through our struggles and we're not trying to like, I think trans women keep saying over and over and over and over and over and over and over again to cis women, like, girl, we understand you have period and it hurts as fuck. We understand that, but guess what? It's not a privilege being trans because trans women are getting killed. It's not a privilege being trans.
Okay, so are black women, but so are black women though. So we can go ahead and talk about that. We got victimization on both sides.
Right.
And,
so what I'm
see
wait,
the,
hold
the
on. Hold on.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Thank you.
We're gonna go back and forth on this one.
All right, can you just pause? Thanks. The reason what I'm trying to say to you is that it's not a competition. It's the fact that we can both understand, like, you're going through your thing and we understand it, but trans people are going through their thing too. We're both going through our thing at the same goddamn times. We're getting killed at the same goddamn times. We're doing the same things at the same thing. But at the end of the day, our womanhood is valid just as much as your womanhood is valid, whether you like it or not. We're still humans who identify as a woman, who are going through not same but similar experiences. And you can't take it away from me, and I can't take nothing away from you. You said you like women, but you can't procreate with a woman because you're a female, right? So you need a sperms to procreate. You need these things to actually bring life in the world. You can't just wake up and be like, okay, I have an egg, I have a womb, and I'm going to have a kid. No, you need a sperm to actually do these things, to navigate a human. So it's like people always forget that. And I find a lot of lesbian does this a lot, and a lot of transphobes and a lot of TERFs. They use like, oh, women bring life. No, you need sperm to bring to the egg to bring life.
Okay, so wait a minute. Whoa, I never got to answer the question before this goes left.
I'll skip over you, Shauna.
Okay, before it goes left. The definition of what I'm sitting here, my brain's growing new neurons, and we've all decided, or we all understand that being a woman and being a man is a social construct. So in reality, it's not real, right? Because there's no defining word for a woman and there's no defining word for a man. So I'm putting out a petition to let's just strike using woman and man, because basically it's pigeonholing people into putting people in a box. It's not so it's comfortable for them, it's comfortable for other. I think gender expression should be whatever you want to be for that day, and I don't think it needs a label as a woman and a man, because we also know that being a woman isn't solely being feminine. We also know that being a man isn't solely being masculine. So the necessity to define people as women and men, I think hopefully it kind of falls by the wayside, maybe not in our lifetime, but in reality, none of us are women and men because we're bouncing back and forth between our masculinity and femininity. And no one on this panel, which I'm not saying it's a problem, could really define what a woman is, because striking any kind of biological definition and removing any kind of, because feminine isn't solely womanhood and masculinity isn't solely manhood. So it's like, what are we really talking about when we're talking about being a woman and a man? We're not talking about anything. It's not reality. It's not for real. So it would be best to just not, if you want to refer to me as, but even then you get into a little bit of a bind when you're saying, oh, are you male or female? Because we know that there's so many versions of male and female in between.
Intersex people exist.
Exactly. So it's like, it's
so there was always meant to be a great space.
Yeah. More of the story. And I also wanted to say that I have a uterus and I don't have children, and I don't have, my uterus has no problem. And let's not forget, there are actually women who choose not to birth children. And it's not always a problem as to the reason why women don't have children. It's also very much, thank goodness, a choice not to have children. So that can't be discounted. And also, having a period isn't a flex. It's a gift and a curse, but it's not a flex. That's why I think the point of when we're talking about the trans community or non-binary, that if we remove the biological definitions of female and male, there's really nothing to argue.
Because you know what, Shawana? Trans men have menstruals.
You're right.
Trans men they have babies.
Right.
So I agree with you 100%. But I just jumped in real quick because, Conscious, you remember when we had these discussions eons ago, you had pulled up some literature, the Receipt King, you pulled up some literature where it was talking about, was it the Mayan country? There was a tribe, an ancient tribe that had 3 different genders because they acknowledged the intersex people that were born dual, and I think that again, it just goes back to showing you how this system has literally created so much confusion, because this is really simple. You have, and I agree with you, Shauna, it's either male or female. People can identify whatever way they choose, the same way people can live their lives whatever way they choose to live their lives. I think we harping as a female. I do think that I agree with you, Conscious, about this, feeling like there's no space, because I think a lot of females feel like when it comes to the trans community, it's a choice, and not understanding the reality that it's really not a choice, in a sense, the way that we think it's a choice. Like the choice is either to be liberated or to continue to be in bondage.
Yep.
By whatever it is that's tormenting
live out
you,
loud or suffer in silence.
And I don't think that females really understand, and like especially Black females, I think we have a hard time really understanding the plight. And that goes back to just our humanity, because if we stop looking at it in an individual sense and just look at it from a humanitarian sense, you really wouldn't give a fuck about any of this. You would just really want people to be happy in themselves.
Exactly. If you actually accepted that we're all spiritual beings at the core of it, that we're all spiritual having a human experience, then a lot of the need to fight with each other about these things, about our truths, would not be the top priority, because we all have a common bond when it comes to just having a humanity, as you just said, just being human, just all of us, man, woman, male, female, trans, non-trans, non-binary, same gender loving, black, white, blue, etc. Like that, we're all just trying to get some percentage of peace and understanding and some sense of happiness about our lives, which are deeply complex. And that's all people really want, is just a peace of mind and want to feel safe and want to be loved and want to be able to experience life and experience liberty. And that's something that we can do, but because we're living in a system that is divisive, that's capitalistic, that's man-made, that has been intentionally constructed to be exploitive, we now have an issue of resource, and we have a perceivable issue of space, and we have all this gatekeeping, and we have all of this shit, and then it just creates the in-house fighting of it all. I want.
And can I just say one more thing too, please, to make it real brief?
Mm-hmm.
Also, for the Christians, because a lot of Christians, even we can't just come in with her rhetoric. When you research, if you do go beyond the King James Bible, when you do your research, you would discover that the first female that God created, was created, and it was flawed. It was flawed. And because a lot of times Christians love to want to rely on, God made you this way, whatever. The first female, which was Lilith, was flawed based upon the design. And so God did away with her and then created another female. The female anatomy was recreated 3 times. Eve was the third one. So when people go into the whole religious antics of, trying to debunk what others are feeling, I always go to that, because I even the creator made something that he was not pleased with, but I personally believe that that being was not pleased with the way that it was created. And that's, the spirit wasn't pleased with the physical body that was created for him. So I don't understand why people have this whole hang up the way they have it. Like, it's just a willfulness of being ignorant.
It's a response. It's literally a side effect to the matrix and to the patriarchy. And it's an issue of space. It's women already feeling like they are competing with other women. There's already a lack of good men, so they are competing with other women as it relates to men, as it relates to the obtainment of men, to the prospects of men. It's all these issues that particularly women and women of color, minority women at the bottom of the pyramid, are going to experience an adverse reaction to, because they experience the shrinkage as a result of where they land on the hierarchy, on the social hierarchy, relative to any other woman. So because I always say, like, I understand exactly why females are having an adverse reaction. What they're really responding to is the intentional design of the divisive ass matrix. And unfortunately, trans women are catching the strays and are catching the residual from females about a system that neither female nor trans women actually created. So they're just kind of being pit in the middle about an issue that transcends them both. But like you said, if people would take time to really understand the way we've all been socialized and this kind of like hamster cage we've all been incubated in, and would become aware that we're in a cage, would become aware that there are forces trying to be our master, and we would transcend the illusion of the system, then, all people could work together to eventually collapse it, that great awakening. I wanted to also respond to that question, and then I wanted to get China to respond to One Love. I think I would agree with Shauna that the reason why it gets complicated trying to define man and woman beyond physicality is because it doesn't exist. We are talking literally about a social construct, so it's going to fade out the more you try to detail it and define it, because outside of the sex is just masculine and feminine. Man created man and woman, the concept of man and woman, just like man created the concept of race. Like all of this shit has been created. You can't really define it beyond its surface level. So what you have is people around the world, both biological, both trans, basically assimilating to whatever that system has constructed and defined as man and woman. And we know that the system is largely subjective, because this is why women talk about a womanhood, and why typically men want to raise boys and women want to raise girls, because you are assimilating them and indoctrinating them into the culture. You are assigning them the colors, the jobs, the mentality, the aesthetic of what it's supposed to mean as man and woman, which is not really real. So trans people also look very different all around the world. Trans people show up based upon the way that the male and females of their culture show up, whatever that looks like in every particular tribe, in every particular community around the world, because that looks different based upon culture, etc. And like One Love was saying, these are not things that are synonymous to LGBT folk. Like straight folk, natural born folk have a gender expression too. You have a gender expression. Like you could be non-gender conforming. You could present masculine and feminine regardless of orientation, regardless of sex. And all of us have these things. All of us show up in one way or another. But China, I want to get you to respond to One Love, if you can remember what you were trying to respond to.
Conscious.
Yes.
Well, I would like to say that I am not. I just want to acknowledge all the other talking points that were made after One Love's. Like I said,
we
every like I think every situation you should be willing to be open to growth or different perspectives, right? I'm gonna go ahead and leave the whole conversation in regards to womanhood, being a woman. Because it's so, like the lady said, everyone, it's just so hard to define, and it's so, because I just truly feel like, you know, femininity and just being a woman, you it's the duality that you can encompass and that you birth between both sexes. Shut up, cat. And I would like to just say, I think that we all just have a lot to learn and to continue to learn around this conversation. And I'm definitely still open to whatever you want to say. So.
Okay, well, I kind of wanted to get back a little bit to Candace Owens bullshit around this whole mental ill situation is wild to me, because I'm glad that the bitch fucked around and also identified as a mentally ill person based upon her anorexia. Because I wonder now that she has identified herself as a mentally ill person and suffering from mental illness, if she agrees that women who suffer from anorexia should be treated the way that she insists upon trans people being treated, the way that she insists upon LGBT persons being treated as a result of their presumably mental illness. And it's interesting that in her talking points, she was saying that, you know, we shouldn't be normalizing people who are mentally ill. That I would totally disagree with that, because people who are born blind, we tell them that they are complete and fine and whole just the way they are. People who are born autistic, people who are born physically deformed, people who are born with a plethora of different adverse and diverse neurological, physiological situations and scenarios, we affirm them. So why should we not be affirming queer people who are making the same claim as well, that they are born this way, have been this way their whole life, and since they aren't causing harm to anyone else, what's the problem with dignifying a trans woman, a trans man, by referring to them in their proper pronouns? What is the actual issue with affirming queer people as people who should have a right to love and be attracted to who they want to be attracted to, etc.? Like, we're not sitting around here telling anorexic women that they need to be in conversion camp and that they should be okay being accepted as social rejects, and that they should not be a part of history, and that they should not have access to a standard life simply because they suffer from a mental disorder. She wouldn't dare if she, or maybe she is toxic enough. That middle part certainly is very toxic. Maybe she would, if she had a anorexic daughter, badger, berate, and beat her ass over the head. But I want to give her the benefit of a doubt that she probably wouldn't do that. So I'm just trying to understand, whether you consider queerness to be a mental illness or not, why do you think it justifies this hatred that should be there for queer people? This disdain, this social rejection. Exactly how the fuck is a trans woman or a queer person inconveniencing you? Oh, well, it goes against my religion. Well, guess what, bitch? You don't have to marry any queer person, girl. Nobody's running to Candace Owens to have them ordain their marriage. Okay, well, I have to share a restroom with the trans woman. Actually, you don't. The minute that you believe you're in a restroom with a trans woman, you can go take a shit somewhere else, including in your pants if you desire. All these things are choices.
I think she is an agent of chaos and pure evil. I think there's a space and a lane for always for a person like her to sit.
I think Candace logic don't be logicking, because you basically are pro beat, berate, and undignified mentally ill people, and we don't treat no other mentally ill person that way. We make special accommodations actually for people who suffer cognitively. We still allow them to be a part of school. We still allow them to be a part of society. And since you can't find exactly how transgenderism and or queerness intellectually impairs a person and keeps them from being a fully functional person, a fully competent person who can work for themselves, clean for themselves, produce business for themselves, who can live on their own, then once again, how do you justify your bullshit? And if you are going to have this type of heat for queer people, have this heat for all special needs people. Treat queer people, since you're calling them a special class of folk who are mentally ill and mentally disturbed, treat them just as special as we treat every other special needs individual. accommodate them, be kind to them, because you're showing how demonic and satanic your ass is by leading with this desire to somehow make queer people feel absolutely terrible about themselves and to convince other people to hold a terrible attitude about them. But you won't dare come forward and say we need to keep that same smoke for autistic people, for mentally retarded people, for blind people, for deaf people, for physically deformed people, for people who suffer from chronic depression, etc. All these people, everybody else on the special needs category, everybody else in the mentally ill category should have a regimen of love and have a supportive community, and we should be creating ways to have these people live as much of a normal life as they possibly can. But when it comes to queer folk, baby, we're the village people. Where's the cross?
I mean, I just hate the fact that it can be like, and then this is to anybody. Like, is there just like one rebuttal that shuts this mental illness shit down? Because it really gets up under my skin. The fact that they can kind of throw it out there and continue, it's just a continued thing. Like, why does it keep coming up, and why can't it just, like, there just be something that just totally shuts this down?
So let's shut it down. Let's create a petition to have Candace Owens debate CTV. Let's do it, bitch. Let's motherfucking do it, Candace. Let's do it, bitch. Okay, girl, because I'm gonna clock you line by line, verse by verse, girl. And the good thing about Candace is that she's an easy intellectual read, because the bitch is a walking contradiction. So I literally don't even have to. I can use her own logic to dismantle her own arguments. I don't even have to create any original arguments. I can use her own logic to shame her with.
The thing is with Candace Owens, she's a drifter. So with drifters, they go where the money is and the mindset that's gonna profit them, right? So when you have a Candace Owens, she's not going to talk about the blind, because we are educated about what blind people go through. She's not going to talk about disabled people, because we are educated and understand how that affects humans, right? But you have to understand, because Candace Owens is a drifter and she knows that the world right now does not like trans women, and her argument is going to always bring her viewership. And when you have viewership, that's money.
Mm-hmm.
When you have viewership, and that's what people need to understand, when you are a content creator and you have viewers, and you have people that's viewing you every single day for your content, that's money. She makes millions just by talking about trans women. Because if she talks about trans man, there's no viewership. If she talks about gay man, there's no viewership. If she talks about lesbians, there's no viewership. Look at all the podcasts that talks about trans people. Do you think that Dr. Umar would go on the Breakfast Club and speaks about lesbians? No, because in the straight community, lesbian is looked up as fetishized for straight men's sexual orientation, right? So what is he going to talk about? The easiest conversation that he can get riled up in the Black community are gay man and trans women, right? And now the gay man argument is kind of like dwindling. Like people understand, like, okay, we understand that gay man is not really the P word, so let's just put it on someone else now, because we can't put it on lesbians, we can't put it on bisexual women, because we do need them, because they don't really, they're still gonna give us our needs, right? So if you go on any porn sites and you go on the straight section, who do you see over there? Lesbians and bisexual women. So the conversation is never going to be about the LGBT people. It's going to be always about the T. And who, if you want viewers, just talk about trans women in disparaging way. Mm-hmm. Call them a man, bully them, and you will get viewers, because people are secretly cannot stand. They're irritated of a trans woman, and don't be clockable, and definitely you're gonna get the viewership. Be clockable and sit with her, and you just say you're a woman and look like, and you physically look masculine. Just say you look, just you're a woman. And that's where you have to understand when it comes to drifters. She loves when her clips goes viral in the Black community. You think she's gonna go viral when she talks about Black women, or when she talk about no, there's no father in the Black community? You think she's gonna go viral? No, she never goes. She has the view that she does. First of all, she does not like the fact that there's single moms in the home. That's one. And Black community never post that. They never post it. They only post things like when she's talking about trans people. I want y'all to pay attention. She talks about one thing with Candace Owens. She talks about every topic. She does not shy away from no topic. She talks about the topic, but she watch what goes viral. And what goes viral is trans women in her mouth. That's what goes viral. That's what get the viewership. That's what get people riled up. And remember, in the LGBT community, they don't like trans women. Let's be clear. Let's not sugarcoat it. So you're gonna have gay man and lesbians and bisexual man. Dave Chappelle even said it, that you have gay man, a lesbian, a bisexual people, you have trans people in a car. Who's getting kicked out first?
The T's.
Exactly. So if the straight people know that they can get clicks and views by bashing trans women and you're not gonna get pushback.
But here's the thing, One Love. I just can't believe that, like, females do not understand how they're being played to the left. Like, they literally are relying on females to be insecure. They're literally relying on them to, like, drink the Kool-Aid and to buy into this idea that they should feel inferior toward trans women. And they're buying into this idea that there is shrinkage as a result of the presence of trans women. And I'm just like, y'all don't realize, like, female community, like cis or natural born community, like, that y'all are, like, that they are almost like playing off of y'all's insecurity, that they're playing off of y'all buying into the illusion, and they're using y'all, like One Love said, to get the clicks and the views, because they know that you guys are going to set it off once the trans word is dropped in the conversation, once the trans thing comes up in the dialogue, and there y'all go, flooding the comments, flooding the algorithm, boosting the revenue, because they're literally banking on y'all being insecure as fuck because y'all fight with other women. So of course you're going to fight with trans women even more out of all women. You're already in a chokehold just in generally with women's community being pitted against each other. We know if we bring in these trans women, baby, oh yeah, baby, we about to set shit all the way off in this bitch. Like, stop falling for the okie.
I think they're not gonna stop.
One Love, I say that all the time. And when I get into these type of conversations, you never see, like, that will be like a once in a blue moon, like a red moon, where you would see a male ostracizing and discriminating against a trans man. They just don't do it. Like,
it doesn't get viewership.
Yeah, I'm like, do y'all know? But I mean, not even outside of social media, like, you just never see it. So I'm like, do y'all not see that? It's like it's something that is so threatening about the feminine energy, and I just don't understand as a female myself. I just really don't understand how we don't understand.
Can I make you understand it?
Like, no, I'm saying I don't understand why they cannot see I'm not saying I'm not speaking for myself specifically, but just in general. I don't understand why we don't see the allyship, why we don't see the sister, why we don't embrace it, why we don't welcome it. We share the same plights. I mean, like, I just don't, we can see it in others, but we just, like, it's just crazy as hell.
You know what? And this is I'm gonna make you understand this. This is an example that I see a lot of straight men does. So if you have a bunch of men, right, and they're all heterosexual men, right, and they're talking about, and one of them would say, I don't like fucking bisexual women because, that's disgusting, da 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 da. They're gonna be shamed because you're basically dismantling this bisexual woman that is access to you. Like, you can have a threesome with this bisexual woman, right? You can be in community with lesbian women because now they're sleeping with straight men now, and it's like, so that's why you don't see the argument with trans men, because at the end of the day, once you're assigned birth with a pussy, right? And this is straight man's views. Once you have a pussy, they have the upper hand, right? And remember, most trans women have a penis, right? And men are not men don't see penis as submissive. Men see penis as dominant, meaning if you have a vagina, in their mind, you cannot you cannot R word, you cannot do anything crazy when it comes to, because you have a vagina, right? But when you have a penis, they see all this trauma-based thing because of what straight man has been doing for centuries, right? So that's where I'm saying, that's why most conversation is never around trans men, because at the end of the day, they don't see trans men as men. They see them as masculine people with vaginas, just like with studs. Don't you see a lot of memes going around with studs saying, "Oh, I'm going to sleep with my straight friend. I'm going to sleep with my straight friend," and that's new content. That is literally new content right now. You have the guy who is like one of the biggest streamer. I can't remember his name, is Miko, or he's a chubby guy. He just posted that he likes female and stud. I'm like, isn't female and stud the same thing? I'm so lost. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, because of the fetishization that lesbian go through, trans man is sink into that concept. And that's why you don't see on panel people talk about trans men. Trans man is going through their shit, but guess what? No one is talking about it because it doesn't bring viewership. It doesn't bring money. Whatever drives money, that's what the conversation is about. Look at the Olympics. You know how much money people make over that 3 day of debating if that person was trans or not? Do you know how much money YouTube paid out? And TikTok and all these streaming platforms paid out that particular weekend because they're debating on if this person is trans or not? So what I'm saying to you is that when you have conversation about trans women, that's going to resonate money in your pocket. And you have to talk about them in a bad way, because there's more people out there that do not like trans women. Mm-hmm. Exactly. They don't want to understand what trans man is. They don't care about non-binary people. They care about a assigned birth male who shows up as a woman. Mm-hmm. That's the whole niche. Lesbians, they don't care. I don't care what lesbian says. I don't care what bisexual people say. Who they want to disclose. They want bisexual men to disclose that they're bisexual, but never a bisexual woman to disclose that they're bisexual. Why is it that? They want trans women to disclose that they're trans women, but never ask the trans man to disclose that he's a trans man. And if you do have that conversation, it's bare minimum. Pay attention. It's for clicks and views. It's not. It's just for money gain. It's not. So they don't care about trans people because they don't. Trans community is like 1.1% of population. They don't care. They're pretending they care. They don't give a fuck. They just don't like trans women particularly. They do not like trans women, male to female. They do not like those type of people.
Let me ask you this question. One Love, like when you was producing content and that content was getting like a lot of negative feedback from natural born women, like did you ever feel like the negative criticism was genuine, like it was women like literally just like believing and feeling whatever they were feeling, or did you just feel like you were being intentionally misunderstood, like that there was an intentional effort being made to not understand what you were saying, where you were coming from, what you were trying to get them to understand? Like, how did you unpack their feedback, because I used to see so many reaction videos when you would do that. Like, feel like
Right.
maybe
I
people would go up.
think for me personally, I think T.S. Madison said it best, and I think Miss Netta got caught up in that. When we speak about general terms, I think because a lot of people are not used to trans people, they're not running into trans people in the grocery store. They're not seeing trans people every day. They're not interacting with us. So when they see someone like myself, and then I'm speaking in general terms, I think everybody think I'm talking about the entire black cis woman, and I'm like, no, I'm talking about the transphobes. There are a particular group of black women who are transphobic, who are TERFs, and that include lesbians, that include bisexual women, that include gender fluid women, black cis women, black biological females. They are transphobes, right? So every little trans conversation that comes up, what I've learned on YouTube and any sort of platform, once you type in trans in your thing, your feed goes to those particular audience, right? And those particular audience can be really loud because, again, because of the transphobia. So they magnify it more, because here you have a person who is speaking out of general terms, just like with Miss Netta when she was saying, oh, black woman is da da da. No, she probably meant the transphobes that's in her DMs, that's calling her a man, just like with T.S. Madison, just like with Funky Nan. It happened with gay men too, like with Funky Daniva. It happened with you. So you have to understand, okay, who is my audience? Okay, you have to understand how to speak, articulate your word better. Because if you're a new YouTuber, and like for me, I was a new YouTuber, and that's why I got off, because I'm like, okay, what I'm saying, they don't want to hear what I'm saying. What they want to hear me say is, I'm a man who pretends to be a woman and fuck these trans women, right? That's what they really want me to say. But because I was saying words as like cis, and I was saying, you know, I'm a woman and I address myself as a woman, they don't want to hear those stuff. And when I was saying like black women are the reason, no, black women are some of the reason why black trans women are getting killed, and I mean it up to this day. Some cis black women will go to Tom, Dick, and Harry and be like, "That's a trans woman," and then get her killed. She didn't pull the trigger, but guess what? She start the match, right? She start the conversation, right? And that's where I was coming from. But I think because I wasn't used to streaming, and I wasn't used to the whole idea of like YouTube. And I think that's where the confusion started. And I was like, you know what? Let me just get off, because I'm not making money from it, one. And in order to make money as a trans woman on these platforms, you have to bash your community. Like you're not gonna get an audience who is on your audience is gonna be small, because my audience was small, very small. But my recap videos, the audience are huge. And I was like, what the hell? So it's like I understand the play. In order to be successful as a trans woman, T.S. Madison is 1 in a million. There's plenty of trans women online. But they don't get the viewership because they're not bashing their community.
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to. Society does not care about trans women. They don't. And I keep saying that if you erase trans women out of the equation, this conversation would not happen. I'm telling you. It would not happen.
Wow.
But yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because that seems to be, because we know that trans women have always been here. It seems like the issue became when trans women started to like intentionally like make themselves visible. That seemed to have happened with overall community in a way. It's like, okay, y'all always knew queer people been everywhere. Gay people been all up in your church. They've been the musicians. Trans women been everywhere. Gay men been everywhere. It's always been here. But it's like once we were not kind of willing to live within the sewages of society, and we wanted to be daywalkers, and we wanted to live above ground, then all of a sudden it became an issue for some reason. Like
once they had rights.
Yeah, like once again, it's a space issue. Once we took up space, once we took up space, then here we go now. I do want the community, because that's what bothered me even more than because I know that Candace is going to be on her bald-headed middle part bullshit, but it was really the comment section that was interesting to me, because y'all all know that Candace Owens is like a Black community reject. She literally got her Black card snatched from her eons ago. She always get dragged anytime she's trending, anytime she's percolating in the algorithm. But the exception, of course, was made for Miss Candace once she got to being transphobic. And I want to bring up this comment section and just read a few of these comments.
And before you go there too, she was even talking about the lady that got killed by the police officer in her home. She didn't go viral for that. She's blamed the Black lady that was saying the
Sonia Massey.
She blamed that woman, and she was a Black woman, and Shade Room didn't post her. Nobody posted.
So here we go up back to the trans. You know, she gotta rely on the most low-hanging fruit topic in a conversation, which is to try to gaslight the Black community that is in a deeply conservative right-wing country with, you know, the whole trans conversation, especially on the heels of everything that's going around the intersex boxer and everything, because I learned that boxer is intersex.
She's not intersex.
Okay, because I've been reading that she's intersex.
No, she's not intersex. She came out with she did a press conference, and her father spoke about it as well. She is not intersex. She is basically a female with high testosterone.
Oh yeah. That's what it is. That she's a female with higher testosterone levels.
And they would not if she was intersex. Her country does not recognize intersex women. You're either male or female.
Exactly. And then one thing, when I saw that too, like, as a person who likes boxing and fighting, I'm just gonna say this. I'm sorry. That French boxer, she's a disgrace to the sport. I have watched cisgendered white women in America hit each other way harder. She didn't like Amon had the reach. So regardless if she's trans or not, Amon had a reach on her. She did not pay. If y'all watch that little tap, that literally it was a tap. Amon did not hit her hard to knock her off her equilibrium. Amon also, if you know something about boxing, because she has the reach, she backed up. She did not charge in to become more dominant. So it's one of those things to where I think it was political size for the little weak Italian boxer. She needs to find another sport, because there are women of this sport that is like, it was just really disgraceful. So I really think that she's trying to do. She was paid. She paid. Yeah, she tried to use her Italian white privilege. Yeah, because there was nothing about Amon's behavior in any way that showed she had even an advantage. The only advantage she had has nothing to do, even if she was trans or intersex to a certain degree. No, she just had more reach. She had longer arms. She had a reach. She had longer reach. So yeah, that when I saw that, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. She did not. You know how y'all play a video game? I was telling retro. You know, like you play Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat. You know how you combo a bitch, and you start off with the weak punches, and you notice that the character don't really flinch. But when you hit that bitch with that hard punch or that fierce punch, the bitch neck almost turned all the way around. Iman hit her with the quick punch. Iman hit her with the light punch, y'all. So that was not enough to even start cobbling her.
I've never felt a force like that, G. Now I want to read this comment section. I want to ask y'all something. So this comment section, of course, is filled with people who look like us, and all of a sudden, the same community that don't fuck with Miss middle part is girl up and down in support of her. Girl, one commenter saying, I agree, they doing too much, they women and we cisgender, what the fuck is that? Another person saying, if you really listen to her, she makes a lot of sense. I said what I said. Another person says, okay, somebody else was kind of team trans, like, girl, why question, you know, why the fuck does she care, basically. Another person says, I hate when I agree with her, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. Somebody else said she ain't wrong. Someone else said one thing about Candace is she gonna stand on every word and don't care what anybody thinks. Someone else says I agree with her. She explained it perfectly. She says some BS sometimes, but let me see. I lost my spot. She says BS sometimes, but this is spot on, all caps. Someone else said, where's the lie? Someone else says, I agree. You are whatever your birth certificate says. You are God, male and female. So it just went on and on. She's right. Sigh. She has some points, girl. Now, I remember having a conversation with the great Dr. Cleo Monago, who I adore so much. He is the Black grassroots organizer and civil rights activist who actually coined the term same gender loving. And I've had him on my platform like twice. And me and Dr. Cleo always have a contentious argument because one of his big
he's a transphobe.
One of his big sticklers is he is like he really gets triggered when Black queer people say that they feel safer in white spaces as it relates to their queerness. And then he goes on these diatribes about how basically those Black queer people are fucking delusional to believe that they are ever safe around white people. And I remember he also had a conversation with Funky Dineva, and Funky Dineva basically echoed the same thing. Like, a lot of us do feel safer as Black queer people in white spaces. We feel utterly in danger amongst our own people as queer people. And you know, the comment section was filled with other Black queer people who were affirming what the fuck Funky Dineva was saying, and Cleo Monago cannot hear that at all. But this would be a perfect example of how our own community is so deeply entrenched in queerphobia and transphobia and homophobia that even the people that they throw away, for whatever reasons they throw them away, they're anti-Black, they are coons, whatever it can be, they're willing to endorse these people just to be able to lead from their queerphobia. So my question to the panel is, like, as Black and brown people, like, relative to being in white spaces as a queer person versus being queer in Black spaces, and not Black queer spaces, but just in Black straight spaces versus even white straight spaces, like, what has y'all experience be? Have y'all felt like a sense of relief? Is there a difference for y'all as it relates to the way that y'all can navigate y'all queerness amongst white people versus how y'all can navigate y'all queerness amongst Black people? Anybody can go.
Well, shit. Who gonna go?
I'll go after. I take up too much space. You guys can go.
Okay, well, I'll go. I can never say that I could ever feel more comfortable around any other culture outside of my own, but I can say that I've seen it, being that I grew up in the hood, and I've got to just experience life in different classes, I guess you could say. And as I moved into college, and being around just, I guess, different peoples of all walks of life, but more white organizing folk, queerness was very different. That's when the word queer actually came into play. and just a whole different feel as far as like how to operate in being gay. But I guess as I got older and I was able to find, I guess you can say, myself, and I guess Black gay folk, you know, you find your people, and you know where your people is at. But I can never just say that I've ever felt, but I've seen it happen with people, with Black folk who grew up in more white, predominantly white spaces, or, you know, upper class, you know, Black folks.
I'll add that I have been somebody who has, I come from a multiracial family. I grew up in a lot of multiracial spaces. And so I had a lot of friendship groups, and I had a lot of hobbies that put me amongst, various ethnic communities. And I can tell you this, I've never had a white person call me the F word. I've never had a white person confront me about my queerness. I've never had and been in any space and situation where white people have seemingly used their body language to express discomfort as it relates to me. But when I have been in Black spaces, generally unapologetically queer, I definitely stirred the pot. There definitely is, a attention that is specifically drawn to my queerness, for better and or for worse. And it is a night and day experience with me showing up unapologetically queer in Black spaces and showing up unapologetically queer in white spaces. I have had to fight other Black people in Black spaces because of my queerness, who made an issue out of my queerness. I have had to knuck and buck. I have had to go to jail. I have had to have the blue and the black and the sirens flashing up against the walls because of the way that I had to regulate the motherfucking temperature in a goddamn space as it relates to my own people. I know exactly why white people are not tripping about me regardless of how I show up, and it's because plenty of white straight men show up just like me. And it's not synonymous with sexuality. I could fit into a plethora of subcategories that are present in the white community, from goth to punk rock to, all of these subgenres of white men that get to exist and be. White people go to ain't even that I'm gay. Just because their culture as it relates to white men is very different. But because the Black community has a particular issue of a very small margin when it comes to masculinity and what Black men can't and can't be, and there being not a lot of fucking creative wiggle room, that anything that's not utterly masculine has to be something that's other than that, and that othering somehow has to be met with some type of alienation or rejection or some type of aggression, etc. Now I've built up a reputation in my life. I don't have to move around my cities or my states or my space that way, because everybody knows that I am made for a woman, and I will whip your ass like a nigga. So I don't have those problems anymore. I don't, respect is not on my name, but there definitely is a different experience, and I don't give a damn how much that triggers Dr. Cleo Monago. It is motherfucking true for a lot of Black queer people that they have a much better experience of their queerness amongst white people than they have amongst their own kind. Ask can any of these same gender loving individuals, IG and his boo, go down to the hood and just kiss out in the open without it being a problem? If any of us can be can be gender fluid in some of these very Black spaces without there being a problem. I can go sit in any white suburban community in the middle of the street without there being a problem. I can go jog down the damn road in a pink Cinderella gown with a high top fade and red bottoms on, and it not be a problem. What's the problem?
I think two things can be true at the same time. I do believe for me, myself, and where I don't feel safe in white spaces, and I also don't feel safe in Black spaces. I get where you're coming from because I intentionally moved into a white neighborhood because I'm trans. And I don't want to deal with.
And yet, just said what the hell you just said.
No. I said I did say two things can be true at the same time. It can be true, but I used to live in a Black neighborhood, and honestly, most of my discriminations are from in the Black community. Yes, and I intentionally moved to the white neighborhood. Yes, I moved here because I thought I would be safer, but it's better, but it's not safer. It's better, but it's not safer because again, I'm still Black, right? So my Blackness kind of like show up, and they're threatened by my Blackness, not by my transness, because most of them don't know that I'm trans, or it's just mostly my Blackness. So it's like two things can be true at the same time. Where we're in the Black community, my transness is the problem, and in the white community, my Blackness is the problem. So that's where I'm like, ugh, it's like a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm like,
but see, even that's a credit that even Dr. Cleo Monago wouldn't even give the white folk. Like he wouldn't even agree that we are safer in our queerness.
Yeah, but that man is problematic because he's literally the Umar Johnson of the gay man community. He don't believe that you should be a man who's feminine and like all this nails and da. He don't believe in those fluidity identity. I remember watching. I'm such a fucking old school bitch. I remember watching this man. That's why he never made it in society, because you cannot be Black and be anti-LGBT. You cannot be Black trans and be anti-LGBT. Black. That's why you see Flame Monroe is not surviving. You see, like, him is not surviving because the world does not like to see Black people be ignorant to ourselves and then want to make money from it. Like, no, you're not gonna make no money from it. Like, the white people still don't fuck with you, Flame Monroe. Straight people still don't fuck with you. Like, let's keep it a buck. Straight people big up Flame Monroe, but y'all ain't giving her views on YouTube. Y'all ain't making her hit 1 million subscriber on YouTube or Instagram and show up to her concert and she's selling the arenas. Y'all agree with her so damn much, but yet Flame Monroe is not one of the biggest thing. Y'all invite her to the Breakfast Club 5 fucking times. 5 times. And y'all gave Jess Hilarious the job? If she's such an impact and her words is gold and everything, because they know they don't want to put no Black people like that in position. Just like with that guy, he was all about respectable politics when it comes to gay men. He wanted all gay men to be one way, and that's why his flight just ended. Like, he totally is not even around anymore. He totally not around anymore. That man used to debate the biggest and the strongest hoteps for gay people. But once you get down to his politics about gender identity and social construct about how people show up, his politics is shit. If you listen to Flame Monroe, her politics when it comes to like voting rights and all these liberate shit, she said some amazing things. But when it comes down to gender identity and trans woman visibilities and all LGBT issues, she is like a literal OTAP in a trans woman body. And that's why I say you're not going to survive in this society. If you're not, you have to have some sort of niche to make money. You have to have some sort of niche. You can't be Candace Owens and be a lesbian. You can't be Candace Owens and be gay. It has to. I don't know how to like solve this problem. I don't know.
But see, here is the gag. One love. Not only have I been safer with my queerness in white spaces, my Blackness has never been an issue. I've never been called the N-word.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been ran out of any community by a white person. I've never experienced any type of like intimate racism. I have experienced systemic racism because we're in this country. So of course we all are experiencing it systemically, but I've never experienced it intimately ever. I know racism still exists, and I know that Black people get treated obviously like crap by white people. I've never had those experiences either with white people.
I could say that my experiences of prejudice has happened from white people of color more than non-Hispanic white, like non-white people of color have not given me like the intimate racism. Have I experienced more prejudice and racism from people of color as the Adolph's Black American? Absolutely. I've had more, especially when living in like San Antonio, Texas, where it's mostly Mexican American and 90% of them identify as white. It's like, yeah, I didn't have to deal with that growing up in Terrytown and Gretna. If you know the history of Gretna, Louisiana, was not a very great place before integration. But after that, I think it's kind of bizarre. I grew up in a neighborhood where a lot of white people were in my neighborhood. I never had to feel that thing about being afraid of someone calling the police on me or I'm going to get shot today by delivering world's famous chocolate almond bars. I didn't have that fear growing up in those spaces. But then when I started going into people of color and people of color of a certain class, San Antonio grew me up in a way, and it's not all bad, but I learned what systemic racism, how most Black Americans are suffering in a way, systemically and not just culturally in representation. So I can say that, yeah, I definitely felt even more safer from non-white people of color than I have white people of color. Definitely.
Baby Dr. Umar somewhere rolling over in his non-existent grave right now.
His Afro-coon ass child. I
But you
definitely
know,
don't feel safe around them niggas, them Afro-coon, pan-Afro-coons.
you know what? Honestly, it's really saddening that y'all is saying that because and myself as well. I feel like it's so sad that like we're so pro-Black, like we're so like in our like for me personally, I can't speak for everybody, but for me, I'm so like I love Black people. I love being Black. But at the same time, most of the trauma is from that community. And it's like, okay, how do we learn? I think we have to they want us to learn to like, oh my God, okay, even though they're homophobic, we still have to accept them. Even though they're transphobic, we still have to accept them. And it's like, oh my God, like, it's like niggas are just always going to be niggas. And it's like, I'm Jamaican. And like when I go to Jamaica, I obviously thank God for like just blending in society where people don't but I'm always back in my mind, it's like, oh my God, what if someone finds out I'm trans? Like what would happen when I'm on this soil? Like, oh my God. And it's like that's so sad for me. Like I always have to like navigate the world. And I feel like a lot of cis people don't understand like these things that gay and trans people are going through. Like when we go to like Africa or when we go to countries that is criminalized our identity or sexual orientation, it's like you don't have to experience that. You just exist being cis and straight. And this is not your way of life. And when we explain that to you, like just listen. Like that's why I'm like here trying to say I'm not trying to excuse like your experience conscious and is it other I can't remember the other person that was saying that they had a bad experience. IG. I can't really take that away from y'all because at the end of the day that's y'all experience and it's like how can we do better just to make the community better? But it's like but I'm on the totem pole, the bottom. I'm a Black trans woman. Like I don't even know how to start to make the Black community kind of see us as human beings. I don't know how to start.
I hope that it starts with us having all the trillions of conversations we're trying to have on every, platform under the sun, all these podcasts, all these shows, all these online, offline spaces that are trying to have the conversation, trying to help really, find some middle ground. And outside of that, I can just only hope that the information that so many of our advocates and so many of us who are out here in these spaces, making the community aware of our lived experiences, making the community aware of who we are and what our experience is of the community, that is actually helping. Outside of that, I have outside of that, the thing that has made me not hate our own people is because, thank God I'm educated and I understand how we got here. And that allows a lot of grace as it relates to the Black community and its treatment of queer people. I think if I did not understand how we got here, and I didn't understand how the system created this and why it has been able to be perpetuated from generation to generation, I think I would have taken my surface experiences and just been like, oh, this is just who Black people are. They're just fucking hateful and judgmental. And I would have grew this internalized resentment. But because I understand the socialization, I understand the societal nuances, I understand the historical reality around queerphobia and the Black community and white patriarchy and all of this shit, that's the thing that has saved me. That's the thing that has spared me personally from just putting a big middle finger to our people, because it's definitely been traumatizing and trauma inducing enough to create hate. And that's why I also my heart be going out to so many of our people, such as there's another trans woman who follows me who we call Miss Monica. She's a dark-skinned trans woman, and she unfortunately had to have a lot of her experiences as a trans woman in low vibrational melanated communities, and those experiences were extreme. The trolling, the bullying, the misgendering, all the shit that she's experienced, and she had to actually go to therapy to work through the internalized hate that was growing in her toward Black people. It had became very, very unhealthy for her. She had grew a strong disdain for Black children, for Black, Black
dark skinned Black people.
skin. It just really dysmorphed her. So when you say, what can we do? Unfortunately, this is why we need allies, because this is the conversation that heterosexual natural born folk need to be having. We did not necessarily create these circumstances that we have found ourselves in. They need to be doing the work, how we always say about white folk, racism is a white people's issue. Y'all need to take the bulk of the responsibility to clean this shit up, because you can't expect the victims to cure the problem when they're not the problem. A dominant society is the issue. The overall community that we come from is the problem. And we're still struggling to overcome homophobia and transphobia, as much visibility as there is.
I'm sorry. I have a question for One Love, because I'm curious. What would you say, and it's a very nuanced question, right? Would you feel safer about being trans in Jamaica or the United States?
Okay, so there's the difference with being in Jamaica as a trans woman. Okay, you see, if you are a trans woman who looks like a woman, and you say you're trans, they will gag for the first 20 seconds. Yeah, they'll gag like, oh my God, you're trans. But because you look like a woman, they're going to feel intimidated to sort of attack you because they're physically seeing a woman, right? And and this is for post-op trans women. I'm not talking about trans women with penis, because you will literally get dragged and beaten, and they will pull your shit off. And if they see a pussy, it's like, okay, the law is gonna protect you because your genital is changed. This is why you have to understand, when it comes to post-op trans women. No one talks about post-op trans women because the society and most countries, they recognize post-op trans women because your genital match what you're saying, right? So, for instance, if I decide I wanted to go to Dubai, I can go to Dubai because my genital match me saying I'm a woman. Versus if
Gotcha.
I right. So if you have a penis, right, and you are a woman, and you go to these countries who are not you're not supposed to be at because they don't recognize trans, right? I'm still a female because if I go to Dominican Republic or Jamaica or Dubai and I go to the woman, I'm gonna always go to the woman's jail. Because if you open my legs, it's gonna be a vagina there, right? It's not gonna be a penis. So there's no confusion when it comes to that. I don't want to use the word confusion, sorry. I apologize. But
No. I understand. No, I get the point. No, I get what you're saying in that
So
aspect.
I'm talking from a privilege. I'm talking from a privilege point because not every trans woman can have a sexual reassignment surgery, right? Not every trans woman can go through that because that's a crucial surgery, right? And so when I go to Jamaica and I'm in a bikini or I'm on the beach or if I go to Carnival or if I'm wearing like a naked stuff and people see my body and see who I am and I would say, okay, I'm trans. They will gag for a couple of seconds, but then they'll be like, okay, we get it. Your genital matches you. We understand it. So people understand it when your genital sort of matches who you are. But it's the pushback comes is like when you're a trans woman and your genital does not match the body that you say you want to be, right? And that's where America now comes in play, where America recognizes trans women. You can be a woman with a penis, right? You can be a woman with whatever. In Dubai, if you're trans, you have to go through sexual reassignment surgery for the country to recognize your womanhood, right? So that's their law. So
how do you feel? Because I have a question about that. Because I've heard it probably came from one of these debates I was watching. So I don't know exactly what I heard, but how do you feel? Because some of the debates I've been watching, but like, well, how can natural born women feel safer? How can we regulate the situation? How are we going to distinguish between genuine trans women and people who are trolling the trans community and terrorizing the natural born community, like these men who are not trans, who are just running up in the bathrooms and being inappropriate and walking around with their penises out, who are not genuinely trans, etc., and making the trans community look bad? Do you think something like what Jamaica has in place, where people have to be registered in this way, you have to present your medical transition or all of this, you have to have kind of like your paperwork in order, you have to identify as trans on your license, etc., is a way to curve some of these pervs who are wanting to troll?
No, Jamaica does not. Let me just make clear. Jamaica does not recognize trans women, period. What I'm saying is, it's like, for instance, if you use me example, if I'm in Jamaica and someone find out that I'm trans, right? And they call the police, right? And the police comes over and the police does a strip search of my body.
I get that.
Right?
They're going to consider
they're gonna say we can't do anything. This person's genitals match what they say they are.
Yeah, it's a
right?
woman.
Right. If I go to Jamaica and I get into any arguments and I have to go to jail, you have to do a strip search to go to jail, right? And then they will strip search me and they'll be like, okay, I see a vagina. I can't put her in the man section, or I can't put the trans person in the man section because my genitals does not belong in that facility. Right. So that's where I was saying.
Yeah,
where,
I get all that. I'm asking you, like, if we take that and implement that into this American system where a natural born woman is, like, is feeling threatened because they don't feel like this is like distinguishable enough, like how do we feel safe with trans women in our spaces and keep the trolls out who are not genuinely women, because we don't have any, like, it's not nuanced. We don't have any vetting system, and it kind of just allows anybody in the moment to just take advantage of claiming that they're trans just so that they can be inappropriate or be dangerous unto a woman's community. Like, do you think something like that would even be helpful, or that would lead to more problems?
Okay, so I'm a post-op trans woman, so what I speak out of privilege. So if you are a trans person, listen to this in this particular moment. I'm not trying to attack you. The problem is with the trans community, because we're not monolith, right? And a lot of people don't suffer with major dysphoric, right? Because other countries don't recognize gender identity. America and North America and England and some part of Europe recognize gender identity and understand the construct of it, that it's not just one way to be a woman or a female. It's not just one way to be a male or a man. So we're gonna allow these people to a quarter, like, understand their gender. But if it was up to me, right? If it was up to me, Sasha, one love. If it was up to me, I would like for the trans community to just be trans women who is post-op, because a lot of the pushback will come, and it'll be more easier, because most women are intimidated with a woman with a penis. Most women is intimidated with a woman with a penis. And it may come from penis envy, it may come from many different factors, but I will say, when you're a trans woman with a pussy, woman is not intimidated by it. Women be like, okay, you have a pussy? Girl, you have a pussy? Oh, okay, girl, you're one of us, girl. Like, I've never,
because that's what I was thinking. One love is that natural born community is kind of like reliving some patriarchal trauma as a result of the penis. The penis is a reminder of the kind of pervertedness of men and women's experience of men. And so now this issue of sharing space with trans women, and particularly like pre-op trans women, it just creates a lot of interesting experiences around.
And I just feel like that's what they use as, you know, I guess One Love had said before. I feel like that's what they use as an excuse to mask their homophobia. I've never.
Yes, that's true.
That come on, man. Like, our community ain't about that. I don't care. I've been around all types of gay men, transgender. I don't care. I've never felt threatened around my own people. I mean, we are never a threat. So I don't even like the notion of that, bro. Like, damn,
okay,
that
can I
piss me
ask
off.
you a question? Can I ask you a question? Imagine if you're on a yacht, right? Say we're in the Caribbean, any islands, and we go to a yacht party, right? All of us go to a yacht party. And, you know, on the yacht, it's like, it's water, it's wet, everybody's in their bikinis, their trunks, everybody's partying, right? And a woman who's so beautiful, right? She lost her underwear, and you can see her genitals, and her genital does not match what she's doing. A lot of people are gonna gag.
I'm gonna get up and cover her with my body. I'm gonna give her my damn shorts immediately.
Right, but you're gonna gag at first.
Nah, not me, man. But that's just. I'm sorry, One Love. I didn't been around our people. Like, I've been in spaces with, I guess you could say, people who've had their surgeries and people who have not. And I can be honest, I ain't never personally ever like seen it myself, but I've been around folks who have not had their surgeries.
Right.
And I'm just so protective of us. I would never, that just couldn't stand in my presence.
Yeah. Right. And I get that. But what I'm saying is that you have to understand that humans, right? Like, once you understand humans and understand our complex, we are not used to a woman with a penis, right? We're not used to the idea of a woman with a penis, right? So once we get once we get bio females to understand woman with a penis, because men understand it, because on the X-tube and porn tube, men are watching the porn. Right? Bio women are not used to seeing a woman big breasts and a penis between her legs. You're
I
not
got
used to
titties
that.
at the top and dick at the bottom.
Exactly.
Are you right? Okay.
Whenever you hear T.S. Madison say, "I have a tick and a penis and a breast," a lot of people secretly gag, like, "What the heck?" Like, it hit them. So what I'm saying to you is that, imagine if T.S. Madison comes on the screen right now. I'm not saying she's doing it, but what if she comes on the screen and said, "I have a pussy"? I'm telling you, most of her transphobia is going to be bare minimum. Because the penis is gone completely. The penis that's where most of the transphobia is from the penis. I had a penis. I know I don't have a penis. And
because a
two
woman
different
is
things.
assigning that penis as the source of the testosterone.
Yes, exactly.
That makes dangerous and etc. That makes the woman dangerous. So with that gone, it's like, okay, I feel like we can play even ground now, baby. I know that you can't pull up on me and force me into a stall and penetrate me against my will.
I remember, and you have to understand that in the trans community, there's straight, there's gay, there's bisexual, there's gender fluid. These trans women fuck bio females still.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling you, but obviously not every trans woman have dysphoric and want to do sexual assignment surgery.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's for everybody, but I'm saying that's where 90% of the transphobia comes from, is because of they have penis. Because nobody talks about sexual assignment surgery trans women. Yeah. And if they do talk about it, oh, your pussy is fake, you can't do this. It's typical vagina comment.
It's shallow.
It's like it's basic, but they're not gonna say you're gonna go to man's jail. Show me a woman that's gonna say I'm gonna go to the man's jail. She's gonna be like, no, she has a pussy, she shouldn't go there. I'm telling you, even the transphobes, even J.K. Rowling, she's gonna still call you a man, but she's gonna remind you you're a pussy though. Just like with Amber Rose is gonna still call you a dude, but she'll say, but she's a pussy though. But once you have that dick between your legs as a trans woman, I'm telling you, that's 90% of the transphobia, and the you're gonna still get transphobic. You're gonna still go through transphobic.
So it's the fear then. It's
it
fear
is.
to do.
It's the fear of a woman with a penis. I'm telling you.
A woman with a penis is in their eyes still a man.
Right. Mm-hmm. You know how much women that said to me, "Oh, you're trans, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, do you have a dick or a pussy?" And if I disclose it to them, the first thing they say to me is, "Oh, you're a woman." Oh, okay.
You're one of us, boo.
That is just like so like rude. Like, oh my God, I just be feeling like that's not something like it's taboo to ask. Like, what?
I'm telling you, people
it is taboo to ask.
Because the thing is,
I would never ask somebody that.
No, the thing is, the reason why they would ask me is because like I'm like a person where I'm from the Caribbean, so me being in a swimsuit and you can see the formation of my vagina, you can see the printing of it showing. I don't care.
You can see that goddamn iconic camel toe.
Right, you can see the camel toe. So a female's gonna ask you like, "Yo, did you get your pussy?" And it's like, okay, I can't say yes and I can't say no. It's there. You can see in like most of my I go to the Caribbean a lot, and even in Miami, that's why you see most sex change women. They don't be in the trans community anymore because it's like the trans community don't really see you as trans because they're like, "Oh, you have a pussy, so why are you here? Like, why are you here?" Mm-hmm. There's men will tell you, "Oh, why are you disclosing me that you're trans? You have a pussy, so why are you telling me that you're trans?" Mm-hmm. And it's like, no, that's not what trans is. Trans is just basically how you show up. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm telling you, it's night and day. It's literally night and day.
It's so complicated. Okay, so with that being said, then one love. So with America like identifying with identity politics and all of that. I mean, how do we rectify this issue of like
it comes down to genital? It comes down to genital. I'm telling you. It comes down to
you already
genital.
acknowledged that a lot of trans folk don't even suffer from.
I know it doesn't, but that's what I'm just giving it an example. If I go to Georgia, or if I go to Savannah or wherever, and I get locked up, right, and I go to jail or whatever be the case, or if someone, God forbid it, if someone what's the word I want to use? I want to use I don't want to say debt because I think it's like a thing. But if someone do harm to my body, right? And then they come and take up my corpse, right? And it's like genitals is like one of the biggest thing for humans. Yeah. It's one of the I'm not even trying to be gagging or whatever. It's one of the hugest thing. I traveled the world. I went to Colombia. I went to Europe. I went all over the world. When I tell you, if your genitals, if you're a trans person and your genitals does not match what you're saying to them, they are not going to get it. And if you show up as a woman with a penis, that's where all the discrimination comes. I'm dead ass serious.
It's so interesting hearing you say this because, I've said like even for like females that's the part of them that I get like, because even you as a trans woman saying, I bet you have a different perception of how you navigate the world as a trans woman with a vagina than when you have the penis. Can I ask you that? Is that like a thing? Do you feel like it's a totally different navigation as a woman with the vagina versus the penis?
Yes, because I think if mute, there's a background noise.
Yes.
No, there is. Like for instance, like when you're walking late at night, that's a real shit. You can get raped, and I can fight you off a million pieces. If you're gonna give me an anal rape, it's gonna take a little while for you to go in my anal, a little while. But in pussy, it can go in like that. That's the difference that I've learned. Having sex it's anally, you have to literally be hard to go into an anal. Your dick can be dead and go into my vagina. Yeah. So it's easy access to actually go into a vagina than an anal. It's easy access. So you're more prone to easily get raped versus anally easy to get, because if you get raped anally, it's like a little bit of a challenge. It's very hard to go in. Depends on if you're loose. Yeah. I'm talking about the girls that's not loose.
The reckless to know all about the loose part.
But what I'm saying is that, the navigation is totally different. Like people really like, it comes down, most people, if they don't know about you and you're passing and you have a penis, that's fine. But the girls with sexual reassignment surgery, the world do not give a fuck about our identity. Like, I'm dead ass serious. Like, once they find out you're trans and you have a pussy, it's like the conversation becomes so minimum. It's like, okay, I get it. It makes sense now. Okay, yeah. But when you have a penis, I think you have so much the conversation is more bigger and wider, and people kind of like not know how to place you or put you or where to go. Like, if I'm with my girlfriends and we go to the bathroom, no one's gonna, and someone says, oh, that's a trans woman, I'll need to just take out my panties and be like, girl, my pussy, what the fuck? Where am I gonna go? Like, the conversation is different. It's totally different. It's a night and day. I'm dead ass serious.
Wow. Yeah, and I guess that's what leads me to, that's why I do give females not necessarily a grace, but I respect them because I understand that their womanhood, you cannot, that's what I appreciate CJ so much for, China. It's hard to ask them to separate womanhood from that, especially in a patriarchal society when it was created with their sex and gender in mind. What is a woman? It wasn't just the ideal. No, the roles were created with their sex and gender in mind as to what makes a woman. So I don't think we should ask biological women to forget that just to add the inclusion. I don't think we should say, I think we can add the inclusion. I just don't think to try to, when we say that we're reducing it, oh, it's just a construct. Well, no, it's not just the construct of my life. It is something that I've actually lived, a consequence of my life as of having this genitalia and be assigned this gender. Now, we could say it's a construct, but some constructs are a thing. They might not be real and made up of six of thought, but we can't say that these constructs aren't real when we thus live in this world today. So I really appreciate...
But that's the thing, IG, is that a lot of the damage and injury that women with certain genitalia are going through is a result of the creation of the construct. It's a result of the creation of that matrix and reality around that.
Yeah, but I also consider, and I see it both ways. You see what I'm saying? But I also keep in mind that is attached, good, bad, or indifferent. You know what I mean? Even when it comes to race and queerness, I can't divorce. I can't divorce those experiences that are in tandem, and not because I'm making it together that way. That has been the experience that other people have, externalized it outside myself of how they perceive it.
Yeah,
So
but
mhm.
no, what I will say about IG, what I do agree with you, but at the same time, two things can be true because you do have to hold these cis women accountable for their transphobia. Yeah, you can. Yes,
Correct.
right. Yes, the whole construct is their life, but at the same time, there are women who are designated just because they want to be transphobia. They want to be
Yeah.
transphobic, and they don't want to learn and understand that gender is fluid, and there's people that actually go through experiences that similar to theirs, that they need to understand that. But you can't force people to understand. Yes, I get that, but at the same time, our humanity still matters, because I'm not I'm a post-op trans woman, I navigate myself as a woman. I don't live my life as a trans woman. I only live my life as a trans woman when trans conversation comes up. At my workplace, I'm a woman. No one knows that I'm trans. And if they do know I'm trans, because of society and the law who protects LGBT people, yes, that's what's gonna govern my body. But at the same time, I live my life as a woman. I wanted to have a female body. So that's what happened. So where all trans people are not the same, and we're not monolith.
So
There are trans people that go through real life shit about being a woman and how navigates womanhood is. Yes, we understand that bio women are the blueprint, and the most of the construct was created around their body, right? But they need to understand that
and can
we did not choose to be trans. We just
and
choose to live our truth, but we did not choose to like be a trans woman. I did not wake up and say I would love to be a straight black man. My life would have been so better if I was a straight black man. But unfortunately, that's not my path.
I
and
said
I
the
will
same thing.
and can I just also, because I just wanna I
Uh-huh.
and just based off of what I've heard in some of the circles with women, and just even my own perspective when it comes to the conversation here. So when I mentioned even my own personal experience, and just like how you have your own transition into the journey of who you feel like and who you are, period. I also natural I also experienced this monthly life journey as a woman, from an adolescence up into a grown woman, and it's a continuous thing, and it's a monthly thing, and it's a journey into if I choose to bore life, and it's a transformation of my body continuously in a way that is unique to me as a woman, and that is unique, special to me, because although you have transition, that is something that is still going to be unique to me, based off of just the natural process of my body naturally,
And that's
outside
the
of what
part,
you go through
and that's a part,
transitionally.
and that's a part of the sex of reality.
And that's not taken away from you sitting at the table, my trans sister, my, like, I just, I think that, and I can't speak for the plight because I don't
Trying to
agree
say,
with.
I'm trying to follow you.
Do you
Like,
know the difference between sex and gender?
Yeah, of course.
Because what you're doing, you're mixing up sex and gender at the same time, where we're having a conversation about gender. I'm not having a conversation about sex. If you are a female, not and you go through your monthly cycle. I get that and I respect that. But not every female go through monthly cycles, and not. So what I'm trying to say to you is that
I understand that as well,
right,
and that is not too, because I also remember the woman who addressed that as well when it came to either choosing to carry or to
right.
have children, or whether that's medically or just making the choice to, or to, or not having certain things biologically happen into your body that is typically more associated with the average day woman, or more women medically, who, whatever you may call it. I
Right.
get that. I get that. But that's just me personally, how I feel about the perspective of womanhood, or just,
But that's your experience, and that's a
just all,
singular.
and hold on, and also just sharing space when you say that, there's a, you know uh, well, like I said, I can't agree with all the different plights that heterosexual Black women have against, and what they, and the Candace Owens thought processes of it all. I can't speak for all that bullshit. But as far as, like, you know what I'm saying, just the whole labeling of whether or not trans, the label of the trans dropping off of woman when it comes to bringing transgender women to the conversation of just sharing space of any kind, just making just like with the problem with, I think Conscious does a great job at trying not to offend women with the whole not being wanting to be called cis thing. It's kind of like that, like, with women wanting transgender to women to sit at the table, with just not just sitting there, I guess, equal, or not even equal, but just like, as if, because there is a difference. There's a difference. There's the trans woman, and then there's the woman. I think that is the consensus of what generally, or what, well, I don't know what the
Trying to
fuck they
follow
got
what you're
going
trying
on.
to communicate.
But Cynthia, can I ask you this? Are you like
It's China. You're talking about
My
Cynthia.
bad.
Oh, sorry, China, sorry. Are you are you are you okay, this, I don't want to come off like, I'm just asking a general question, and you can answer if you want, but
It's all good.
are you have you find yourself getting triggered by trans women?
No, ma'am. No,
Like,
no, ma'am. Not at all.
not at all.
No,
Okay.
no, no, not at
Okay.
all. If anything, I just try to understand and try to maintain a balance, or try to,
Okay.
because, like I've said, I've heard, I've sat back and I've heard the plight of both heterosexual women and transgender women on both ends.
No, the reason why I asked you that, because you said you're in communities and you know trans women and all this, and now that's great, right? So my thing is, right?
Yeah, and I got
Because
love and respect for both.
right, because you are a masculine woman, right? And
Right.
you present, your aesthetic is not a deemed to
Feminine.
appeal to straight men, right?
Right. Right.
Your image is very masculine, it's very boy, it's very on the
Right.
man
Like, I'll be
side.
trying to chase you. Yeah. Yeah. Like that.
Right. So what I'm saying is that because you are gender fluid, I would think, right? Because okay, you see when you say trans woman and then you say woman, right?
Right.
We all on this panel understand that cis woman and trans women are two different things, night and day. They are night and day. But if you are a trans woman in your womanhood, and you're navigating society, which I am navigating society, right?
Right.
As a female, literally, the only way you can know I'm not a biological female unless you do an X-ray and find my chromosome or whatever. But everything else is a female, right?
Right. I wouldn't know unless you told me.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is that yes, you see your cycle every month, and that's a privilege, because not every cis woman see their cycle, even though it's so
Know that.
painful for you to go through. Not every woman gets to go and get pregnant and say, oh my God, I'm pregnant. I'm going to bring life in this world. Women right now are fighting just to like give birth, right? And then you have these people are taking your right away from you. So what I'm saying to you is that trans women are literally going through the same thing. We have partners who we have to tell these partners, I can't bring you a child. How can we still be in love and navigate this world? Do you get what I'm saying? Just like, oh, you're with your partner, you are a lesbian and you're with your girl, I'm pretty sure you would love to impregnate her and you guys start a family together. So we're going through the same thing. Just because I can't bleed, my womanhood is not in no way a threat to your womanhood. Do you get what I'm saying? You are the privilege. You are the blueprint because you can get to pregnant. You can have a child once the sperms eat your eggs. You can go through these things, right? But we always forget that there are cis bio females who will never experience this. There's intersex people would never experience these small little details that makes a life in this world. And that's where it's like, if you understand community, you will understand that you only speak for you, China. Let me
just break down what you just said. So you just pretty much said the way that transgender women operate.
No, not all. Me. Let's stick it to me.
Okay, but you are equivalent to.
I'm not all transgender. I don't navigate.
Let me follow me here.
Okay.
So, pretty much, you are no different and on the same level than like a woman who is a biological woman who doesn't bear kids. Because the way that I'm trying to okay. So I can take that, and I can deliver that message in translation and other conversations that I have to be able to break that down. Because see that puts something in a different perspective for me. I could digest that. I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I could be in agreement with that. I can align with that. I definitely that really it just opened up a different perspective.
Right. The same conversation. I think the problem is
so I guess my next thing is, so I guess when wanting to interject the trans in front of women when it comes to bringing you guys in, is that pretty much, are you saying that is like a dangerous label to use or an unnecessary label to use? Is it kind of like when we say not all, but some, even though we already you don't have to necessarily interject that when we already know that we're talking about the general public or the general topic? Is it kind of like that? Is that what you're saying? Like it's something that doesn't need to be interjected?
No, for real, honestly, for me, okay, I've noticed this with Conscious, and I noticed this with what's Real? What's his name again? Real? Oh my God, you're the guy that worked with you a lot.
Logic.
Logic. No, Reckless, right? Reckless.
Oh, Reckless. My bad. Yeah, Reckless.
Yeah. Okay. If you hear the way Conscious and Reckless speak, they literally see trans women as women, right? There's no differentiation of like, okay, you're just a woman, right? And I feel like with most people, if you literally see trans women as women, your conversation becomes so easy when you have conversation about trans women. And that's where I think a lot of people is misinformed about trans people. If you don't see them as trans people, the conversation is not going to be easy to have a conversation about it. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, for instance, if I'm not in the room and you're with your friends and you're having a conversation about, I met this girl named Sasha. She's trans. She's post-op. And she said she navigate the world just like a female because if she goes to Jamaica and she get arrested, she's going to be in a woman's jail because she's a vagina. If you don't sit there and convict in your brain, like, oh my God, Sasha is actually a girl, right? The only difference between Sasha, she basically don't bleed and she can't give birth. But every other aspect of woman, she shows up that way. if you literally believe that I'm a woman, your conversation will be so easy. And I feel that's what I'm trying to say, is that if you want to understand trans women, you have to see them as a woman in order to have a conversation about them. If you don't see our humanity and our womanhood, the conversation is not it's gonna be basic. If you see us as just other, the conversation is not gonna be solid. It's gonna be like, okay, them people over there, they're trying to be women. They're not really us, but I'll give them a plate at the table, like a little spoon, a little table, and over. You could be at a kiddie table, but you're not really at the big girls table, because the big girls table, we bleed over here. The big girls table, we have kids over here. But the little table, y'all just a little minority where it's like, y'all don't bleed. Y'all with the women who don't have births and who can't menstrual cycle. So, and that's what I'm saying. That's where most trans women jump off the boat and be like, you know what, girl, you can have it. You can have it. You can have it. And that's what I was saying.
You know what? And with that being said, man, just shit. It's the homophobia. That's what it is. It's just simple as that, because I done been in plenty of conversations, and it's like you have to change the mindset. And it's like, if you having these conversations, then you understand it's then you really get to dive into the mindset, and it comes out. It really does. It comes out, and it's very clear about what they truly, or how they truly feel, or what they truly think. And then that's the problem. It's the feeling that, or the notion, or the thought process around them not really truly accepting your womanhood. Your womanhood. Okay, I'm just done. I'm sorry. You being a woman. I'm sorry. I'm dropping this damn word, womanhood. You being a woman.
No, it's fine. But what I'm saying is, too, not every trans woman are the same. And that's where the confusion comes in. Not every trans woman are Sasha. Not every trans woman is T.S. Madison. Not every trans woman is Flame Monroe, or whoever identifies as trans. I think it's just that once you get to know that individual person and you are in communities with these people, you will understand it way better. You have way better conversation, and you know what I mean? You see way better different things, because not a lot of people know people who have sexual assignment surgery, because usually the girls, you just come out of the community and they're not in the community anymore.
And it ain't people business to be all up in people's drawers. Like, how do you can't navigate the world having conversations about people's
You be
sexual,
shocked. You be shocked. You be shocked. A lot of people will just come out and be like, what's your genitals? A lot of people. Trust me.
So are we normalizing the conversation then? Because I just feel like that is just a violation.
No, it's horrible. I would never normalize it. Don't ever ask someone their do not. Okay, anyone that's listening to this conversation, do not ask someone about their genital. I'm just having this conversation because of us and my experiences, where people will just ask you randomly, like, what is your genitals? Like, literally, I'm in communities with people who are not open to trans people. I'm in communities with people who don't have conversation about trans, and they see trans as the boogeyman. They see trans women as a drag queen. They see trans people as that. So I'm in communities with these people. So I'm a walk-in literally teacher. Like, I'm literally educating people as we go. And it's like, I get where people is. The whole obsession is because a trans woman has a penis. Once that penis is gone from that trans woman body, that there's no more conversation to have. And I'm dead ass serious. I stand by that. And that's my experiences. And that's it.
But I thought that's also the fetishism, though. Like the
that
part
goes away.
No, like them keep. I mean, no, like women with penises, like TS said. Like, I thought that's also like a good thing. It ain't a bad thing. Like,
no, it's basically forgot people who fetishize trans women. They don't really see them as a woman. They just see them as a man who looks pretty with a penis. If you want to be technical, why do you think most trans women don't have husbands and starting adopting kids and starting family and da. You don't see this thing because they fetishize them. When someone fetishizes you, they don't humanize you. They dehumanize you. They just use it because they enjoy seeing tits at the top and dick at the bottom. They don't really want to be like, okay, T.S. Madness is a real person. She's a real woman. She needs to be protected. She's a Black woman who needs to be protected in our society. No, they don't see it that way. They see it as a fetish. They see it as, I'm going to use her body for my advantage. And once I get my nut, or once I get whatever I wanted from that person, that's it. Fetishization is not a good thing. It's a horrible thing.
So how about you navigating that one love? Like, what do you want from your love life? Like, do you want that atypical husband, children thing, or you don't mind being?
Well, my partner right now, when I met him when I had my sex change. So he met me like with my female body. So when I met him, he was like, "Oh, why did you even tell me you're trans?" Just, I didn't care, because he has like 3 kids. He doesn't want any more kids. And when we met, he's like, "Oh, do you want kids?" And I'm like, "No." And I'm like, and he's like, "Okay, good. Like, I want to be with a woman who don't want kids." So my love life is fine. But what I'm saying is that the fetishization when you are a post-op trans woman is it's less, right? It's not the same as when you are a trans woman with a penis, because men fetishize you when you're a straight trans woman and you meet men fetishize you, and they kind of like put you in a box, like you're not really a woman, but you are a woman. It's kind of confusing. And then when you're post-op, you meet people, and because your genital match their desire, it's more easy to navigate the conversation with them. And like, if they don't want to have kids and you don't want to have kids, it's like perfect alignment. But dating is, for me personally, as a post-op trans woman, is way better than when I was a pre-op trans woman. When I was a pre-op trans woman, it was more so like the sex. Versus when I'm post-op, it's more so like, I want to get to know you. Who are you? Oh, you're sexually some. Okay, how do you have sex? Okay, do you have sex the same as a female? Yeah, okay. And then once you start going through the same things, most people be like, okay, so it's the same thing. Like, that's why with him, he sort of understand my body because he's used to female bodies. He's used to like that sex, right? Because I haven't done anal sex for so long, and when I do anal sex, it's like a treat. So what I'm saying is that from my experience as post-op, is the fetishization is totally gone.
So would you say that the full assimilation also brings you into the total benefits and normality of like woman? Like, everything just kind of falls into place. Like, I'm just dealing with the same shit that any other woman is dealing with. Like,
basically, it's honestly, like, to be honest, like, I hate the word simulate, but I was never like a top. Anyways, when I was pre-op, I was never a top. So it wasn't like I stimulate, but it was just more so like sex make more sense to me now. Like, getting penetrated feels so much better. Like, having sex feels so much better. I don't have to douche. Thank God. Oh God, I can just wake up and just roll over and just take my man's dick in my pussy. We don't have to be like, oh my God, I need to go douche. Sex is so much better. Like, not tucking is so much better. Like, traveling, like going to different countries, feeling confident in my bathing suit. You know what I mean? Doing things like normal females, like just literally. The only thing that bothers me is the leaking of my pussy, which I don't like that. So you have to, like, you have the panty liners. There's a reason why there's a panty liner, and I was like, what the fuck? Why my pussy keep leaking, and it's just cleaning itself. Or just like, I hate that. That's the only thing that I don't like about
WAP, baby. It's called WAP.
No, it's not the wet. It's just the leaks.
You're whopping, baby.
Yo.
But what I'm saying is that it's the same thing. I've navigated. I have to go to my doctor, and they have to literally check and see if there's any tear, if there's any pull. They have to make sure everything is perfect every year. You have to go and check, but you still have to. You do still have your, what is it called again? I can't remember. And it's in male's body.
Mm-hmm.
What is it called?
A prostate.
Two, still have to check your prostate. Just to let you know if you're post-op, still have to check your prostate for cancer. But you also have to check your genitals, your new vagina, for cancers inside as well.
Okay, so since you bringing up your wet ass pussy, I have a question.
I know about the wet. I know about leaks.
A wop is a wop, baby. A win is a win. So because I've heard like different things. Because I've heard like T.S. Madison say, you know, she don't want the surgery. I've seen like a lot of documentaries. I know like I've heard that like you have to train yourself to have an orgasm a different way. Like it's true that it's like now you gotta kind of because I don't understand what actually has to be done. Like is it like a mental thing now?
Okay, so this is the misinformation that always spread on the internet. Okay, you know when you get your breast augmentation, and each doctor have their technique of making a perfect breast, right? It's the same as a vagina. Each doctor makes a vagina different ways. There's 2 ways of making a vagina. 2 ways. Listen up carefully. There's 2 ways of creating a vagina. Yes. There's one with the penile inversion, and then there's one with just an open cavity. Like, a cis woman's vagina is just an open cavity. Right? But the open cavity can only be done in Europe and Thailand, like in Asia.
And what is that procedure?
That procedure is the open cavity. Open cavity means that basically it's created exactly like a cisgendered woman vagina. And then the penile inversion is when they get rid of all your penis and they keep the skin and they make a cavity inside of your body, like your the hole that the dick goes in. They make a hole, and that's to protect your inside, right? So they make the cavity, so they can make it with the cavity and without the cavity, like the hole.
Okay, so if they make it without the cavity, are they removing the penis?
Both remove the penis. The penis are gone. The muscle, that hardness is gone completely. For both surgery, it's gone. It's erased. When they say they cut off your penis, they cut off your penis. So from now on, anybody asks you, yes, they remove your penis. The only thing that they keep is the skin. Everything else is gone. When you open up my pussy, you're gonna see that cavity inside. You're gonna see inside. You're gonna see a clitoris on the top, because they make a little clitoris, and once you rub that clitoris, you get the liquid from the clitoris. Because remember, humans, male and female, has what is it called? A precum, right? But woman precum is more comes from a wetness, and male precum comes from their penis, right? So what they do, they turn the penis head into a clitoris. So if you open my penis, it's gonna look like a little clitoris, right? And you're gonna see it. It's gonna look like a clitoris. You're gonna see
all
it.
the penis is really anyway,
right? And below the clitoris is gonna be a hole where if you want to insert anything, you want to insert your finger, you want to insert a dick. So once you open my legs, you're gonna see a clitoris, and down below is the pussy hole. This is graphic. I'm not joking. I'm serious.
I almost feel like I'm not supposed to be here for this conversation.
If you have, I don't have OnlyFans. Sorry, guys, I don't have OnlyFans. But yeah, so basically, there's a little clitoris. Depends on how much package you have to use to make your vagina, because the more skin you have, the better your vagina will be. Okay. And if you are a lesbian trans woman, you don't have to worry about that, because most lesbians don't really use penetration. But if you are a straight transgender woman like myself, well, I'm straight, but I can date anybody, but I mostly date straight men because that's what attracts to me. If I like to be penetrated. So basically, once the dick is inside of you, right? Remember, the G-spot is close to your rectum, right? And most males have their G-spot in their rectum. So when a penis is inserted in me and he's going back and forth, back and forth. He's rubbing my clit, and he's rubbing my clit, and he's also penetrating my inside. So that's where the orgasm and everything comes up. And when they make the vagina, they put a little bit of nerves inside of your vagina, so you feel like you're like like you're coming, like that first come.
Oh,
Like
Jesus,
right. So
I can feel damn vagina now. Shit.
Right. But the difference is I can come 3 or 4 times versus, you remember when
multiple
you have a penis,
orgasms.
right? When you have a penis, you can come one time and be like, okay, I'm done. Like when you have a pussy, I find like I can come and I can like, okay, I can come again and I can come again and I can come again. So that's where the difference is when it comes to like the orgasm for me. I don't know about anybody else. Every doctor is different. Every human body is different. Every experience is different. Not every trans woman has the same experience. So that's where I would say a lot of people don't communicate and have that conversation about with post-op trans women. Because T.S. Madison was making a comment to this other trans woman. And I feel like what T.S. Madison was misinformed is that they don't take your scrotum and put it inside of you. It's impossible. And most trans women, like the trans woman that T.S. Madison was talking about, she's a straight woman, so she get penetrated. So no, they literally get rid of your penis. The penis is gone. The balls is gone. The dick is gone. The shaft is gone. The muscle is gone. Everything is gone. The only thing that they keep is a clitoris. Not the skin. And then they turn the dick head into a little friggin' clitoris. And
so they
remember,
use skin and the dick head to form.
Right. You see how if you open a female leg, you can see the top of her clitoris.
Yes.
Her clitoris looks like a little penis. That's what it looks like. To me,
yeah, because that's what it looked like.
Because when I had a threesome and I looked at her penis physically, it looked like a little teeny penis.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Well, okay, so I have a question.
Sure.
How long is the healing process? I would think that not only is this not a life-changing, I would be just terrified to make the decision.
It was painful, but the process is just like giving birth. It's basically, it takes 3 months for you not to have sex. Just like when you give birth, it takes you 3 months for your vagina to come back. The human body clapbacks very quick. One thing with human body, and if you're young, your human bodies is gonna clap back. Like my body recognized that, oh my God, I now have a pussy. Like literally, like when I masturbate, I have to literally rub my clitoris. After they would tell you, obviously, when you do your surgery, like someone would teach you how to masturbate. They don't teach you how to masturbate. They tell you, okay, you have to masturbate this way because you can't masturbate the other way, right?
Some techniques.
Right. So they'll say mostly concentrate on your clitoris and if you do certain things or whatever, but you just mostly concentrate on your clitoris. So it takes literally 3 months to have sex, which I didn't. But it takes up to a year for you to fully just like emerge in your sexuality again and be like, okay, I can do this, I can do that, or it looks aesthetically like a vagina now. It's the lips are actually folded out, it's wrinkly a little bit, or sometimes the lips are a little looser, or everybody's skin is different. So the human body is somewhat so amazing. Like that's why when I say when people are not educated about trans people, talk to a post-op trans woman and see her surgery. Like it's crazy. Yes, there's scary stories about it because remember, again, doctors are like people who want to be the best doctor. You want to be the best pussy doctor in the world. So every doctor is gonna make a pussy the way they want to make a pussy.
So y'all don't get like any say so, like this is the shape I would like. This is like y'all don't get to.
Yes. Okay. When you go in, you can say, okay, I don't want a bigger clitoris, or the doctor would tell you, okay, you're gonna have 8-inch depth, or like with me, I like big dicks. I'm sorry, I like a big 10-inch cock. So, doctor, I don't want a small pussy, bitch. Like, I want a big pussy.
Yes, honey. I want something I can tote, baby.
Right. I'm a black woman. I'm a black woman. So most black men that I've met, they have big penises. So I want to be able to like have sex good with my partner. I want to enjoy sex. I want to like, so I tell my doctor I want to enjoy sex. I want to. So for me personally, once I did my surgery, I did a lot of masturbation before I had sex. So that's where I would tell the girls, if you're gonna do it, make sure that you do a lot of masturbation. You have to just, because you have to relearn your body again, because your masturbation is totally different from before. Get a lot of dildos. Make sure that and you do have to dilate, and
because you rubbing that nut out instead of stroking that nut out now.
Right, you have to rub it. Your nails. If you're a nails girl, your nails have to be gone for a year. Just make sure that your nails, because you can get infection. The panties, you have to, because you bleed for like, I think you bleed for a good, for the whole year. You bleed for a good 6 months. You bleed like a little bit, like you have to wear a tampon a lot. You have to walk with tampon. Sorry, a pad. You have to walk with a pad a lot. That's the first year.
I heard something about a plug, like. Does it have to be plugged for a while in order to maintain?
No, so when you first get your surgery, they will make the cavity, right? They make the hole, and that hole has to heal. So you have 3 months for your body to snap. If your body, that's what I say. Each person is different. Some people have good snapback, and some people have bad snapback. Just like having a baby. Some women, when they give birth, they have bad snapbacks, and some have good snapbacks. So after your 3 months, once they build the cavity and they did all the work and whatever, after that 6 months, that 8 months, that 9 months, that 12 months, you only have to dilate once a week. If you have a boyfriend, you don't need to dilate, because your pussy's getting used to having something inside of it, and your body starts forming around the cavity, and then you don't need to do it as much. You don't need to do it at all if you have a partner. So when people say, "Oh, you have to put something inside of you," and "Oh my God," it's like, no. If you have a man, you don't need to do that. They're talking about bitches who are single and don't have nothing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's that. So there's lots of different.
Because
ways.
I know I got a homeboy. He told me about like this experience he had with a pre-op trans woman that had the surgery, but apparently like she is now reduced to only giving head, because I think she got her surgery like, you know, early on, and I guess she didn't maintain her surgery, so her whole, like, it closed up, so like you can't even fit anything in it. Like, she just got the shape, but you don't got the entry. Like, you can't really get anything inside. So
why can't they fix that?
They can fix it and just reopen it back, but it's just basically it's just gonna basically make it more bigger, because remember the way our body and our pelvis bone is, there is always a space in every male body, right? So if that thing is closed, I think a lot of girls, once they get your vagina, you're so excited, you don't want to follow their rules. You get so excited where it's like, oh my God, I have a pussy now, so I want to just not do regular thing, and then you're not dating and you're not in a relationship. So a man is not fucking you every fucking day to make your pussy feel like it's getting used, right? And that's the problem. Most girls, they're single, they don't have a partner.
But you can fuck even doing like the 3-month healing process.
No, after the 3 months, you can have sex.
And you don't even have to plug it, even during that 3 months. Like, you don't have to put nothing in it for 3 months.
No. Let me say it again. For the first year, your body is not yours. Your body is to what the medical people tell you that you need to do. For the first year, the first 12 months of getting a vagina, you have to follow every step what these doctors, these professionals tells you what to do. If you are a trans woman and you are single, you have to follow them by T. If you have if you have a partner, you don't have to plug you don't have to maintain your hole or your depth, because your partner is doing that. He's fucking you.
But do they give you like, okay, so like if you do have a partner, like do the doctors give a recommendation of how often there should be penetration then? Like,
okay, oh yeah, every week.
Once a
week.
Every week.
Every week. Every week.
For the rest of your life?
No. For the first year.
Year.
Because remember, your body is trying to understand why is there a hole in between your legs, right? There's a new pussy in between your legs. Why is there a hole in there? Why is there a hole? So if you're single and you're not maintaining what a doctor say
It's like
to
an ear
you,
piercing. If you take your goddamn earring out,
right. The hole is still gonna be there, but it's not gonna be. You can't put the earring in there no more because the body is thinking that this hole needs to be closed.
Yeah, it's gonna try to heal.
Right. Just like with a female, some female are more looser than some because. Remember, if you're not a sexual active female, your vagina is gonna be super tight. Yes or no?
I mean, yeah, you're right, absolutely right. Shit.
Right, and if you fuck a OnlyFans girl with a fucking 12-inch cock, she's gonna be used to it. But you can't fuck a virgin pussy with a 12-inch cock. So it's the same thing as a post-op trans woman. You have to make sure that you follow the procedure. Once the year passed, your body knows, okay, there's a hole there. It's meant to be there now, and that's it. After that year. Baby, you don't need to dilate. You just roll over your man, put his dick in you, and he fucks you, and
you can go celibate, and everything still be good after that year of healing. Like you even no.
You said no. If you so after the year and you're celibate, right? And you don't want to get penetrated, you don't have to put anything in there. But if you are a person who likes to be fucked. Well, just you can put a dildo in you. They will tell you you can buy a dildo. You can use the They give you a dilator. It's called a dilator. They will give you a dilator, and you can put a dilator in you, and tells you how much inches that's inside of you that's maintained. So you can still do that after the year, but it goes down to a week, and after 2 years, it goes down to two times a month, and then after 3 years, it goes down to like once every month. So. It's just basically how your body is used to the new passage that they make for you, and it's not this weird thing. I think, and then they're doing the surgery so different now, where they're using so much different ways to make the tunnel easier for the girls to understand, because they understand that girls want to take big dicks.
Period.
And most girls, because you got a brand new pussy, it's like, I want to use my pussy the way cis women use their pussy when I watch porn. So that is like the way that we have sex anally, we want to have sex vaginally that way too as well. So you have to practice your skin. You have to like let your man fuck you in different position. Like figure out a way, like use your body, lick your body knows like, oh my God, I need to get pounded out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be sexually active with yourself. And I feel like a lot of girls are scared. They're scared. They're like, oh my God, I'm so scared it's going to be ripped. Yeah, you're going to bleed sometimes, but who cares? Like,
when you got all of your gender affirming surgeries, like, did it like blow your mind to see your body like reflecting everything that's always been in your mind? Like, what was that experience like, just emotionally? Like, wow, like I have become like my external matches my internal.
Honestly, like the first week when I got my sexual assignment surgery, I was crying because I was like, what the fuck did I do to myself? I was perfectly fine. And now, like, because my body, I couldn't feel anything because I was on these meds, and my hormones is going crazy, and my family wasn't there for me. And it's like, oh my God, like I'm going through this crazy thing. And it's like, you know, like you just started like, oh my God. So once I got home, because you have to stay, where I live, you have to stay at the doctor for a week and then you can go home. And once I went home and I was naked and I was in front of the mirror, and it's like, oh my God, like my body literally aligned. That is like a light bulb. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, you know, like when you're like, when you wake up and you literally just like have, like, you're so like in tune with yourself. I was in tune, right? I was in tune with myself. Like I was like, oh my God, like this is what it's supposed to be. And this is why I say, when I had sex for the first time, I was like, oh my God, like I've never felt this way before. I used to be like, oh my God, I have to do all these work to just have sex. And it's like, now it's like I can literally roll over and just have sex. And it's like, it's so much easier, so much better. Just not to talk. Oh my God. It was so fucking painful. Like, just that whole thing was so painful. And it's like, now it's aligning. Everything's so much better. It's like the conversation is way different. Having conversation with females is way different. It's like they understand it now. They get it. I'm like, and this is why I say with a lot of trans women, like, it's because of the penis where a lot of women is caught up. They're like, oh my God, you have a penis. No, I can't accept you. I can't. Yeah, they don't accept post-op trans women, but it's like a little bit more tolerance because you have a pussy, and they don't really think that you can do nothing with that pussy.
Wow.
So yeah.
Wow.
But I would not recommend the surgery, but I love it for me.
Oh, period.
I have a question.
For
I
me.
have a question. One love. Have you ever slept with a woman before?
I have. I am a pansexual, but I don't, because a lot of straight men approach me, and I find myself in relationship with straight guys, but I would date someone who is gender fluid. I would date a lesbian. I would date a conscious. I would date anyone.
Wow,
I'm an energy person.
all the colors of the rainbow.
But
I
I've
was just
only
wondering,
primarily.
I was just wondering if you shit gonna bumping coochies with it. You know.
I've had a threesome before.
You said what?
I've had a threesome with a female.
One Love is basically me as a trans woman. Like,
I've had
with all the shits. With all the shits.
I'll eat a pussy down. I'll finger.
Completely
I'll do whatever.
open-minded.
How do other women?
I love studs more. I rather studs more, but I find like with studs, they give me a hard time because I'm trans, and it's like, girl, like, I'm not your enemy. Like, you can fuck me. I'm with this guy right now. Like, just. But a lot of studs approach me. A lot.
Okay, so tell me about this dude. Like, are you in love right now, or is
I am in love, but again, because I've been traumatized by Black men, I kind of like have my guard up, and I'm not like, once I go on vacation with a guy, I feel like I can understand them more. So we haven't gone on a vacation yet, but once you're on some island with a man, you understand them fully.
Yeah.
So for me right now, I'm taking it slow, but definitely I'm in like. I'm not in love. I'm in like. I love the way he fucked me. I love the way he eat my pussy. I love the way he treats me. I love the way that he brings me around his friends. I love the way that he just show up for me whenever I want, and I show up for him. Yeah. So I'm in like.
Wow. Now, does he consider himself to be trans attracted, or he just like, I'm heterosexual, I'm dating a woman? Did this?
He has never been with a trans woman before.
Okay, you his first.
Right, and he been with a post-op trans woman before either. He never been with a trans woman and he never been with a trans woman with a dick. So, and his baby moms, they're cisgendered women. So. I don't know. I just think that like sexuality is fluid. I just think like, for me personally, I don't think yes, I may say I'm straight, but I don't think I'm like the pinnacle of straight. No. I'm more like in between, like I'm in the gray area.
Yeah. You're totally a gray sexual.
Right. I'm in the gray area. I like to be in the gray area. Gray area is always a good place to be.
It is. It's the funnest place. It's the most adventurous place to be.
Right.
So
and
if I was in a club and I done been with so many women in my life, if I was to finger you, are you telling me I wouldn't know the difference between your vagina and my own?
I think hold on. Let me drop the link again. I think StreamYard kicked.
I just want to know if she know the difference. If she can feel it, if there's a physical difference.
She's gonna be making it rain on your motherfucking.
Oh my God.
This shit gonna be shiny as hell. Okay, here she go. She back.
What did you say? My phone dropped out of my hand when you said that.
I was just
Okay,
wondering because I
so
didn't been with. I just want to know, like, since you've been with women before now, like physically, if I had my eyes closed, I'd have been in plenty vaginas before. Would I be able to physically feel a difference at all? Is there something that could be felt, or is no? Is it just the illusion? It's just what?
Okay, every pussy is different.
Right.
Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So when a clitoris is hard, you can feel the difference?
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah, clits, yeah, different on every woman. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you're gonna feel the clit first. You're gonna rub. You be in the pussy. You want to see if it's wet or if it's whatever, right?
Ooh. I
So
mean,
would you normally like spit on your finger and then try to finger me, or would you just go and dry?
hell no, that is rude.
What? I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm gonna lick on my fingers first. I ain't
Right. You
about to
gonna go
Right.
ahead
be
and try.
dry.
Okay. Okay. So if you put some spit on your finger and you try to finger me, then it's gonna be the same. It's gonna be tight at first until you loosen it
But
up.
sometimes I might go by your hole and just tap because you might be a little wet already. So
Well,
I
no,
might pull it up.
I don't know. You need a little spit first. A little spit to start the engine going.
Okay. Okay.
So for me personally, I feel like people who know how to have sex, you have to start with a little spit first. You can't just go in raw and shit. Like or just put your raw dirty ass
But
finger like
sometimes, but you said you be like you got that wet. So
no,
sometimes,
no, 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 no. I'm saying okay, when I say wet, I mean in leak. I said leak. I didn't say wet, I said leak. You know when your pussy leaks and the panty liner is a little bit damp? It's not because I'm turned on. It's
What your
because it's
pussy having
okay, a little discharge. That's
drip,
what we call a
baby.
discharge.
discharge. Yes,
We call
that's
that
what I'm
discharge.
saying. I
Okay.
don't
That's
know
drip.
where
That's
conscious
drip,
was.
baby. Ain't no damn discharge. That's drip.
Conscious was saying that. I was saying discharge. I was saying
Okay.
leak.
Oh,
I
okay.
said
Okay.
leak.
All right. Little leak. Okay. Okay. I got you.
But if I'm really turned on and you rub my clit, you will feel like a little hardness of it. That's the difference. I know because when I was having a threesome and the girl that was fingering me, she felt mad and I literally felt her clitoris, and it was like when I was rubbing it, it was a little bit like hard. I was like, oh shit. So that's where it's like if you're not a fluid person with your sexuality, you won't know these things.
If you don't know how to read a woman's, if you don't know how to just read sexual
Got a
chemistry,
pussy
a person's
connoisseur.
body, you just gonna miss all the signs. But yeah,
Right. And
I feel
most
you.
straight guys don't know how most straight
No.
men don't know how to even like rubbing a woman's clitoris. They don't even know how to do that. So that's what I was like when I was doing the threesome and I was doing it, we were both doing it together. That's where I'm like, okay, that's a difference that I understood. But yeah, definitely. I'm a person, if you're gonna finger me, I would like a little spit first. Thank you. And yeah, work my way up, turn on the car, turn on the engine, and then get it going. I like dildos, so if you want to put on a strap and experience it, then we can do it that way as well. Or if you want a scissor, we can do that as well. If you want to just rub cooch together, we can do that as well.
Come on, double-sided dildo. Yes, go.
No, not double sided. I mean, like she put on a strap, and then because some studs don't like to be penetrated, but they don't mind getting
You gotta
eaten.
get you a film up in there, honey, so y'all can do the double dildo, or get you a bottom in there, honey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
but
about to say the double dildo thing is too much of a distraction for me.
exactly, most studs do not like double
Hate it.
dildos. I think it's a gay man thing though. I think most gay men fantasize about double dildo.
I always wanted to do a double dildo session.
I think a lot of gay guys just fantasize about that a lot. But yeah, I've met a lot of gay guys that said they would like to do a double dildo. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's our way of being two femme lesbians.
Right.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm too like I'm very open on my sexuality. I've never really I've played around with studs and I've played around with feminine gay guys. I would love my fantasy is literally to like I would love to be with I've been with a trans guy before as well. I would love to like be with someone who's just fluid and see how that works, because I'm trying to be fluid as well too, because one time I was like I walked around, I was trying to be a stud, and people think I was a stud. I was like, I felt so like empowered. It's crazy. I was wearing like a fitted because my breasts. I have double D's, and I was wearing like a big ass t-shirt and a big ass like pants. And these guys, they're literally like, "You're a lesbian, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a lesbian." I was like, "What?"
Yeah, Sierra like a white woman.
Crazy.
That was crazy. It was crazy to me because I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm actually passing as a stud." That is crazy. But yeah.
I love it.
But yeah, the only difference that I would say for trans people is the dick. I'm telling you. If all of us get the sexual surgery, I'm telling you, there will be no more conversation.
Did you see One Love? Did you see other like another or other trans women who've had the surgery before you got it, or even the trans men that had the surgery?
I've seen a trans. Yeah, I've met one of my trans girlfriends. She had the surgery before me, and then she showed me her vagina. She showed me everything. She literally walked me through it and stuff. So yeah, I did have. Thank God that I did have a trans sister who kind of helped me. With a trans guy, yes, I did date a trans guy with a penis, and it looked to me like a penis. I sucked it. It felt like skin. The only thing that I didn't see, he didn't pre-cum and he never came. He never like busts, like, you know, like ejaculates. But everything else was fine. Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know, maybe I'm just meeting the right people. I don't know, but I've definitely had sex with a trans man with a penis before. And I've seen it.
That's wild.
Child.
I have not, because I've seen some of the surgeries for trans men, but I haven't seen
maybe an intersex person we should explore. How about that? Girl, come on.
So, question.
Yes.
I wanted to ask this question like 2 hours ago, but somehow I fell asleep when I woke up and I'm hearing about orgasms and I'm just like, what is going on? Okay, after dark. Hey y'all.
Okay. That should be the segment. That should be a segment.
Okay, so I was looking at the video, not the clip, and I couldn't get past like 13 minutes. So the question is, what is it about a 3-year-old that like just what happens when you turn 3 that that every time I see an interview with a trans woman, they always say, I knew at 3 or 4. Like, what happens? Like, what developments do you get at the age of 3 and 4 that every time someone's in an interview that is women of trans experience, that's the age that you mainly hear? And I just think that is so important. And I was trying to say it earlier, but the conversation just was so good.
Right.
But I just feel like it's a conversation. Like, what in your brain develop when you're 3 or 4?
Okay, so my question then, to One Love is, when, like, at what age did your dysphoria start?
Okay, so I think when we have these conversations, we have to be mindful that other people are listening, right? So when we have this conversation about what age, I think we have to be mindful because they use that and weaponize it when we say our honest truth, right? It can be you can discover that you are in a wrong body at 3, or just your dysphoria just shows up at 3 or 4, whatever. It can, because humans are complex. We have language now. People are educated now. We're not in the 1800s. Like, we're in 21st century. We're literally about to literally go to 100 years from now. So what I'm saying is that for me personally, I'm Jamaican. So all I know is homophobia and transphobia. All I know. All I know is when you're a boy, you have to be a boy or you're going to be called Batty Boy and they're going to kill you. They're going to burn you. You are going to die.
Yeah.
This is all I know as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is what I know. I know I was different because I just felt different in my body. I didn't have the language. I didn't have the education. I just knew that I enjoy chilling with Becky than Steve. I knew I like what Becky was going to bed in, like those little tutus, those little. I like. Oh my god, I want to do that. I enjoy playing with Becky's toys than playing with Zach's GI Joe. I enjoy these things more. I don't know the reason why. I don't know the reason why. So my gender dysphoria is when I was a teenager and I was like, oh my god, like I see the boys start liking other girls. I see the boys start growing beard, facial hair. You have a hard on, what do you do with it? And I was like, oh my god, I was ashamed. Like when I would get a hard on at 13, I was like, oh my god, what the fuck is this? Or when I get a wet dream, I was like, what the fuck? I was so embarrassed. I was like, and then other guys was like, oh my god, I had a wet dream. I was thinking about this girl, and then I was like, oh my god, why am I not having that experience? And that's when my gender dysphoria started. And I act on it? No, because again, I was still Jamaican. I was still in a homophobic and a transphobic environment. I had to now navigate the world forcefully as a gay man and be like, okay, I have to navigate. I have to be this person because that's what they want me to be because I'm feminine. So that's the next step. The next step is to be a gay man. And then once I was a gay man would be like, you're not us. Gay man would be like, you're not us. And I'm like, who the fuck am I? If I'm not clicking with gay guys, I'm not clicking with straight men, who the fuck am I gonna click with? And then when I met trans women, I'm like, holy shit, I'm clicking with these bitches. Oh my god, we have the same thing. Oh my god, and then the light bulb just start going off. Oh my god, oh my god, and then their experience start matching up with my experiences, and I'm like, oh my god, and that's when I know, oh my god, I'm trans. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like that's my experience. I can't speak for everybody else.
I have an explanation for why 3 and 4 is the typical age. I had to Google real quick to see if there was any scientific backing before I said it, and ding, 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 there is. What I was going to say to that question is the reason why so many trans women and men more than likely start to be able to distinguish themselves or experience their trans reality at those ages is because that's probably the age in which a child starts to actually develop their ego, which is the development of the I, and the information of self starts then to flood open. And I will share my screen to show you this Intersect as it relates to your question. If you can see this, between ages 2 and 3, the ego begins development. Between ages 2 and 4, this allows the child to recognize that they are separate from other people. The ego works in tandem with the ID by finding appropriate ways to satisfy the ID. The superego is present around the age of 5. So yeah, this is when the ego develops. So that's probably why, like, soon as there is the cognitive, soon as a young person has the cognitive ability to start forming an I and to start forming a strong concept of self, that's when that information starts to show up almost immediately. Does that make sense to you, Intersex?
Yes.
And that's actually fascinating because it's fascinating that literally queer people are like that. We're born this way. This information is locked inside of us, and it becomes revealed to us in time. You know, that we come into this system already pre-programmed, if you will.
Beautiful. I just wanted to say one love. Thanks for joining the panel. You held it down.
One Love
I was
always
I,
coming to take the damn table.
I was living for it. I was wondering where the heck you was at.
I know. I was just in my own little element, and then conscious messenger. I'm like, okay, girl, I'm coming
Mhm.
over.
I said, I'm tired of this bitch shaking her ass in front of the goddamn deli in Brazil. Let me bring her ass back.
I know.
Back
I
into the
need to come
bitch.
and I need to like hang out. Oh my god, you need to invite me over to down south. Conscious. You live down south, right?
Yes. And
Yeah.
man,
You.
my honey.
Why don't you do meet and greet? Why you never do that? T.S. Madison does it. Everybody does it. Why are you not doing it?
Because I'm so introvert and antisocial as
Oh,
hell.
I get it. I get it. I
But
respect it.
I do need to travel more. I do need to mix and mingle more. So
Yeah,
that's
you have a lot of audience. You have a lot of people like
no, I would love to hang out with any of you
or
guys.
do the thing that Craig does. I'm not sure if you're cool with Craig, but like he
No,
does the whole travel like thing. Or T.S. Madison did the
yeah.
travel thing. I was gonna do the T.S. Madison travel thing, but I'm like, I don't want to go by myself.
Are you just gonna go by yourself initially?
No, I was gonna. They were gonna do the one in Mexico. I think they did it last year,
Yeah.
and I wanted to go, but I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to go by myself.
What you
So that's
start?
what I'm saying. You should do something like that because you have a lot of people who loves you.
I would love to. We could all do something together like that. It'd be cool to do a cruise or do some type of vacation.
Right.
Something together. That'd be nice, actually.
Even with Miss Intersex, I know
Yeah.
every time I'm on the panel, Intersex gather them. So I'm like, I'm not gonna hit the panel because she's on the.
You already got it.
Girl, you be gathering them like secretly, and I'm like, yes, I love it. Keep it going. Even though you're not a trans woman, you still like have like sentiment of like, okay, like I understand these bitches, so why you guys hating on these bitches? Like, what's the
yeah.
problem?
Mm-hmm. I
Because
mean,
can you say the term that you coined again, intersex?
oh,
Mm-hmm.
intersex woman with trans woman experience.
Of Transformers experience.
Yeah,
Right.
intersex woman of trans.
And that's where a lot of people don't even understand. Like, you can be two things at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I always look at them like, girl, the world does
But
not accept nobody who's not straight whites.
and then when you have like different group of friends, like I have like group of trans friends. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
they hate when the hell I say that shit. They like, what? What you
Yeah,
say,
because
bitch?
they want to be. I
They
think with most trans women, they want to be an intersex person because the world understand intersex people more than they understand trans women.
mm-hmm. Just like how you were speaking about your experience, which it was beautiful. I like how you broke everything down. Like a person who never heard nothing that you spoke, you just explained it very well.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
like having conversations with one of my girlfriends, and I'm like, oh, I didn't have to go. I didn't go through that. And they're like, what you mean you didn't go through that? And I'm like, I told you it's a little different over here. Bitch, you not different. And I just be like, oh my God. I can't
Right.
even I can't even share my fucking experience without getting attacked.
Right.
So I just love I'm like, oh my God, it's 5 o'clock. I gotta be up in the morning. But this
a lot of
was
people a
for
lot of people don't understand sex and gender. A lot of people don't understand the human body. A lot of people don't understand it, and they're just ignorant, and a lot of trans people are ignorant. A lot of trans people, and a lot of trans people are transphobic as fuck. They believe
ooh,
in possibility.
ooh.
They want to be intersex
Yeah.
so bad because society literally look at that lady now who's in the Olympic. Everybody's apologizing to her. So trans people see that and be like, oh my god, I want to be intersex because the world apologized to me and treat me a little better, but they won't treat you better. They will treat you the same way because
Mm-hmm.
they're literally telling her she's not a woman. This woman could bleed. This woman could fucking have a baby, and they're still calling her a man. They're
You
still
got the
calling her a
extra
man.
cholesterol. Mm-hmm.
And then they're putting her in the intersex community, and she's like, "No, I'm not intersex. Like, why are you putting me in that community?" And it's like, I don't get it. Like, people just they're just ignorant, and that's why I just like because I've met an intersex person who happens to just be trans eventually, because I've met them and I was just having conversation with the person, and they educate me on the whole spectrum of intersex. There's not just one type of intersex person. There's like a spectrum, right? And trans people can be intersex, depends on if they check their body. Most trans people, they check their bodies, but most trans people don't. They only just put you on like hormones and you just transition, right? But most trans people, not most, but some trans people are intersex and they don't even know it. Some cis people are intersex and they don't even know it. And until when they start wanting to have kids, and the doctor's like, "Oh, you can't have kids. Why? I can't hold a baby, or I can't carry a baby to midterms, or." So it's all different types of intersex people, all different types. They always narrow it down to one particular type, and I'm like, no, there's all different types. But you can't educate people who don't want to be educated, like Candace Owens. She's educated, but she doesn't want it. She doesn't care.
She's willfully ignorant.
She just want to like make her money, make her millions of views. I'm telling you, this woman is making money. Conscious, she's making money.
Yeah, she is.
The video
millions.
That's why she carried the way she carried.
The video that Conscious shared, like on her regular page, is already at 2.8 million.
She's making bank. 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 And remember, she doesn't pay people for interviews.
I swear most of the Kevin Samuel folks went over there to go support her as well. Like, I just hate the fact that I just feel like it's always always an Omarosa. It's always just one nigga just to just be cooning and buffooning. Just every culture we always have it in our generation.
Everyone. Yep. And she's that one. That's her.
She's making money.
Yeah.
Money.
But I couldn't even sleep with myself. Like, for the sake of money, I'm going to trade out my humanity. I'm going to know that I'm out here hurting people. But because I'm getting paid and I'm benefiting and I'm getting clout and I'm getting visibility, like, I could never even sleep with myself. Like, money can never mean that much to me. And sometimes it's hard for me to believe that, like, people are this obsessed. Even though I know they are, people will kill, in cold blood. They would kill their mama for the coin. But it's just wild to me because I can't even relate to a relationship to money like that. Like, money has never been that for me. So the fact that these people be doing the most just because it clears a check, wow.
Right.
Wow.
Conscious, what I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the Fact Talk show? Do you love it, or is it like...
What's the name of the show?
Fact Talk.
I recently...
Do you think it's bad for the community or good for the community?
I have mixed views about the title of the show. I do not like the title of the show. I can't even remember myself to say the title of the show. I be saying gag talk because I have no relationship to the F word at all. And it's just not one of those words that for me has a redeeming quality. I'm not ready for that word to be mainstream. I don't know if, and I definitely don't think that straight folk would be able to lead that charge for me, because that's mostly Maddie's audience is heterosexual, a natural born folk. And so I'm just like, oh God, like, these folk can barely understand trans. How in the hell are these people going to have a endearing relationship to the word, to the I don't know. I like the show. Like, I think that her and Craig as a duo, as a group, have a great chemistry and all that. But the show title, I don't know. I'm not ready for that word to be made cool.
Honestly, I love T.S. Madison and I love Craig. And I love the concept of the show. I really do. But I wish that they can insert a little bit more education when it comes to just LGBT. Yes, I love the fact that when they roast they roast everybody. I love that. But they need to insert a little bit of like knowledge, because I feel like Craig does have that balance, but then T.S. Madison have the balance too as well. But I feel like you see how when they were calling out the guy with the nails and they were calling out the other gay guy that says, "Oh, would you
I
rather your
haven't
gay?"
seen like a lot of episodes of it, so.
Oh, you didn't catch it?
I didn't start watching the show until the Miss Netta drama came up, and I still haven't even seen like a lot of episodes yet, so I haven't really seen it like that.
Is this on YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
It's T.S. Madison's show. It's on her YouTube channel and stuff.
Like, but I love it. I was just curious about your thoughts on it, because I was like, because you're such a political person.
How did you feel about her hetero supremacy show? Like, did you think that
the idea that she stole from you?
Yeah, right. Like, I'm just like, that's all my language, baby.
Right, because that's the only person that
she had just interviewed like with me a week prior. I'm like, Madison been watching my shit. Everybody be watching my shit. I was gagging.
She brought it. She brought it.
Like
I honestly, I
did a
love
great
T.S.
job.
Madison. Mm-hmm. I honestly love T.S. Madison. I honestly do. I feel bad of how the media the Black community treats her, but at the same time, I do love T.S. Madison. She have a soft spot for me. Mm-hmm. I understand where she wants to just like be neutral with each communities and stuff, and I get that because I was in that boat. Where it's like you have cis women in your life, but then you have to compete with them, and then you have to fight with them because they don't accept you as a human, as a trans woman. And it's like, I get that, and I love that. I love that T.S. Madison have her ears to the street, and she can speak the language with the street. Sometimes the street can like get. And I love the fact that she calls out things on social media and it goes viral. I love that because not a lot of trans women have that power.
Yeah.
To literally call out the baby, Boosie, all these fucking problematic people, just hilarious, and like literally have their feet on their necks, like literally, like even the big back situation. Right, I love the fact that T.S. Madison doesn't, and not every trans woman has that power, and I feel like, with the fact talk, I feel like they're putting a muzzle on her, and I'm like, girl, don't do it. Call these bitches out.
It ain't gonna be no muscle, baby. You ain't gotta worry about no muscle, baby. Okay.
I love how she put her foot on.
Where she just get tired of the bullshit and she quiet down, but she ain't gonna never fully just be out of service.
I love when she put her foot on Tasha's neck. Oh, girl!
From the cradle to the grave.
I'll watch her read Tasha 1,000,001 times. When I tell you, I love it. And then fucking ugly ass kids. What?
The football head ass kids, as she say.
I love it, and I feel like Fact Talk is kind of like making her, because now that the last episode that I was watching, I feel like she want to say something, and it's like she can't because they're trying to. She's like, oh my god, how am I gonna say this? I'm like, T.S. Madison, just fucking say it. You're T.S. Madison.
But that's why she got to tiptoe down, because she has risen and she know that everything counts. Like everything.
I know, and that's what I was asking you about. I thought you watched it. That's what I was asking you about, the whole like the fact.
I'm gonna watch it now.
If you feel like she's gonna dumb herself down now because of the pushback.
No, because for T.S. Madison to get that Beyonce cosign and her ass still went in on Tasha K the way she baby, like
Beyonce secretly loved that though. You know that, right?
We ain't never losing her.
Beyonce secretly loved that Tasha Reid from T.S. Madison.
You think so?
Girl, Tasha K was dragging Blue Ivy a week before that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And
but they don't remember that.
They unfollowed Tasha ass on Instagram, so you know it's already been conversations going on.
Girl,
that's why Madison said, "I don't know why y'all up here like scared I'm gonna lose this, that, and the third. Y'all don't know who the fuck in my phone who secretly rooting for me to drag the shit out this bitch. Y'all don't know who is in my phone telling me get her, tear her ass up."
That's when she said that. I'm like, I know Beyonce
was them Carters.
Girl, I love it, but yeah, I like Fact Talk. But again, do you think I have a question for you too, because like I find with myself, I abandon a lot of language. Like I don't use the F word. I don't use the N word. Do you think trans women should use the F word?
I don't have a problem with the because I believe in gatekeeping. So like, I don't have a problem with us as Black and brown people using the N word. I don't have a problem with LGBT folk using the F word. It's not my language, but
do you think trans women should use the? Do you think trans women particularly?
Yeah, I mean,
because they don't want trans women don't want gay men to use the T word.
The T word, right?
So that's what I'm like.
And that's like playing tit for tat because we got too. You got.
I don't think. I don't think any of us should be using it disrespectfully. I mean, but if everybody wants to use it like endearing, like there's a way to be endearing about it, I guess. But it's if it's in-house, even when we do in-house fighting and the gays, throw the F word around, or the trans girls will throw the F word around, I'm just like, it still cringes me. It bothers me, but it does cringe me. It is in-house. I'm just like, long as it's us, then whatever. My problem is when outsiders say when white people are using the N-word in a fucked up way, or when the straight folk are using the F word to be disrespectful. But long as it just rotates within the community, I just try to not have too much of a judgment about it. But I mean, I would prefer us to all just be one big utopian happy family, but that ain't gonna happen. So, long as we stay in house and we act on code. But it's interesting to watch straight folk now be able to like colloquially use the word, because.
Do you know what I wanted to ask? Oh my god, I hope she's still. Is Intersect still here?
Yeah, she's here.
Yes.
Intersect. Okay, you see how you're intersex, right? You see how they tell trans women that they have to disclose that they are trans. Do you have to disclose that you're intersex or no?
And we were just talking about that before you got up here, One Love.
Really?
Because she's dating now, and she's actually about to tell the guy she's dating. She's about to disclose that this week.
Right. Okay. So you guys have to disclose? Not have to, but you guys choose to disclose?
Typically, I don't, but thanks to Conscious and this goddamn family.
So my next question is, as an intersex woman, this is gonna be personal. Is that fine?
Oh no, go ahead.
So as an intersex, what spectrum are you on? Can you like have a child? Can you like do you menstrual cycle? Like what's your type of intersex?
The answer is no. No.
Okay. I know it's painful. I know. I'm sorry.
I'm getting. See, Conscious is how I get when I talk to men.
So, do you feel like that's why you have to disclose, or do you feel like if you could have did all those other things, you wouldn't have disclosed?
Probably not.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. Makes sense. But I don't believe that.
Intersex. That's what intersex is kind of like struggling with, because when we first came on the panel, I was kind of like interviewing her about her personal life and stuff, and that's like she has still a lot of trauma around her experience, to the point that she really don't even want to be having to talk to men about her experience yet, because
we
through a lot with being intersex, etc. Like she had even asked us, like, is she wrong for like basically telling any partner that she's going to be like very intimate with, like, that you got one time to ask me these questions and then that's it. I don't want to have this conversation again. So we all had like sounded off about that, but yeah, she still has a lot of sensitivity around navigating all of this.
I'm so sorry about that, sis.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. But yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just a journey. I rather not talk to no. Well, if I'm in a mood that I can't get it right, like if I want to, disclose, or if I don't, I just like, I'll say to myself,
Right.
stay away from men. No.
Are you saying that
Find,
you date women or that you were dating?
I mean, so the crazy part about it is, I women is the only people who flirt with me in public. Like I'm not gonna say in public. Like
What? And you're
men,
gorgeous.
men that flirts with me, like they want to wait till I get online, or like, oh, I
Cause
seen
they
you.
pussy assholes who intimidated by a badass bitch. So they take the
Uh-huh.
easy way around by hitting them DMs instead of just pulling up on a chick and asking for
Mm-hmm.
her number. Like these niggas so weak these days.
And
I
then when a
used
guy does
to-
do it like in person, I'm laughing
That is
because
so funny.
when a guy does do it in person, they either 21 or they do it very disrespectful. I was
Wow.
going inside work and I was going down the escalator and the guy was coming up the escalator and he said, "Shorty, I fucked the shit out of you." I said, "Oh,
wow.
respectfully." I said, "Oh my God." I ran inside
What
the
the
room.
hell?
I could
I was,
never put up with being a woman.
I
It's
was
too
just like,
much.
what
That is
the
too
heck?
much. That is
Out
too
of everything,
much.
out of everything you could have said, you said that.
Men just say anything to fucking women. I just could
And
not.
then he said respectfully. What? I was like, oh no.
And you did the right thing by running like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Right.
Somebody was like, well, why you run inside work? I said, you should have heard the aggressiveness, how he said it. He
I
said,
can't
Dad, short.
stand
I
that.
was like, but I feel like I'm open to talk to women, but I'm very picky. Like I want a Leah type. Like, first off, I
Leah
got big
Thomas?
breasts. I got big breasts, so I got a breast for both of us. I need
Wait, did you say you want Leah Thomas?
no, I said like a Leah type, like feminine but
Oh wow.
like a Leah type. Like I think that would be my type.
Give me a stud.
I was just asking because you were saying like you ain't comfortable with talking with men. I didn't know if you was saying that you typically speak with women.
No, I talk to men for the most part. Women will flirt with me, but they don't like, what's your number? They don't do that.
Yeah, woman is harder to read because some women be like, "You're so cute," and they touch your breast, and it's like, I don't know. I don't want to make
Mm-hmm.
like,
Right.
I don't want to like. I'm not really like aggressive, so I don't know where to. But dudes, when a dude like you, they're gonna tell you, "I like you. I want to get with you. I want to get to know you." But most guys that I've met, like the guy that I'm talking to right now, we met outside. I've met him like we met outside. Like I don't really meet guys on the line anymore. I just meet him in person, and I'm like, "Yo, like this is a T, da da da." And sometimes I hate the disclosure conversation. I hate the disclosure conversation. I don't have it. I don't do it publicly. I don't talk about disclosure publicly. And the reason why I asked, I was just curious.
Yeah.
But if you didn't want it to disclose, it's your right. You don't have to because you're an intersex person. Who cares? Like you don't need to disclose that to nobody. Um, for me personally, disclosure is very personal, and everybody has their own experience with it, and everybody has their own way of doing it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So for me personally, if I know the relationship, like if I go to Jamaica and I see a guy and he's like so fucking hot and we're feeling each other, I'm just gonna take the dick, girl. I'm not gonna tell him I'm trans. I'm sorry. I'm never gonna see you again. You're gonna fuck me and that's it. Like, leave me alone. Like, and I don't care if people are like, oh my god, you didn't disclose that you're trans. I don't care.
Oh my god.
Suck my pussy. Like,
And
no.
then they wake up and see you online and see one of these
I don't
reaction
care.
videos and be like, what?
Most guys, listen, most guys, you see, that's the thing. Most guys, once they know, okay, out of 100 guys, not 100, out of 3 guys, right? And all 3 of them know that you're trans, all 3 of them gonna ask you one question. And Conscious, you know the question they're gonna ask you. Those 3 guys are gonna ask you that one question.
Mm-hmm.
What's the question? What's the question?
Do you still?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gonna say, do you still have a dick or a pussy?
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 guys. There's gonna be that one guy that says, you know what? I don't flex like that, but let me move on. Them other 2
With the shits.
with the shit. And if it's
Okay, so
gonna
let me
be
show you this one love. I want to show you this shit because see, you should have been here for the first part of this conversation because we was having this whole conversation that you having now. This was the first half of
really?
the panel. Yes, I want to show you. I want to show you this because I was gagging at this. It's a trans woman online, and she was like pranking these. When I don't know, she wasn't pranking these niggas, but she was just like fucking with them and telling them that she was trans on this app called Monkeypox. And this
I know her. She's dark skinned.
no.
And she said, hey, what's up?
She ain't dark skinned though. She like, I'm about to show you her. I'm about to pull up on the screen. Like you might
Oh
know
my God.
who she is though.
I hate when they do that.
Let me see. It was though, but this interaction was so interesting to me because this dude was just completely pressed down boots. Let me know if you recognize her. This is her right here. If you can see her on the screen. Have you seen her?
No, I've never seen it before.
Okay. So it was like, tell them boys I'm trans on monkey part.
Okay, let me see it.
Whatever this. Okay, let me play this.
Oh my God.
God bless you though. You know what I'm saying? Wait. You better not screw. You better not.
And if I do, what the f are you gonna do about it?
I ain't gonna lie. What's up with you though? Like, I know you got some mans and everything.
Right now, it's still 1 to 10.
Rate you a 10.
Do you wanna?
Yeah, I want to. Me though, you playing games, you know.
I didn't even get to say it yet.
Hold on. Somebody called me real quick. What you said?
Sorry, baby. I'm a transsexual.
You got me on TV. I know you. This is a joke.
No, I'm really trans.
Huh?
I'm really trans.
She know the answer.
You got me on YouTube?
No.
Hey, guys, YouTube. Yo. Hey. Yeah, I'm a wait. I'm not playing. Hold on. Don't go nowhere.
He wants to fuck.
I'm really trans. I'm not sitting alone.
Hey, every time that happens, though.
He on her
And
ass.
she knows he wants to fuck.
All in that phone.
She knows her pull.
I am actually trans. I'm not lying to you.
You're lying, but am I attracted to you though?
What?
Am I attracted to you?
Yes, but I'm trans. I'm trying to warn you.
Rate me 1 to 10. And then all right, if you really trans, stand up.
No.
See?
That voice changer don't work on me.
This
is not
a
voice
changer.
You don't even know how to talk.
Don't tell me I don't know how to talk.
Stand up. Stand up, then.
You don't want to believe it. I love men, and you know what? You know what's so sexy about that? Can I tell you something? The men that are in denial, I don't know, it's my fetish, like the ones that are in denial. I love that because I just want to
stand up. I'm lying.
I am trans.
Oh shit, that just turned me on. I don't know.
5'11".
Show me.
I am trans.
Can you prove it? Because you
I
lying.
am trans.
Well, I'm not going to let you.
Oh my God.
Like,
lie.
You're a damn
boy.
What is that?
Hormone.
Stand up.
Oh wow. The hormones didn't do it. Wow.
What you gonna skip me? Because I've been having a good conversation with you.
No, you are so cute. I wouldn't skip you. I just want you to believe it.
Stand up.
Oh, I'm gonna look so. If I do my hair like this on an airplane, girl, hold on.
Stand up.
I ain't standing that.
Stand up real quick.
You don't care that I'm trans?
You ain't trans, though.
Bro.
Stand up.
I'm asking you, don't care?
Stand up.
You don't care that I'm trans?
He wanted to stand up because his dick is hard.
You don't sound like that. You're not playing. Who that dude next to you?
Brody, I am not standing up.
Yeah, I know you playing games. What's your
Bro, oh wow.
I know you playing games. What's your number? He on her ass.
What's your number?
You like me.
What's your number?
You want my number? I give my Instagram. You DM me, okay?
No, I want your number.
I'm not giving my number yet until I get to know you.
What you think? Period.
Ooh, girlfriend calling.
So, disclosure. I was saying earlier, I was like, I can't believe that the overall community be letting these people convince them that these women, trans women, don't be telling them because these niggas don't give a fuck. They don't
right.
to begin with. They don't care. They don't.
And
care.
imagine her telling him. Imagine telling a horny guy, "Hey, I'm trans," and he's like, "Damn, yo, you're trans," and you're like, "Yeah, I'm trans." You're like, "Can you suck my dick at least?" Go. That's the second word that they say out of their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And so people think that it's hard for trans women to get. No, it's easy for trans women to get sex. What's hard for trans women is men actually validating their fucking womanhood. Mm-hmm. Men want to be in a relationship with you. Humanizing. Men want to start a family with you. That's the hard part. The easy part is them fucking you.
The dick ain't nothing. Yeah.
And this is why I say, when girls say, "Oh, when you have a pussy, you won't get no man." When you have a pussy,
get all the niggas.
The niggas will be like,
all the men.
When I tell you, I was shocked when I was younger. A lot of trans girls around me used to be like, "Sasha, oh my god, if you get sexual surgery, no man's gonna want you, girl. You're gonna be like a woman with cats."
How?
Yeah, they would tell me this. A lot of trans girls would tell me a lot.
How could that be the case if natural born woman out here getting all the dick? Why would trans woman all of a sudden not get the dick? They be getting
a lot
of the dick.
A lot. And I'm like, oh my god. And that was one of my fear. That was like, oh my god, I'm not gonna be desired. No one's gonna want me.
Wow.
That was not the case. The only thing that went away was the tranny chasers. Mm-hmm. Those are the only thing that went away. The tranny chasers, those guys, they don't want you because you don't have a dick for them. Wow. But everybody else who loves pussy,
so I coined the term. You tell me what you think about this. I coined a term called earlier today, but we were talking about this. Genital attraction, like men who are attracted to penis, not attracted to males. They're attracted to penis, but not attracted to males. Yes, or women who are attracted, or men who are women who are attracted to pussy, but not attracted to females. Like they can be into the trans men, they can be into the rim job and all of that, because I'm just like, I know men who like to be pegged. They like to their girl to deep throat them with the dick and everything, but they're not attracted to men. They cannot do men. They don't do men at all.
Right.
But they are attracted to the penis.
Right.
But you think that's a thing?
I do believe genital preference, yes.
Genital preference. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called genital. I do believe in genital preference. Like, I remember this one guy that I was so obsessed with, and he liked me, but he was like, oh my god, if you had a pussy, oh my god, I would so fuck you. And I used to have that in the back of my mind, like, oh my god, like, this guy is so hot, like, oh my god, oh my god. And then once we reconnected and I told him I had a vagina or whatever, he was ready to fuck me instantly. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, oh my god, I don't find it attractive anymore. For some reason, the rejection that he gave me before, and now that he knows that I'm post-op and he wanted to like hook up with me. So yeah, genital preference is a thing. There's guys who literally cannot have sex with a penis in the room. And then there's guys who don't mind a penis in the room. And then so sexuality is fluid. It's not a black and white. It's not.
But you feel like though, since the surgery, you definitely don't necessarily like feel like, okay, I need to be telling these niggas, because at the end of the day, like, it's a one-off situation.
No, you have to. Okay, you have to tell them, because the reason why, because I'm still young. I'm not an older woman. You know what I mean? I meet guys who are in my. If I meet like a guy who's in his 60s, a guy in his 60s is not the mind frame of a guy who's in his 40s and 30s and 20s. Like, for me personally, like, because I'm a younger trans woman, I feel like I have to disclose that, because, you know, some people, they want kids, some people want to start families. So it's like, it's unfair to not tell them. But like,
you can just say, I can't have children, because it's
yeah, you can't have children, but at the same time, like, for instance, like, your transness is gonna eventually, even if you're, it doesn't matter if you're super passable, people will always clock you, girl. For instance, like, your transness is gonna eventually,
Whitney, I think you got some feedback on your phone, Whitney.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, your transness is always gonna come up. It's always gonna have a way of seeping in some corner. Like, imagine some random person clock you and you're with your man and he doesn't know you're trans. Like, you know what I mean? So
but
that's
the thing
where
about it is, it's a lot of natural born women who people be thinking is trans, such as a Jess Hilarious, who be full blown a natural born woman. So even to be clocked, it's not like I'm really being clocked, because it's plenty of natural born women who look like me. Like,
I don't know. I just feel like it's more, for me, it's more so the safety. If you're on obviously, if you're on vacation or if you're in a different country and you're just gonna just hook up with someone, it's different. But like, if you're at home and you meet a guy in your neighborhood and you guys talking, yeah, I think you should. If it's up to that person, for me, I only can speak for me. I would disclose, like, yeah, I'm trans, da, da, da. But if I'm on vacation, hell no. If
I can understand it for safety, but something about disclosure just still makes me feel like
icky.
what like what is there to disclose? What is
right? I definitely agree with that part.
I'm just like, at the end of the day, it quacked like a duck, it talked like a duck, and you gonna fuck it like it's a duck. So
right.
Like, I mean, what?
And I do love my pounding, so.
Conscious, can I just say good night?
It almost feels like it puts trans in some type of a criminal category. It's like, what, like, I don't know. I feel like it's too heavy. It's too, I don't know. I don't know. The disclosure thing is just kind of wild. I hear men's arguments about it. I hear women's arguments about it, like, why disclosure? But it just is really wrapped around men protecting their egos. And I'm just like, I don't know if that's trans women's responsibility to shield you from your ego. I mean, if you have societal hangups or intellectual hangups about the fact that you just laid down with a trans woman, that to me seems kind of to be a you and you issue, not a trans woman's responsibility. And then it's even more not her fucking responsibility if you know trans women are a thing, you know that they are day walkers, you know that they are amongst the people, and you are not even asking women these questions. You just ready to get to the fuck, but you feel like a trans woman should have been more conscious and responsible about the engagement than you are as the man who wanted to get straight to the clitoris and get straight to the swinging and banging of it all. Like, I don't know. It just feels disproportionate. I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, you know, if it's for safety, I get that, because these niggas act wild and they will use not being told as a way to act a goddamn fool. But with the exception of safety, I just really feel like niggas need to grow up. Somebody was going to ask me a question, and then we got Whitney here as well, who I know just joined the discussion. Unless that was Whitney trying to ask me a question.
Hey everybody. No, somebody was right before me, so they can go and then I'll go.
Okay, it's whoever was trying to.
Oh, I was just saying good night to
Oh, yeah.
everybody.
Okay, boo.
Oh, good night, beautiful.
And have a
Good
great
night.
day at work. And hit me up later.
Okay, and if anyone wants to follow me, it's Aja Alexandria on Instagram and TikTok.
That's what you need to change your name
I'm
to.
gonna follow you.
I was going to do that. I'm gonna do that.
And put it in the chat too, boo, before you leave, so people
Okay.
can click. I can put up on the
I'll
screen.
go to Conscious Instagram and
Yes.
find you.
She gonna put it in the chat too.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Okay, boo.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, Whitney, go ahead, boo.
Hey everybody, Conscious, this is my first time coming on Instagram, Balanced Wellness and Body Work. We were talking
Got
about
it.
your water fast.
Yes. Okay, yes.
So congratulations, and like everybody always tells you, you're so motivating and I love you so much. Thank you for everything.
Love you too.
My question is, and I think that this is a great panel for it. I have my best friend is trans. He's a trans man, and I have known him since, well, prior to the transition. Very attractive in both phases of life. Before the transition, he was attracted to women, so basically just like a gay girl. But after the transition, he is now with men.
Oh.
And, that's my best friend. I don't care about any of that stuff. But in friendships, conversations come up about relationships and who you love and what you're doing. And like we live in different states. So, from y'all's experience, what do you think that means? Or why is he now attracted to men as a trans man and he was attracted to women as a woman?
Prior. What do you think about that one, love?
Okay, so what? Sorry, this is Whitney.
Yes.
Hey, Whitney. Oh, there's a thing. There's a thing called there's a difference between sex and gender, right? Once you understand that, then you will solve the problem. So, do you understand what's the difference between sex and gender?
I do.
What's your definition of sex and gender? What comes to your mind?
Gender is male or female?
No, that's
Or
sex.
woman and man?
Right.
The man.
Woman and man. And sex is female or male.
Yes.
Right. So basically, when you are, so for instance, you are a female, right? Right. You are a female and your sexuality is straight?
I think,
Right.
yeah.
You think or you know? Are you fluid? Are you fluid or?
I don't know why the hell One Love reminds me of a fast-paced bank teller right now. You're like, what you want to be deposited, right? Okay.
That's exactly how they act at Navy Federal too.
I used to work at a cash place.
Yeah, I picked it up.
No, for real though, for real. So, what's your sexuality?
I'm straight.
Okay, you're straight, right? Okay. So, because you are a normative person, on your binary person, because you are a female and you like the opposite sex, and you are straight, those are two different those are characteristics that's normal for the normal eyes, right? So when your friend, who were a cis woman at first, and she was dating men, nothing changed about her sexuality. The only thing that she changed.
She was dating women when she was a woman.
Oh, she was dating women.
Yeah, and now she's a trans man and she's dating men. I mean, and he's dating men. So,
right.
Yeah.
So it's just sex again. The only thing that trans people change is their sex. They don't change their desire. Right? Your desire is always going to be there. That person was always fluid, with their sexuality, but just never really act upon it.
Mm,
Right? So
okay.
you can, some people evolve later on in life. Like for instance, like Conscious is primarily date men, right? But maybe in his late 60s, he may eventually dwindled over to a woman, but maybe so people discover their sexuality later on in life or early, or they dibble and dabble, or they, so sexuality is a fluid thing. So your friend, he just changes sex and how he shows up as like a trans man, right? But his sexuality was always fluid, and that's why you see most trans people, they can either be gay, straight, bisexual, or pan, or whatever. So their sexuality is always going to be like fluid, or whatever be the case. There's so it's not a weird thing to see trans men who transition from one to next and then start dating men when they used to date women only. It's just people just evolve in their sexuality. Do you know what I mean?
I do, and I really appreciate that. That does help me understand a little bit. It just could be he's always been fluid, but
Right.
it just happened to be after the transition that he explored more of that fluidity with men. But I would like to give you one extra layer of context because when we were overseas, and another friend in the military was like, and this was before the transition, still a woman, was married to a woman. And one of our other friends said, well, is this your wife's first time with a woman? Like, are
Mm-hmm.
you the first one? Because for me, I need you to have had like 3 or 4 girlfriends. I'm not going to be your first girlfriend type of thing. So then the conversation, sex came about, and I understand the fluidity, but if we're talking about sex and I'm talking to a gay girl and you act like dick is just so disgusting, or like, oh no, I would never touch that, or oh no, I've never let a man penetrate me. But now after the transition, now you're okay with it. So that's just where I was confused, and I just want to make sure that I have
Mm-hmm.
all the tools if we have this conversation.
Right. Well, you have to understand, like, those are not your burden, right? If your friend wants to be ignorant, as long as they're not disrespecting anybody in the process in front of you, if you're an ally to anybody, any communities, I feel like with you, all you can do is just be a listening ears. And if they evolve into, just call them out on their ignorance. If they're ignorant about like, oh, ew, that's nasty, then you be like, oh, that's not cool, because there's people that's in that community that like that. You know what I mean? But for you as a friend, all you can do is listen and just take them for what they is. If they said, you know what, I'm fucking guys now, I'm doing this with guys now, da da da. But you can always remind them, like, hey, before you transition, you were so ignorant about the whole thought of a man. What changes? And then they can educate you on that topic. You can make space for that. And if you once you make space for trans people to be cool with themselves, they will open up to you a lot. They would let you know when did they start finding guys attractive, why they start finding, you know what I mean? So maybe if you make space for him and kind of understand him, say, hey, I would like to understand what made you kind of like wanting to now date primarily men. And was it a conscious move before, or did you like them before? If your friendship is up to that level of like communication, then I would
Mm-hmm.
say have that conversation if it's on your mind as a friend. But if they want to do, you're not pushing back and say, hey, don't do it. Are you?
When they bring up relationships and sex with men,
Yeah.
no, not at all. Very encouraging, and I'm not a big like app person just due to like safety or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever he does the app meetups and all of that stuff, me and my other friend have the information and we're good. So it's never a don't do this type of thing. It's as a friend just wanting that understanding. And you made it clear earlier is just ask the question and preface it with wanting to understand.
Right.
I want to give you something to add on to that, Whitney.
Mm-hmm.
It is very ironic that your friend, started dating men after they had transitioned into him and he.
Thank
I
you
like
for
to
acknowledging that the irony.
it's very interesting, right? But see, I like to coin it. You know how we have a concept of like something called like a gateway drug? I like to call it like gateway decisions. Sometimes when we make really profound choices in our lives, it unlocks other parts of us at the same time. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe making a huge decision like that to step into their authentic self,
Right.
which would have had to also not just be outwardly, like trust and believe. There was a whole inward unpacking before, he even made that choice outwardly and to go through with transitioning into him. And so that might have led into him resolving more things around his sexuality, coming to terms, just like he's coming to terms with him and he and his masculinity and his manhood. Maybe unbeknownst to you, despite him in his previous existence coming off like a very assured lesbian or a very assured same gender loving woman,
Mm-hmm.
he secretly was wrestling too with maybe some things within his sexuality. Maybe he was in fact pansexual or bisexual and was attracted to men even then, but maybe had maybe certain traumas that you might not know around that, or maybe felt pressured to just classify himself as a as a gay woman, etc. Like it could be anything, but with him making a big decision like that, it seemed like it also unearthed other things in him. So not only has he stepped into his manhood, he stepped into
His sexuality.
he done stepped into other parts of his sexuality too. It happens sometimes.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. This makes so much sense. I really
And then you
appreciate
have to
y'all again.
always just the last thing that I will say too is you have to be mindful where it's like you have to understand that with trans people we don't align sex and gender in the same ideology. We look at it as different, right? So if you are a trans woman, we can be straight, gay, bisexual, pansexual, even, and that applies to trans men as well. They can also show up as gay, straight, bisexual, or pan or whatever. So we don't. That's the difference that I would say that I would that I would love for you to take away is just to understand the difference between sex and gender, and and sexual orientation is not the same as gender. Just like if you're gay, it's totally different from being a trans person or a non-binary person or a gender fluid person. It's a totally different experience. We navigate sexually differently, all different type of trans people. We don't do just one thing just because we transition from a man to a woman or a woman to a man, we're gonna date the opposites. No, it can be the same, it can be similar, it can just look different for different people. Just be mindful for that.
Yeah. And New in the comments have made a good point that this can happen to all persons. You can have people who identified as straight their whole life, and then, as One Love said, they can stumble across their first same-sex experience or their first trans experience. So this ain't something that can only happen like within the LGBT spectrum. It's something that kind of all people are subjected to as they are discovering who they are sensually, sexually, in their gender, etc. So, yeah, that's the thing. Whitney, you might be into some pussy by this time next year.
Right.
You know, anything possible, child.
I
It
mean,
is.
I do have like a slight attraction to some studs sometimes because, you know, I don't know, I just I haven't tried anything yet, but you never know. You're right.
Right, you
We'll
never
see,
know.
conscious.
All it takes is a peephole, child.
Your sexuality belongs to you and you only.
Yeah.
Yes.
You get to do whatever you want to do.
One Love, thank you so much for your help, Conscious. Thank you so much, as always, for what you do. I'm going to step down. I'm going to keep
Okay,
listening,
bro.
though. Enjoy your day, everybody.
And you too, love.
Bye-bye.
I can't wait for Conscious to do a meetup.
Look, we definitely gonna do it now since you don't put it out there. So we gotta do something. This was so
You have
dope.
a
It
lot
almost
of
gonna
people
get turned into
following
the
you.
LGBT help desk, child. Yes, God. The One Love made half my damn audience discover and come out as them gender fluid and
Right.
Wow.
But the thing is, you have to understand, I think what happened is, remember, your energy draw people who are like-minded. So most cis people that follows you, like, they're probably like in their day-to-day life are gender fluid people.
Yep.
But don't even know, and they don't know why they're drawn to you because you are gender fluid. So they're like, oh my God, like, why do I like this person so much? Like, I like his politics. I like how he presented. So I think that's the reason why most people are drawn to you.
Facts. Yeah. It's unconscious. It's some unconscious connection there too, like you said. Like people don't know that it's a part of me that is really in themselves, unbeknownst to them. That's a part of why they like. I don't know why I like.
And that's why most straight guys are drawn to you because they find you attractive, but they also find you as a homeboy. They find you as a companion. They find you as a friend. Like, it's so much different layers. Because I'm like, how the hell Conscious have so much straight guys around him? Like, these guys are so annoying. Like, how? Even you know the one I hate.
Yes, I do.
Now he popped down, girl. Now all of the drama happened with him and Tasha K's assistants and God, drama. Look at Vaughn or whatever his name is. He's popped down because Big Sexy ran away from him, so all of his shit got popped down.
Until you do right by us.
Okay, yes. Vaughn needs to wake up and be with a man. He needs to be with a man.
Oh
clearly,
my God.
He does not belong to a woman. He beats all the women that he's with.
Oh my God.
He needs to be with a man. He needs to be with you, Conscious.
No,
I honestly believe that Vaughn and the other guy,
who's Storm?
Yes, not Storm. Storm is a queen.
Oh my God.
I'm talking about the other one that I cursed out the first time I came on your panel.
Oh, that's
And he lives in Texas.
Hold on, Texas.
And he
Knockout Media?
Knockout Media and Vaughn, them two niggas.
Oh no.
They are your soulmates.
No.
You have a soft spot for these two niggas. I don't care.
They are Southern sweethearts. Okay?
See? And you're the only person that they're nice to. They hate women.
But I love that. I love men who are mean to everybody but me. That is so hot to me.
Right. If Vaughn make a move on you, would you like pursue it?
No.
You're lying.
No, he feels too much like a brother at this point.
Oh, really?
It would feel too ancestral. I mean, like it's good in theory, but in execution,
If Vaughn back you up in a corner, I'm pretty sure you're giving it up.
He would have to take it from me. He would have to take it. He would have to rip it from me. I couldn't. Vaughn is, when you know somebody too well, it's like
honestly, I really honestly believe that Vaughn meant to be with a man. He's not meant to be with
no. Because he's pretty.
No. I'm saying it because he literally cannot form good relationship with females. He abused every woman that comes in his path.
He got a mommy fraction.
LaToya, he abused. LaToya, then the girlfriend that he just broke up when Sexy Red walked out on his ass.
Girl, you've been keeping up with all the tabloids, ain't you?
Girl,
you've been keeping up with all the Inquirer, baby.
I'm
I
just
feel like
saying,
I'm
like,
about to get dragged into something that I ain't supposed to be listening to any longer. So
Girl, he got a mommy fracture, so that's why his relationships be so damn toxic.
his soulmate is with a man. And I'm sticking by my words.
His mama didn't, his mama didn't mommy him.
So that's why you put your hand on women?
Well, I'm not aware.
Allegedly.
He put his hands on it. He put his hands on Toya?
On his new girlfriend. Yeah, he beat her too.
What?
She talked about it. Yeah, she talked about it.
Talked about it where?
When they broke up. When the whole shooting happened in Atlanta with the two baddie twins, the Jamaican twins, and they broke up. They got in a physical altercation.
Von Ray,
buddy.
What?
Yeah, he
no, you gotta
shook her up.
me that. I did not hear anything about that.
It was on her update vlog. She did an update vlog, and basically she was talking about the reason why she broke up with him, because he was just like they had a threesome with her assistant.
Yes, I know that they are Voyagers. Mm-hmm.
And it's so funny because Von is somewhat homophobic, but then he loves homosexuality. He even loves his first baby mom was literally a stud.
Yes, she is a stud. Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, you are attracted to masculinity.
Are you talking about King Von?
Yes. Not King Von.
No, Von Ray.
Von Ray.
Oh, my bad.
I don't know if you know who Von Ray is, Shadow.
I don't.
Okay.
Von Ray, yes. I'm telling you, he loved masculinity. And it's entwining you.
No, it's not.
You're the only person on social media he's nice to.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
He is friends with so many people.
If you yelled his name, he's risen.
Oh my goodness. Vaughn is a great guy. Now he has did a lot of learning. He's been through a lot. He's learned a lot. He's grown a lot.
Well, they did accuse him of some horrible crime. So Tasha K, but never mind.
Oh yeah. And she did retract that. Her and Chelsea.
Yeah, she did.
Had retracted that because it was bullshit. They even tried to get.
Well, you solved it. You saved him. You saved him.
That's what we do. That's what we. I'm Captain Planet. I'm out here just trying to keep the ecosystem.
And then he turned on Sexy Red, said Sexy Red stinks. Sexy Red.
Big Sexy. No, but Big Sexy was doing some fucked up shit behind the scenes. He was trying to.
Really?
He was really on his fuck shit. He was trying to break up that man relationship to his fiance.
Do you think Big Sexy wanted him?
Yeah.
I believe so too.
Yeah, like Big Sexy would definitely try to throw his shot 3 or 14 times. 3, 4, 14 times shy.
I'm telling you, Von is not gonna make nobody suck his dick but Consciouztv.
You know what? It has been 7 hours and we had a great time here tonight.
I hope the viewers clock that scene.
I've edited that out as soon as we end. Tell these folks where they can find you at One Love. Your ass need to be
No, y'all do not follow me. Do not find me on social media.
Yes, honey. Because she be shaking her ass in front of the deli, y'all. Y'all got to get into One Love, baby. I be gagging.
You only can find me on Conscious
international girl, with your weight on the damn earth, honey. I'm like, I need to get my damn dual citizenship and get my passports together. Because I'm sick of looking at y'all all over in these damn different foreign countries and shit.
Conscious need to leave America for at least a month, at least 2 weeks.
I want to. And I plan on going to Mexico for at least a month. And then once I get my feet wet with being like outside of my comfort zone and if thing goes well, I want to just keep on pooching from there.
Right. I think you would definitely, and Mexico would be the first place to go to Punta Cana. That would be the first place for you to go and enjoy, and then savage out different islands in Africa, Europe, I think you do
I'm
it.
here for it. Yeah, I'm here for it. But I'm gonna make sure that we, the Conscious Crew, we get up so we can start planning some stuff, spend some time together, go get lit, go run these streets, go
The
get
year is
crazy,
coming. The new
go
year's
get
coming.
experimental, huh?
No, I'm saying the new year's coming, so you can plan your itinerary.
That's a great time. You're
I
right.
know you have your dysphoric about like the whole seeing people in your space and stuff. I know how that feeling is. I know what that feeling is.
No, but
and your mental health is important.
That's a great time because I want to continue to build with my tribe too at the same time. I just want to get all the toxic wrong folk away from me and just focus on the people that
How
are.
is Reckless? I've been talking to
Reckless is great, working his ass off, still a big ass hoe, taking 10-inch dick too, living his best life. He's doing
As
great.
he should.
Be doing Reckless.
He plant-based now, so I done got him on the plant-based tip. He always trying to be a little CTV clone. So, he eating clean and stuff. He doing good. He doing real good.
That's good.
Yep, he doing well.
Well, thanks for messaging me so I can come over.
Of course. Yes, and I'm gonna
keep me posted whenever there's any conversation. Just let me know.
I will. I definitely will.
Because I'm not on the streets anymore. I'm married now, child.
A kept woman.
I'm trying to get pregnant.
On period. Okay. I love you, bitch.
All right. Have a good night, y'all.
That was our one. Love you guys. China. Thank you for being here.
Man, thank you. Another wonderful panel. Wonderful people. Wonderful energy as normal. And I love you so much, man.
You and One Love came a long way. Y'all started off calling each other faces apart.
You know what?
Yeah, I earlier panels, baby. Y'all was swinging and banging on each other.
You know what? They're working. They're working. Definitely got somewhere this time around. So.
Love done changed to both of y'all, honey. See, both of y'all booed up, and y'all in y'all soft person, y'all soft person energy. I ain't mad at it. All right, but thank you for being here, boo.
I love you. I love you. Get some rest. I'm out of here. I gotta be up in the morning.
Yes, God. I'm about to hit it. All right, boo. I'll see you later.
Deuces.
I think Retro is asleep. Knock the fuck out. And this concludes, honey. Okay, we was not expecting to be almost 7 hours, honey, but this was amazing. It was educational, honey. We traveled through and through, by and by. This was absolutely incredible. So shout out to the people for peopling, girl. Y'all tell a friend of a friend of a friend. Y'all know how we do here. Thumbs up the video, share. Keep your notification on, because y'all never know, honey, when the holy daughter is going to give me an old Nancy piece of download. If y'all enjoyed yourself, show some love to the Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or on PayPal at paypal.me/Consciouztv. And I will see y'all later. Bye.